the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't
8
stop
minutes past the hour. Welcome into the old Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We are live and actually have all three of the Good Time Gang members here for a full staff kickoff hour, and we are so honored that you would choose to be with us today. The old Rick and Bubba Show. You can either hear us on some of the greatest radio stations brave enough to call Rick and Bubba home, or those of you watching on YouTube or a variety of apps, TuneIn, digital radio, iHeart radio app, whatever the case. Thank you so much. If it's podcast, I know we meet some of you that you're just days, weeks, a year behind. You think I'm kidding. But, hey, we'll take you however we can get you. Thank you so much for being with us today. Don't forget, in contest, Fix Mama's Mouth. It's the deadline is quickly approaching as we are wrapping up April. It's hard to believe. The deadline, I think, is May 4th, if I remember correctly. Not looking at the paper. Probably should have. But anyway, just want to remind all of you, if you want to enter Mama and Fix Mama's Mouth, a $17,000 dental makeover from Dr. Dudney and his staff, you want to do that and follow the instructions, just go to rickandbubba.com, spell out and there, rickandbubba.com, click on contest, and there it is. Boom. Simple instructions on what we need from you in order to be entered correctly. All right, so over to my left, I can actually say this, Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey, what's happening?
Gentlemen.
What's up, big guy? How are y'all? Everybody fired up?
Just chipper.
Ready to go.
Well, yesterday we were able to catch up with Helmsy. I know you missed some of that, Greg, as you were doing some other things.
I missed everything, guys.
But he updated us on his week away with UAB men's tennis. I know we have more to go through, and that'll be the rest of the week, just here and there. But yesterday, the puppy watch became real Sunday night. Mama Millie dropped 9, and you had to call in and say, guys, I'm in a handle. So
yeah, because it started like 3:30 in the afternoon. We're still dropping puppies 10:30, 11 o'clock, and then she falls out. And look, I can't just walk off and let all that turmoil in the garage. See y'all in the morning. I hope y'all work it out.
Right.
Anyway, so
you were working with your local vet, on what to do.
Feeding dogs. When she passed out, I got to give Dr. Berry credit. Let's call him. He goes, well, that's her blood sugar. He said, get some syrup and put it on a spoon, put it in her mouth. And sure enough, brought her right back.
Really?
Yeah. Anyway, so now we got 9. I figured, first of all, the mom's a stray. Y'all have heard the story. I've told it on the show, that took up at the house, wouldn't let me get near her. Mm-hmm. Still kind of skittish. My intention, because Lisa fed her and fattened her up, and because she was pitiful, she was just skin and bones when she showed up. So you could tell she'd been treated badly because she's scared of everybody.
You think somebody dropped her off and just let her out of the car?
Probably.
Is that what you think?
Yeah. So anyway, it's my fault. I said, I got to get her spayed if we're going to let her hang around the house. Well, I couldn't catch her, and then I was like, well, I got time. Well, I didn't have time.
Apparently somebody.
So then I go, well, okay, she'll have. We had a stray one time, had like 5. I thought, and that seemed like a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she was real big. I mean, the bigger she got, I said, man, I wonder how many's in there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they start dropping, and she didn't know what was happening. She would drop one and run off, and then I pulled up in my truck as it was just started happening. She drops one right beside my truck as I get out.
What?
Yes, it was crazy.
Are you serious?
But then as she finally said, first she acted like she wasn't going to.
Did you just hear that?
Yeah.
I did.
First, she acted like she wasn't going to take care of him.
Okay.
Well, then she, once she, I guess she felt the remorse. Well, anyway, so she would drop one. Okay, maybe that's it. And we come in there and we're trying to look. She'd clean them up. It's amazing how they know what to do because this is a young dog. This is probably, she's probably a year old maybe.
Huh.
And it's amazing what they can do. And it's also very gross.
Sure.
And then all of a sudden she would stand up and make a yelp noise and another one would fall out. And
she would.
So I'd never experienced dog burst watching it. Well, I saw it 9 times, so I pretty much can tell you exactly.
Golly.
And it's pretty weird to watch them. You thinking, oh, that one must not be alive because they're, and all of a sudden they'll jump and then here they go. They immediately start worming, looking to get milk. It's crazy. crazy. So then anyway, it ended up running into the middle of the night, and I'm like, well, I leave the house at 2:30.
Yeah, what do you do?
Yeah, so it's probably not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So I did not want to send y'all that text because I knew the fun y'all were going to make.
Oh,
me.
yeah. Well,
we did.
Yesterday, it was fun. The audience, the one-liners coming through.
Well, speaking of the audience, everybody needs a Rick and Bubba puppy, okay? Free of charge. They'll have their shots. Is it 6, 8 weeks, whatever? I'll take care up to there, which is a handle. But from that point on, if you're looking for a good, sweet dog, and they're mutts, I don't know what they are. They're just, but they're a bunch of colors. Some of them are silver looking, almost like a Weimaraner. You know how they got that silver? They're not that kind of dog, but I'm saying the color.
Right. Now, that's what I was going to ask you. I know you don't know the breed of Mama Millie,
No.
but what would be your guess? I mean, of course, everybody says it got a little bit of lab in her.
Yeah, but she's too short for that. She's colored and got the short hair like that. Her head looks, without so much of the wrinkles, like a Shar-Pei, if you've ever seen a Shar-Pei's face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have.
It's a
Matter of
weird
fact,
combo.
That is a weird
And I don't know
combo.
what the dad looks like. Who knows? But
Okay. You said you seen.
I got one I thought.
You seen Dad on the
maybe,
camera one time.
Maybe.
He's just coming on through.
But
Was
I
he
know
a
that-
lion?
Hey, these right here, yeah, he must have been. These right here are all shapes and colors.
Okay.
I mean, you got some that are black, some that are shaped almost like a pattern on a cow. You know, the typical cow pattern.
yeah.
Somebody wore cow pattern clothes.
Right.
Got some of them.
Okay.
Some of them are black and white. Some of them are gray and white.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got one jet black one, and he's got, it looks almost like the way a blue tick color is on his front feet.
Okay.
I don't know. And then
You know you're talking about your puppies, right?
yeah,
Okay.
9 of them.
Right. Nine.
a lot of them. So
What? Give me your attitude when all this was happening.
my attitude, I was like, boy, I hope she quits having them. That's enough.
Were you talking out loud a lot?
Like at 3, I thought maybe she'll just have 3. Oh no,
Mm-hmm.
no, she was just getting started.
So let me ask you this: whenever you would see another one, would you?
Oh yeah,
Uh-huh.
but Lisa, she was the calm one.
Well, sure.
Well, yeah. Greg.
They always are.
She commented. She ever
Oh,
talked to
she-
you more
listen.
or Millie more?
Yeah, probably Millie more definitely, but that's the mama. But yeah, so look, here it is. That's on me. I kept saying, of course, she would run from me for like 3 months when we let her stay at the house because she's scared.
Mm-hmm.
But I needed to get her spayed. I knew I did, and I thought, well, I thought I got away with it, but I didn't. See, Buddy's cut, so I ain't got to worry about him.
Uh-huh.
And I never saw anybody else
And
around.
Marty just left.
Yeah, he left, and plus he was also cut. so.
Okay, good.
I
So
don't-
are you going to be at? Right now, I've got you pictured at like a tray day under a tent saying "free puppies."
I'm gonna do whatever it is because I mean nothing against it. And I love dogs, obviously, because I'm fixing to really spend money and being a handle
right.
and all that. But I'd like for someone else to continue their life beyond, like, is it 8 weeks or 6 weeks? Whatever
It's something like I know if you ever
I'll
go
have
get
all
one
the
from a breeder,
shots.
I normally see 6 to 8.
And I'll keep them on all their appointments to the vet and all that. But when it's time that they're ready to roll,
Now, does the vet make house calls? You can have to take 9 puppies
I'm
to
going
the
to take
vet.
9 in a big box, I guess. So, are they loud? They're already loud.
I bet.
Already. Day one, they were loud.
The audience, as you can imagine, and you probably, I mean, if you think about it, just on the comedy side of things,
Yeah.
they've been sending one-liners and different
Oh,
ideas.
look, I get it.
that
Greg's got
know.
9 puppies
Yeah,
in
right,
his
right.
house.
Like the
That's
next charity
funny.
charge, your rescue would, Greg and Lisa's stray and stay.
Yeah, well,
That like, is that going to be what's
guys, it's like that because over the years, but Mr. Buddy was a stray.
right? Well, every dog
I don't
you've
know.
had, the last
Chloe's the only dog I bought.
Okay.
All the others have been strays, and we've had about 5 or 6.
Yeah. All outside dogs have been
All of
strays.
them have been strays. Isn't that crazy?
Well, that will
Anyway.
continue to be. Thank you for that update.
I know
It'll
you
continue
thought
to be.
when I told you I wasn't coming in, you're like, what is he doing? Y'all don't understand.
When
what
you
I was
said
going
9, I'd be honest with you, I had to read it again.
But
when
yeah, I'm
you
just
said
talking
9.
about. Well, it was just terrible.
Rick and Bubba.
Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements. Junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com. RickenBubba.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is a bacon or sausage egg croissant plus small seasoned potatoes for $3. It's the breakfast that don't miss. So if you did miss Wendy's breakfast, don't imagine fresh cracked eggs, sizzling sausage, crispy bacon, and block out those hot, buttery, flaky croissants. Croissants don't really make a sound, but if they did, for a breakfast that don't miss, Wendy's is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Select a request $3 breakfast deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders.
Got you a free silver bar? Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8 ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
If you're planning to do some spring cleaning, here's our advice. Clean your home and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. Customize that perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Spring is here, and we're all spending less time in the kitchen thanks to HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers farm-fresh ingredients and foolproof recipes right to your door, saving you extra trips to the grocery store, and the pre-portioned ingredients make it so easy to just get cooking and cut down on food waste. Snag special spring savings today by going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba and use the code Bubba for 50% off, plus your first box ships for free. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother. brother.
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. As you can imagine, that last segment spilled into the commercial break, and so we're continuing to talk about Greg and Lisa's 9 puppies that their stray dropped Sunday.
And poor Lisa. I want everything to go good, but she's about to kill herself.
Is she?
She gets up constantly checking on them. She gets up. I'm like, look, they're all right. I mean, we need to check on them, but you don't have to check. She checks on them like it's kids.
Right.
So she's going to probably collapse from exhaustion before it's over with. But
well, she's got that, and she's trying to keep you in line too. So I mean, that's
How many times do you think I declared I was mad at myself for letting this happen?
Right.
Because I'll just do that.
Hey, this is on me.
This
is on me.
Yeah.
I can't.
But look, they're here, and I'm gonna raise them. But I really, 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 Rick and Bubba fans, if you want to, we're calling them Rick and Bubba dogs just because I work here. I get that.
Right.
It's not really anything special about them. But we need a good home.
Yeah. Well, yeah, boy. Hey, look,
9 times.
There's been different ideas. One is put them on the wheel.
That's it.
If it lands on a puppy, you get a puppy. Problem is getting the puppy to the person. There's also an idea. You just bring them to the show. If you want one, come by and grab them.
Yeah,
we could do this. I know Dudney gives $50 gift card to the Golden Ticket Seats every Friday.
Yeah.
We could add a puppy.
Add a puppy. $50 and a puppy.
That's it.
I tried to work some of this ahead of time when she was blowed up real big. I had some guys working at the house,
real big.
Doing some sheetrock work, and friends of mine that I've known, ever since I moved to Pleasant Valley. Anyway, and we were pointing. I said, "That's a stray. She's unpregnant." And when they got finished, I said, "Guys, look," I said, "Y'all did such a good job. As a bonus, I'm gonna give y'all pick of the litter." And they were like, "Yeah, thanks, Greg."
Yeah, sure.
I said, "You get pick of the litter,
right?"
Y'all did such a great job.
We do have kind of a bone to pick with you. Helmsy and I have talked about this. You told us Millie was pregnant and going to have puppies, and we thought, oh, okay, that'll be on down the road. And it's like you waited to tell us until she was ready to drop.
Yeah,
because when you said, "Oh, it's any day now," we're like, "What?"
Well, I ignored it for a long time. I thought she looks kind of pregnant, but then it finally got obvious, and I just said, "Okay," because I was lying to myself. Basically.
Okay, because you were mad yourself.
She put on a few pounds, maybe, but not because once they get to go time, they'll double their size.
Yeah. So you
I
just
knew
walked
she was
around,
big, but I had no idea she had 9.
You just walked around the house saying, "Hey, man, this is on me," the whole time.
Yeah. Because
does Lisa agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Right.
She knows how to put things off.
But so you called the vet. So just real quick, and I know during the main show we'll have this. All right. So the timeline: Sunday afternoon comes, and what Millie's dropping puppies.
Yeah, I was coming home with some Bojangles. I just went to get us something to eat.
That's so real. That is so real. I like to know what you ordered.
I had the 2-breast dinner, and then Lisa had like chicken tenders.
All right, so you left for Bojangles, not knowing you were going to come home to puppies.
No.
Right. So you pull up to the house, and she comes out and births the puppy.
Lisa comes out first. And says she's had one of the puppies. I found it. I heard it squealing. It's in the garage.
Did you look over at your Bojangles when she said that?
I did, because I thought, well, I'm never going to get to that. And there that goes.
Right.
And so this is the weird part. So Lisa couldn't find her. She could find the puppy. She couldn't find Millie. So Millie was evidently under Lisa's car in the garage. So, but as I pulled up and stopped, she came outside and ran under my truck, and I didn't know it. And I heard her make a noise, and I get out of my truck and look down, and there's a puppy laying beside my truck. And she has left. Boom. She dropped that one, and I'm gone.
So she's just running around dropping puppies.
Yeah. And then once we got her back in there, they all took place.
Did you forget you were hungry at that moment?
Oh, yeah. Okay. I didn't eat it.
Yeah, so it'd be tough to eat after that. Yeah, well, you lose your appetite.
Yeah, because I thought, there's 2. Yeah. Oh, there's 3. There's 4. That ought to be it.
Yeah. And
5,
so at
6,
at that time,
and they were gapped. They were spread after the first 3. They were spread out long in between. So I actually had false hope that it was done.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden she'd start hollering, stand up, bam.
And
like I said, I got to see it all up close, and I've learned a lot about it.
And this is unfair, but I got to ask.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Any chance we get to talk to Lisa about this?
It'd be funny. I'll tell you that. I'll bring that up to her. And you can imagine her take on it.
I know. That's what
Especially the way I was acting.
Yeah, well, and that's,
I bet.
one of my favorite best ofs that I play every single time we do a best of is when she called in and y'all were getting ready for that party, that hosting that party.
Oh, yeah.
And I can only imagine what she has to say on this subject.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'll ask her. Like I said, she's.
How many out of the 9? How many boys we got?
See, I hadn't really done that much checking.
Okay.
I've been, first couple of days. I don't want to bother, handle them too much.
Right.
But I'm fixing to start flipping over and looking.
So, and I'm sorry, but you know me, I got to go into.
Oh, wow.
I'm really trying to get to your house when this is going on. So, you pull up, you got your Bojangles, you didn't eat it. She's just dropping puppies all over the place. Lisa says, "Hey, man, I'm trying to find her. Here are the puppies. Yeah. We got us a handle." So I'm assuming at that point you start making a little bed area.
We had already had all that.
Okay, that's good. And then that's when you reach out to the local vet that y'all use.
Yes, because
this is what we got.
She wouldn't. And we were like, "What do you do to, if she's not going to feed them?" And he said, "Well, we got a supplement. You obviously can't give them milk, like cow's milk."
Mm-hmm.
And it was Sunday, but anyway, he said, I'm going by the office. I'll leave you some out front.
Okay.
So ended up really needing it after she passed out, and we had to feed them.
Mm-hmm.
But good night.
When you backed out to go to the vet to pick that up, how much did you look around the truck, make sure there wasn't another puppy?
Oh, I know. By the time I got back, but you're right. There was a few by then. Of course, I thought it'd top out around 5, and I thought that was high.
That's what I thought. I thought he's going to have 5 or 6 puppies, and that's going to be a big litter.
Sure, yeah.
And when y'all said 9, I thought you mistyped the number.
I did too. That's why I had to look at it again.
I thought it's so late, he's mistyped the number here.
And she didn't
it's
drop
probably supposed to be a
9
4 or 5.
Till about 10:30, 11 o'clock that night. Old number 9 showed up.
What a long day.
And that's when she fell out.
Golly. All right, so we'll continue this.
Let's move on.
This puppy watch. We'll continue that during the main show. But there's your update.
Yeah,
Greg and Lisa have 9 puppies.
So
and
6-8 weeks from now, if anybody's in the market for a puppy, free of charge.
Free of charge.
All shots taken care of.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. Now, this innovative MyPillow has brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. The MyPillow 2.0 is available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. And of course, it's made right here in the USA. And folks, MyPillow.com/Bubba has all kinds of other special radio deals for you when you use our special code BUBBA. Their Giza Dream bed sheets are also buy one, get one free. And there's great deals on my slippers, my coffee, clothes, and their 6-piece towel set is just only $49.99. Take a look at the brand new MyPillow 2.0 and head to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba to get in on this buy one, get one free MyPillow 2.0 deal.
Who's planning to do some spring cleaning this year? Dust those hard-to-reach places? Clean out that closet? You know the one. Here's our advice. Clean your house and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. We recommend it to everyone. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. In an emergency, agents use Fast Protect technology only from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence, so you can get priority police dispatch. 24/7 professional monitoring service costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of traditional home security systems. You can lock and unlock your doors, access your cameras, and arm and disarm your system from anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba,
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba,
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
Rick and Bubba.
Fat will get
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Do not forget, those of you that want to enter Mom and Fix Mama's Mouth, the deadline is May the 4th for this $17,000 dental makeover from Dr. Dudney and his staff. All the information, how to register Mama, the steps that need to be taken, and what needs to happen for you to have her officially entered. You need to do that at Fix Mama's Mouth, the contest at rickandbubba.com. Click on contest, and there she is for you. All right, so we're up to date on Puppy Watch. There are 9 of them, and we'll continue that and play it out with you, Greg.
Fine 9.
The audience, I know, will have great one-liners, and I know you expect nothing less.
Have fun.
There's other things that we can do. I know yesterday Helmsy updated his vacation and off and on the road. You missed a lot of that. Yeah. But there's things that will linger over from that. Do you realize? Just listen to this. He and the coach got an Airbnb for 11 players, and they only had 2 bathrooms.
Oh, I bet that was a nasty.
Showering was tough.
Yeah, take a number.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of cold showers, I bet. Use hot water.
The hot water was pretty good.
Really?
I was kind of caught off guard by that.
Yeah.
Now I took showers at weird times because I get up early,
Yeah.
and so I may have just hit it at
How
the
many
right
rooms?
moment. There were 4 bedrooms. One room had 4 bunk beds, and so 4 of them were. You had 4 there, and you had. I slept on an air mattress. It was a sure enough good one.
Yeah,
but
some of
but
those air mattresses are pretty
I was caught off guard with how nice it was, but it's still an air mattress.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's a bunch of days.
Oh, yeah.
So about the 4th day, you're done with air.
Yeah, it's good.
Sure.
One
Yeah.
day, maybe 2.
Yeah, and it was one of those good ones where once you just plug it in and you turn a switch and it comes up, and then when you're ready to leave,
yeah.
you turn the switch the other way and all the air goes out of it. And you didn't have to, those you sleep on in half the night. I mean, middle of the night, it's flat.
That's the way
This
that
is
one-
not the way this was. This one, I didn't have to pump up at all the
Okay.
whole week. It was awesome.
You remember the one we had at the old studio?
Yes.
We'd spend it would slowly deflate
Yeah.
through the night.
Mm-hmm. You don't want that.
This one was nice.
If
but,
you get a show enough good
but
one.
it's still an air mattress.
Oh, yeah.
I want
you
to
don't
be
wanna
clear.
sleep
I
a
was
week
still
on
done
air,
with
man.
it.
How did that mattress feel when you got home?
Oh, I couldn't wait to get in my bed.
It wasn't no
smelled
Helix.
so great. No, it wasn't.
I knew you were
It
gonna
wasn't
do
a
that.
Helix at all.
Well, you got to take
man.
your survey.
There's
Yeah,
so
I
many
know.
stories, Greg, in regards to the trip. We don't have enough time to get to them. But
A lot of miles.
I do have one thing I want to talk about because I don't get out much. Okay, and so on the way we broke up the trip, stopped at LSU, and practiced on the way.
Yeah.
So that was about a little more than a halfway point. And when we left, it was around 6 o'clock, I guess, when we headed out of Baton Rouge, headed to Houston. And we start going across the bridges, and it's been forever. Speedy, this is your
I know that
part of the
interstate.
world. So you know it better than I do.
It's
but
like over water forever.
ever. Well,
yeah.
and so I look over, and I think at one point, and I wasn't sure where it was at, and I think I've nailed it down where it is now. Because on the way back, I looked and was like, okay, I think this is where I saw what I thought I saw. And so I look over, and I'm like, that looks like a gator out there in that little area. And I thought, nah, surely not. And then looked over like 3 seconds later, and I'm like, well, that's another thing. Is that the same thing? No, it's a different one. That looks like a gator. And then the way that the road was going and the water was coming closer to us as we're going across the bridge, I thought, oh my gosh, there's a gator. There's a gator.
You're going right
There's
through
a
a
gator.
swamp.
There's
Yeah,
a gator.
right.
And that's the point. It was Henderson Swamp.
Yeah. Interstate goes right
And
through
I
it.
bet I counted. Now, I wasn't really, I was having to drive a big bus and was able to see 12 gators.
Golly.
They need to issue a
12.
few more tags, sounds like.
And I
for the
thought,
swamp people.
is this normal? Is this normal that this is what they're just dealing with all the time down here? I don't know who all lives
number's a
next
little
to
high, isn't it?
Henderson Swamp, but I knew.
It's part of their day.
Of course, had a little fun. Carlos, our Spaniard, doesn't like snakes or gators at all. Don't want to talk
I don't
about
think
them,
that loves 'em.
or whatever. So everybody on the bus was making sure Carlos knew that they were there.
Uh-huh.
And
Carlos said they
They're
are.
bad to come in Airbnb.
but I just didn't. I wasn't expecting that. Okay,
Yeah.
I just wasn't.
But I know that stretch of road you're talking about. You go through that swamp for a while.
And
It's a
I
long
kept
time.
thinking,
I can't believe you were able to
Imagine-
drive and see them when you had to keep your eyes on the
That's
road.
what was amazing. That's
Yeah.
what caught me off guard was I was seeing so many. I mean, it was like you see ducks on the Coosa River.
Yeah.
I was like, what in the world?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do y'all know? Talking to my dad yesterday about Uncle Duke coming
Uncle
to
Duke.
America, and round 2. One of his requests is to see alligators.
Well, I got a place he can go.
Well.
You can take him.
He said he hadn't seen them, and so he wants to be and he wants to go and see alligators.
No
I'm like,
gators
okay.
in Germany.
I guess not. I guess
Must
not.
not be.
And so and he wants to get on one of those little airboats.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know,
Yeah.
and I'm
Saw a
like,
few of
there's
those.
plenty of time.
Yeah.
There's plenty of swamps and those down in
Oh,
South
yeah.
Mississippi for
You
sure,
see all
and
you want.
Louisiana. But that anyway, that I made me think of that.
Didn't we ride on an airboat at a location thing at the time? Gunnersville. We were at the Oyster House.
We did,
Yeah.
by the way.
Remember we
Forgot
did?
about
we did
that.
down in Florida too when the Rick and Bubba show went down there and broadcasted live with Turner South. They said they put us out on one.
Yeah.
I forgot all about that, Greg.
Yeah.
Is it Kissimmee or Kissimmee? Kissimmee,
Yeah.
Florida. We went out on that.
Those are
there.
pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really neat.
A lot of power.
But if you look at when you go across that bridge,
Golly,
it
it's
looks
long.
like, wow, this would be an awesome place to bass fish.
Oh yeah, it does.
And I'm sure it probably is.
Outdoorsman paradise.
I'm sure it probably is. But I don't know that I want to get in there and bass fish with all those gators
They
around.
love gators.
And maybe it was the fact that we hit it. You know,
Can you imagine when they
deer
built
come
that?
out? Deer come out at a time, certain
Yeah.
times a day.
Mm-hmm.
I get. We may
You
have
might
just
have hit
hit
gator
it
time.
where we hit gator time, but I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Just everywhere you see, you get maybe see one or two.
But to your point, Greg, them building that,
yeah, can you imagine
the effort it took,
Mm-hmm.
and then you start thinking about things like at some point people had to cross that, like back in the day when we didn't have bridges.
That's right.
I mean,
that old rickety bridge somewhere.
Mhm.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
I've
crazy.
been on that stretch many times.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a long one.
it is.
It is a long one.
I don't want any part of that. I won't fall off that bridge. You know how I am about bridges.
Oh, wreck and fall in
Yes.
there.
Yeah, I don't like that.
You
I don't like it at all.
Won't even know you're there.
Scared.
No.
Gator
meal.
One story
Gator sandwich.
that broke yesterday that we were talking about a little bit off air that's just going to be weird, and that is Aaron Rodgers in a Jets uniform.
Yeah.
That's just going to – we knew it was coming.
We knew it was coming.
But it yesterday, the trade rumors and the deal and the picks and what everybody got for it and all that came out. And for the second time in 15 years, the Packers are trading a quarterback to the Jets. And they call it an aging icon to the Jets. They agreed Monday, the Packers deal, on a deal with Aaron Rodgers and their 2023 first-round pick and 2023 fifth-round pick to the Jets for New York's 2023 first-round pick and a 2023 second-round pick, and it goes on and on. I won't bore you with that,
Yeah,
but
a lot of
just
picks.
the fact that Aaron Rodgers is going to be in a Jets uniform is just going to be strange.
That's right. I mean, he will not look right without being in a Green Bay uniform.
No, it's just going to be weird.
I'm not up on the Jets, but is this one of those moves that this is a missing piece for them, and they have an opportunity to maybe make some noise next year because of this?
Well, I know they were better, and I don't know enough about the Jets either. I do know that you know what was all leaked about Aaron's wish list that he claimed he didn't give, but he kind of did.
Yeah.
On if I'm coming, I got to have some weapons. You know, I need some receivers. I know that he was requesting them add some pieces so they can be effective, like you're talking about. But I do think they were better.
Yeah.
I didn't follow them enough to know, but it seemed as though they were competitive and a lot better.
Well, they got that, like I said, the quarterback they took in the first round,
Yeah.
who started as a rookie.
Right.
This will give him an opportunity to sit back, and get better.
I see guys like Aaron Rodgers. We saw it with Peyton Manning. We saw it with Tom Brady. I feel like they're intelligent enough, have enough wisdom to make a really good decision on, there's a lot of teams that want me and can use me, but I'm going to go somewhere where I immediately can win. And
Normally
that
they
seems
do.
to be, if that's the case,
Not sure how you figure that at the Jets. but
That's why I'm-
again,
that's
I don't
why I'm
follow
going there.
enough.
I don't
so
either. I don't know.
Some expert may be going, "You're an idiot, Greg." Of course.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's just hard for me to believe that he would go somewhere that he didn't think he had a chance of winning.
Yeah, because at this point in his career, he don't have many left.
And when I hear Jets, I don't think win.
I don't either at all. JT Jets.
So the Jets will inherit the remainder of his contract, which includes $59 million guaranteed salary and a bonus this season. Most of it is made up of a $58.3 million bonus that is due no later than week 1. And the Packers now have to absorb $40.3 million in dead money on their salary cap because his bonus money is prorated. So Rodgers won't cripple the Jets' cap. He will count $15.8 million in 2023 and $32.5 million in 24. It's a cap friendly for a player of his salary. So it was a good deal for the Jets, they say. And now they've got that quarterback, and we'll see. Yeah,
I mean, he may go off on another. What was it when he locked himself in a dark room and made a decision? Remember that?
Yeah, I think came out a little
A
early.
little odd.
I'm just hoping I'm just hoping Sonny Weaver Jr. has a big draft day.
I hope he continue. You know, he pulled it off that one time when he got Vontae Mack.
Watched that the other day.
That's a good
I
movie.
love that movie.
It is a good movie.
We'll take a break.
Bo
We'll come right
Callahan.
back. Kickoff hour will continue. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Feeling boxed in by cable? Now's the time to break free from that overpriced TV bill and switch to Philo. With Philo, you'll get 70-plus channels live and on demand, plus an unlimited DVR, all for just $25 a month. You'll get the same channels you love, like AMC, Discovery, Hallmark Channel, Lifetime, MTV, Nickelodeon, TLC, VH1, and more, all for a fraction of the cost of cable. And the unlimited DVR lets you save tons of your favorite movies and shows for a year, so you can catch up on your schedule. That's endless entertainment at your fingertips. Best of all, switching to Philo could save you hundreds of dollars a year on your TV bill, making cutting the cord a no-brainer decision. You can even try Philo free for the first week, and because there's no contract, you can cancel at any time. But you probably won't, because who doesn't love saving money? So think outside the box and stay within your budget. Sign up with Philo today. It's super easy and takes way less time than calling your cable company to cancel your subscription. Visit philo.tv/cutthecord to get started today.
Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is a bacon or sausage egg croissant plus small seasoned potatoes for $3. It's the breakfast that don't miss. So if you did miss Wendy's breakfast, don't imagine. Fresh cracked eggs, sizzling sausage, crispy bacon, and block out those hot, buttery, flaky croissants. Croissants don't really make a sound, but if they did, for a breakfast that don't miss, Wendy's is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Select a request $3 breakfast deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
You've never knowingly feed your dog sawdust, but it's one of the most common fillers found in dog food today. Even the ones labeled healthy can contain powdered cellulose, otherwise known as wood pulp.
I'm veterinarian Dr. Marty Goldstein. Your dog needs a biologically appropriate diet. That's why I developed Nature's Blend, a freeze-dried raw food, premium cuts of meat, omega-3 rich seeds, and superfood veggies and fruit.
This is my dog Cleo. She's a 10-year-old Chihuahua. Before we started Dr. Marty's food, she was really not spunky, a lot of digestion problems, joint pain.
Nature's Blend is made in North America and is pantry safe.
Now she acts like a little puppy. She's running around.
For a limited time, save 54% off Nature's Blend and receive a free pack of premium dog treats. Go to drmartypets.com/free treats or text free treats to 511-511.
I guarantee it with a 100% 90-day return of your purchase price.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to one additional text off to opt out.
Paid for by Dr. Marty's Pets.
Folks, we got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, we asked the folks at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners, and they came through with a free silver bar. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. $4,000. Granted, no magic 8-ball or anyone else can guarantee that, but if you bought gold today at Lear Capital's favorable prices, the cost of gold jumps anywhere near these predictions. That could be some life-changing profits. Listen, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold is a brilliant strategy for protecting your savings and retirement with a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Check out Lear Capital right now. New Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires soon, so you need to hurry. Go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Let's face it. Prices are up, our bank accounts are down. We're officially entering a dupe session. We know most products do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate, or dupe. You don't want to sleep on this one. Raycon wireless earbuds. Raycon's mission is to prove to you you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. In this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. And check out their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of those other big-name tech brands out there. Right now, you can get an additional 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
It is 8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the Good Time Gang. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after the top of the hour break for the main show. This portion of the program sponsored by buyraycon.com/Bubba. Look, prices are going up everywhere. Look, bank accounts are down, and it seems like everything's more expensive. We are officially entering a situation where you got to watch your money on everything you buy. You got to make smart buys, and we know most products do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate, I should say, you don't want to sleep on, and it's Raycon wireless earbuds. Their mission is to prove you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customized sound profiles. And in this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later options as well, and an easy and free return guarantee. So you want to check out buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off. If you own a company, buy them for your employees or colleagues. Buy them for grandparents, teachers, kids, special friends, or just treat yourself to some great high-quality earbuds. So check them out right now at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Save 15%. The Raycon wireless earbuds, you definitely want to check that out. I know a number of the staff members have them, and they say they're good quality earbuds, and they're not paying that really high price that you pay just for a certain brand. And I know right now when you're trying to save money, all your buys count. That's for sure.
One of the best purchases I've made, by the way.
Yeah.
I use mine a ton. Used it a ton last week when I was in that Airbnb trying to get away from everybody.
Yeah.
I was going to I just saw Greg's. You know what Greg just did? He forgot for 1 minute he has 9 puppies at home.
Did he really?
Yes, I saw it.
Oh, did he smile?
I saw it for 1 minute. He was almost sitting here. Yes. Yeah. For 1 minute, you realize.
Just for
Yeah, just for a split second. Yeah.
Got caught up.
He must have grinned or something.
I don't know if it's the Aaron Rodgers discussion or Henderson Swamp, but whatever it was, I saw you forget just for a second that you
I know.
have 9
You're right.
puppies.
You're very observant. You're exactly correct. How about that?
All right, so next next hour it's the main show. I have a story here that I just want to look over at Greg about. More than 1,000 people gathered at a Utah mall and broke the Guinness World Record for the largest Dungeons and Dragons game ever played.
Or also known as the most gathering of geeks in the history of the world.
There were
2
a total
records.
of 1,000.
It was a geek gathering, and it was a dungeon, whatever it's called.
Dungeons and Dragons. There were a total of 1,227 players in the game over the weekend.
There were some weird-looking folks there. Did they dress as characters? I'm sure they did.
Oh,
we'll do that, won't we?
Oh,
that game a little weird. I mean,
I've never played it, Greg. I don't really know.
You got to be a little off.
I know it's role-playing enthusiast.
Oh, gosh.
I know that. But the mall broke out into a Guinness World Record for the largest Dungeons and Dragons game ever played. The lead organizer for the game said there were a number of players, over 1,200 in Saturday's game, far exceeding the goal
That's scary.
That was 500.
Oh,
that
wow,
was,
they
I
did,
guess
yeah.
the previous record there.
They didn't realize there was that many in the area.
Yeah. The guy it says the guy whose family owns We Geek Together game store in the mall guided the game. including 200 tables of up to 7 players, and
so they're
each
actually
with its
playing
own
the
Dungeons
physical
Masters
game. This is not a video game.
No,
they're actually sitting at tables playing games.
I think so.
Yeah, that's what it says here. Up to 7 players at a table, 200 tables, each with its own Dungeons Master following the instructions. And
I could see Speedy as a dungeon master.
Oh, absolutely.
Nah, probably not.
Definitely.
Probably not.
It's basically the nerdiest board game that you've could ever
It is a
imagine.
board game? Is that what it is?
From what I understand, yeah. There's
about
like a
that?
dice that's got like 100 sides on it. It's like a ball or something,
Yeah.
Did you ever play it?
No,
I knew you were going to go
Isn't
there.
it supposed to be some
I've
kind
never
of? I
played
mean,
it.
it's like weird,
Yeah,
evil.
my parents always warned me about it when I was
Yeah, I've
growing
heard a
up.
lot of
Yeah.
people.
Really?
You know.
Yeah, but where was this thing going on?
This was in Utah, I believe.
Okay. I heard that there was like a virgin convention going on next door, and everybody was able to just go straight
Yeah,
next door.
right. People that still live in the parents' basement just walked right on over something
Same
else.
crowd, just
Just went right over.
Different signage.
Free entrance
Yeah.
with your ticket.
Yes.
So I saw changing gears. We've only got about 2 minutes here. I saw this past weekend. Ole Miss was hosting LSU in baseball, and I saw that Morgan Wallen was at the game. They showed him because he was going to be in concert.
Well, Hamsey would have drove.
Well, he
over.
got me home the other night. I bet
did he really?
I had 4 songs on repeat. Like
We had the story yesterday. Never got to it. All the fans were furious there at Ole Miss because he let the opening act come out, and then there was an announcement made that he had to cancel his concert.
Oh no!
Goodness.
And he was saying it was because of voice reasons. Of course, at Twitter, now this is Twitter.
So
not,
he
not,
canceled right before he was supposed
not
to come
Speedy. Some were like, "Oh, he's too drunk to perform," but he was saying his voice was shot. He couldn't do anything.
Wow.
And
He
first thing
seems
I
like
thought
somebody
of is
crank
that
it up.
Ole Miss fans are used to sitting in a stadium for 3 hours and then leaving disappointed. That was my first
Now,
reaction.
that's a good one.
But
That is a good one.
No, that was Barstool put that out. That was funny when
That's a
I saw
good
that
one.
yesterday. That and somebody said this is the first party that Ole Miss has lost.
Oh, yeah, which is rare.
But so now everybody, you got all these. What really happened? What was going on? But
Well, let
I
me
mean,
ask you
people
this.
were
Wouldn't
furious.
you know your
And-
voice was gone right before you walk out?
You would think so. I mean, because the opening acts kind of did their thing, and then there was an announcement. Hey, it's canceled.
So that's the worst part. You actually let the opening act come out and get everybody fired up. You thought, here we go.
Yeah, and look, I have my fun with Ole Miss. Whatever. I'm just joking. But that's. Hey, how about this? That's a loser. No matter who you are, you think of the effort and getting there and the concert.
What about
and
the
you're
people that
sitting
traveled
down.
just for that?
Yeah, and there could have been some of that.
By
I'm
the
sure
way,
there was.
I've got 13 Morgan Wallen songs on my country
13.
playlist.
Wow.
Well, you'd have been disappointed if you'd have been there.
Yeah, that's the only reason I'd went.
Yeah. What if you had taken your players there and you said, "Hey guys, let's swing through Ole Miss"?
Yeah. I bought everybody a ticket.
We'll take a break. We'll come right back. The main show starts right after this top of the hour commercial break. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, how about that? The kickoff hour touched on one of them this morning. In our state, there has been a letter that has gone out about inappropriate activities during PE class.
Okay.
And, it hurts me to read this, Rick, because I felt like
You just see the word Alabama. You see the word Alabama up there, and you just didn't expect it.
I felt like we were the holdout here, in the buckle of the Bible Belt for common sense and good college football. And it just, it hurts me to read this. The guys broke it down some this morning, but have you seen the things that are not allowed?
Well, I want to go back to
this is what we did in school.
I want to go back
there's
to
nothing left for PE.
Let me tell you, Americans, if you're listening and you're in America, everybody listen up. I'm sad to report it's come to Bama. Once it comes to us, we have no hope. Usually the Southeast is the final bastion of hope that we can contain some of America that we all used to love. And now that it's come to us, we are in dire trouble.
Now, we'll work our way through this list. One of them I really don't have a problem with, yoga.
Yeah, who cares? We shouldn't have yoga. That's
when I
weird.
first read it,
It's
I thought,
mysticism, and it needs to go.
when I first read it, I thought that it said yogurt, and I was in a panic that they were not serving yogurt anymore.
Let me ask you this. When did yoga ever get into PE?
You know what this is about? What? This is about the PE teachers that are women wearing yoga pants.
Well,
that's all
true.
that's about. Right
By the
there.
way, ladies, with your yoga pants, okay, keep those. Do something. I mean, if you got to go to yoga, go from yoga back home. Don't come to the grocery store. Don't be walking around. Y'all do realize you're in a cat suit. Put a shirt on. Do something, okay? But anyway,
Rick, number 2, dodgeball, in any variation or other name.
Unbelievable, man. You can't even.
In first grade, I lived for dodgeball. I thought that was the greatest thing ever.
That little kind of
Because we didn't have that big a group, in your neighborhood to be able to play dodgeball in a big circle.
That little light red ball that we use for kickball
That
and
made that
dodgeball
funny sound when you
Made
got
that
hit.
funny sound. There was nothing better. And look, I was a fat kid. I get it. It's tough to get out of the way. And even as a fat kid, I would hit other fat kid with it and love the sound.
Rick,
you know what? We take away the phrase, I'm gonna make like a fat kid in dodgeball. Hey, I'm out.
Sir, can I tell you something?
Now
right
that phrase is gone.
Rick, the frustration I just saw on your face and in your comments. Buckle up. Because if you think dodgeball is bad, you just wait.
You're only on number 2.
Rick, we go to number 3, duck, duck, goose.
What? What's wrong with duck, duck, goose?
Unbelievable.
I'm telling you. Boy. What's wrong with? How is that evil?
Number 4, I'm really not familiar with this game. Giants, elves, and wizards, a.k.a. crows and cranes.
Don't know that one.
I don't know this. Never heard of it.
Let's see.
I'm fine with it going, I guess. I don't know what it is.
Number 5, and this
Oh,
again.
no.
This,
Oh, no!
Number 5 is kickball.
We have no hope. It's
Kickball and dodgeball is all we ever did.
Please read kickball to Rick Burgess.
Yeah.
Read one.
A game students can organize and play quite well all by themselves as early as 2nd grade. Combine that with a minimal activity for 90% of the students.
Here we go, Rick.
The potential for embarrassment when a kicker misses the rolling ball, and the opportunity to get players out by hitting them as hard as possible with a thrown ball.
This is real, guys. Not a Saturday Night Live skit, real.
I know that elevated.
It's almost a Saturday night something else.
I know elevated blood pressure is not good for any of us. And I got to tell you something. I can't take this. Did we just say that we're protecting children from the embarrassment of kickball? Do you realize what's waiting on them out in the world? Do y'all realize that what's out there? This is like somebody saying, we won't let a rabbit near you because it might hurt you, but in the woods are bears. You know what I mean? Okay, hey, man, now look, we're going to make sure that rabbit doesn't get you. Now, ain't much we can do for you for the bears. I better get ready for the bears. We can't handle the fact that sometimes you kick at the ball and you miss it. What?
And that's rare.
Rick,
That's
very
rare.
I don't remember maybe 1 or 2 my whole kickball career seeing somebody miss it. And it's usually because somebody was trying to kick it too hard.
Yeah, or they're rolling a bounce and it's bouncing.
Yeah, and it bounces over them or whatever. That's just
Bubba,
amazing.
They also don't want anyone to ever be out.
Yeah, well, that's if you'll notice, that's the theme of this whole thing.
They don't want
anybody to ever lose.
But see, Rick, this teaches you an amazing skill. When people, they wanted to, it not just hit you, they wanted to just kill you with a ball. So they would have the tendency to aim high, which means you had to learn how to duck do the great trap door, which I'm an expert
You're a good
at.
trap door guy.
You wait till they are
wouldn't think
committed and can't move any farther, and then you drop it down, and they miss you.
Can I tell you, little precious, little whatever, you probably rubbing some kind of oil on them today. Can I tell you, little baby precious, something? One day, baby Presh is going to go to work, and he's not going to make his quota, or she's not going to make her quota, and the boss is going to walk in and say, "You're out! Out!" And you better be able to deal with it.
No, really.
I mean, if you don't get the job done, if you don't want to be out, get to first before they hit you with it.
Hey, Rick, get ready
number
for 6.
Yeah. Number 6. Now, this is what we did when it rained and we couldn't go out to play dodgeball or kickball. Musical chairs. Out.
How is musical chairs bad? That's almost something that you do.
Hey,
trying
we
to
do
be
this
softer.
in church.
Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We have a lot to unpack on Rick and Bubba today. We thank you for being with us. We start with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, coming to you from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world, now in our 30th year, trying to finish year 30 as we roll on. We do have Speedy, we do have Helmsy, we do have Adler, and friends to abandoned puppies everywhere. The real Greg Burgess is back. If you got the kickoff hour, you heard him updating a little bit, but we'll dive in deeper on the bigger show as we move forward now, because now we're all together. So he's still got to hear from yours truly, Adler and Bubba. We have not weighed in yet. So the gang is all here. We're ready to go forward. There's much to do on the program, huge stories within the show, as you just heard, but also around the country, and your phone calls will also spawn topics at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We're missing the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Well, here comes free. Take it, boys. Yes. Dr. Hook and the Medicine Show.
Dr. Hook.
Life ain't easy.
That's a good one.
That is a dandy. And that is, you've heard us talk a lot about that over the last several months here on the program. Today we'll get an update. Bubba, I will say this, Tucker Carlson and Don Lemon have been fired, and my job doesn't feel so secure itself.
Kind of like the old country song, huh?
Yeah, every time these things happen, whether I like the person or not, I'm cautious to pile on.
Oh, yeah. We'll break that down today. Yeah. We have two media personalities that have been let go on the same day. Kind of odd timing there a little bit on that.
It's almost like they cut a deal. You let yours go, I'll let mine go.
Yeah,
it's almost like a hostage situation. I'll tell you that look, personalities aside, and we saw this
because even when O'Reilly was very, very popular, there were accusations against him that at the time those accusations were costly. And if he behaved the way they said he behaved, then he put himself in that own situation. The Tucker Carlson thing is a little more perplexing, whether you like him or don't like him, or you liked him at the office or didn't like him. His show appeared to have monster ratings and a huge audience.
Well, Bill's did too.
Right. Well, what I'm talking about, but Tucker didn't even have that against him. At least O'Reilly, that was the point I was making. His was a big one, but he had women were making accusations. Where Tucker is really just sitting here, and the accusations against Tucker are people who don't like what he says and what he does.
Well, there's some things that are bubbling up now that there may be more going on behind the scenes.
Well, that's what. You're ahead of me. I'm like, well, that's what I'm asking. What's going on here? Because we know what the deal is in every professional sport and in all of entertainment and media. You have to be more fine than you are crazy.
Yep.
And it looked like that Tucker, with all the things that the people who write checks to us, they seem to like, he seemed to be fine. But apparently something has happened to change that, and we'll work on that.
We'll dig into that and look at what's bubbling up out there. Fox Media Corp yesterday did take a 5.4% dive in their stock, about $500 million. Mm-hmm. In capital value, so we'll see how all that plays out as we watch those.
And I also thought it was odd, Bubba. And I mean, look, I'm not trying to tell Fox what to do, but replacing him with Dylan Mulvaney, that is, I don't know that that's the way to
Brian
go.
Kilmeade, I understand, filled in last night.
I fully expected Dylan Mulvaney to get this gig.
Yeah. And he's back on the morning show this morning, so they're going to run him hard.
Brian, not Dylan Mulvaney.
You're right.
No. Kilmeade. Look, I felt I started laughing when you told me the way you laughed apparently when you saw it, because Sherry was telling me, and when all this happened, and I said, well, look, I'm fishing with Dad, so be interesting to flip over to Fox News, see what's going on. She goes, Fox News is acting as if this has never happened, that there's no story, there's no anything. And I thought, well, who's the poor sap that's going to get Tucker's gig tonight? And when you told me it was Brian Kilmeade,
I know
that on me.
We were talking because they did announce, staff are going to fill in until they figure out who's going to land there. And he's the first one I thought of. I was like, man, they're going to call on him again.
Well, he's their utility player.
Oh, sure.
He goes where he needs to go.
Yeah.
But there's nothing more fun to go into somebody's time slot where everybody who loves him is now mad.
Mm-hmm. Too, I was thinking about this. What a strange time for Dan Bonagino to leave, too, because he would have been a good person to fill in for that slot.
Yeah, you're right.
But we'll see what
they
Fox is doing.
They couldn't reach a deal with him either.
Yeah, and the new generation of Fox, where I think they are it's funny, you definitely see a move from CNN to push to the middle.
Well,
and I think you're seeing it from Fox to pull back to the middle, too.
Yeah, Sean has, Sean's unapologetic, no doubt about that, and Laura Ingraham as well. But Tucker was willing to go, what I'm talking about, he was willing to go Newsmax on you if he needed to. Where Laura and Sean are still very staunch. Tucker would go into things like declaring, that World War III has started because we have troops on the ground in Ukraine. And he would make announcements like that,
right?
And those there was a time when Fox would have been like, well, that's all that's provocative, I'm all in,
right.
But they don't really have the stomach for some of the angry mobs as they once had. I don't think.
And there's speculation that Rupert Murdoch may be wanting to sell off Fox News.
Yeah,
so some of the I don't know. I would think that you would want to keep your star players if you were selling it off as opposed to get rid of them.
Yeah, I'd want you to buy it with all of Tucker's ratings, and I don't know how his revenue does, but I know he's got a big audience, and I assume those, if nothing else, I bet Mike Lindell can get you enough spots on there. He runs a bunch on there.
He runs a few. I'm thankful for him.
Well,
they're in here.
Somewhere Tucker Carlson is snuggled into a MyPillow 2.0 right now.
Well, I don't think you've seen the last.
No. No. I saw Glenn. You know what Glenn said? Come on to Blaze. We'll take you. He said that loud and clear yesterday. We'll bring that audience over here to Blaze. We'll take it. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up as we continue to unpack it after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We do musical chairs when
and we don't want to be rough.
Highlands kids, we do this.
Not anymore.
Number 7, relay races.
God, I love relay races.
May I just read
Why?
the description of this?
Yeah, Why?
That's a
An
good event.
8-minute activity in which a student gets a 20-second chance to go and either succeed or fail in front of the classmates' eagerly watchful eyes. Successes are generally ignored, but failures are fodder for continuing ridicule, at least through dismissal at the end of the day.
This can't be in Alabama. Is it really in Alabama?
I know.
It's
what
a
you're saying.
loss,
I know.
and there's just pages of it.
Yeah.
Can I tell you something, guys? Seriously, hey, public schools, you're a bunch of idiots. You're just a bunch of idiots. How are y'all letting this go on? And y'all know what y'all doing? Y'all filling up houses with homeschooling classes, and you filling up private schools. That's all you're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, because this is getting so bizarre. Anybody with walking around sense that can keep it from happening, they're not going to send the kids to your idiotic school with your idiotic rules. This is incredible. When will somebody stand up, have some sort of intestinal fortitude, and say, not on my watch, this ain't happening?
Rick, number 8, steal the bacon.
Don't know that one.
Don't know that one.
Never heard of that guy.
In all honesty, that might be a good removal.
We
Number
don't
9.
have time for all of them. You need to get 11, 14, and 15.
Well, we'll come back. I'm not rushed.
Y'all gonna go nuts on that.
So I'm gonna go nuts more than I already have.
Yes,
Yeah.
Rick, yes.
Rick, we're going to
We've shut down kickball, Speedy.
I
How much
know.
worse can it be? We
Rick.
can't do musical chairs.
Rick, we have 4 pages of
Guys,
things.
we're not doing relay races because people celebrate people who run fast, and the people who run slow are made to feel bad.
Tell me
no,
this.
maybe on a relay race, your team just got behind. I mean, make the ground up.
How in the world are we supposed to field an army that can defend our country with kids that can't handle dodgeball and kickball? I don't see them laying it on the line.
I can't even comment.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We knew the country would be officially over when this kind of garbage made its way to our home state of Alabama. Now the Alabama State Department of Education, I don't know how I don't know how we ended up with these people. Whoever
Is this a comedy piece?
Yeah,
that somebody's put. Seriously, is this real?
I want you to know that if what we're reading, we find out that it's a comedy bit, I will apologize to each and one of you. But I will tell you this:
is it a comedy?
if anybody with the Alabama State Department of Education put together the list of inappropriate activities for PE, I'm just going to tell you, as your brother, and I love you, but somebody's got to tell you the truth. You've lost your mind. I mean, I would be ashamed to be part of the Alabama State Department of Education. I mean, it'd be shameful to me. I wouldn't tell anybody. I just keep it to myself if I was part of putting out this kind of list. This violates any sense of just logical, normal thinking.
Rick, this is why we got a bunch of little fat kids now.
No, you're right. And then we complain about that. You know
Well,
what
I
I mean?
can't-
And you know,
so let me run
and you know
the
who we
list.
blame for fat kids? Fast food. As if they go there themselves.
Let me just quick run the list. A couple of high points, things that have been eliminated from PE: dodgeball, duck, goose, kickball, musical chairs, relay races, and steal the bacon.
Can I tell you what, by the way, the part, it's just kind of like Babylon Bee articles. The titles are funny enough, but don't be afraid to read the content.
Right.
The reason why they won't let you do it is more bizarre than the fact that they're not letting you do it.
Number 9, line soccer.
Well, that's
Okay?
fine. Anything with soccer, we can
Now,
do.
listen to the description. A more dangerous version of steal the bacon. This is another sideline game where 2 opposing players compete in front of the entire class.
Oh, no.
With the final glory being the opportunity to kick a soccer ball as hard as possible directly at the head, stomach, or other body parts of a member of the defending line. Sibling line basketball and line hockey also qualify as HOS members and the basis of close family resemblance. This can't be real.
I know.
This cannot be real. This has got to be a comedy.
No, is this a
piece.
comedy bit?
This
Because
has gotta be.
Let me just tell you this.
I'll apologize
Okay.
to everybody involved if this isn't real.
It was our number 1 email yesterday afternoon from teachers that said they received this in their inbox. Okay, with a link to this on the Alabama Department of Education website. Now, that being said, that link has since then been broken, so I don't know if they were getting a lot of flack. However, the PDF is still available,
Right,
and
that's-
that's what we're reading.
Yeah,
off
that's
of.
what we printed out.
They cannot put in there that this is the basis of close family resemblance. That can't be.
Well, It's 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. So we'll continue to unpack. So Fox News did fire Tucker Carlson, and CNN fired Don Lemon. So we do have, it's Rama, and Adler's teaching how to say it.
Ramaswamy.
Ramaswamy?
Ramaswamy.
Swamy. Okay.
It's
Rama.
almost like a character that Johnny Carson used to do. Ramaswamy.
Who is Ramaswamy?
He is a Republican candidate that was running for an office, and him and Don Lemon got into it a little bit. We'll look at this. Some of the folks are saying this is the interview that finally pushed Don Lemon over the edge.
Okay.
It wasn't the comments about women and their prime, and it wasn't the 100 other things he said over the history of his career that he's had to take a day off about. But this is the one that finally put him over the edge.
All right. So this is the interview that everybody thinks was the end of Don Lemon.
With due respect, I find your explanation reductive and actually insulting, including to black Americans, to say that black people today, compared to 1964, 1865, haven't made progress in part because of the freedoms we secured. And the Second Amendment was part of what secured
hang on,
that
please.
freedom.
I cannot keep a thought if you guys are talking to me in my ear. So hang on one second. So to say that black people, say what you said again?
Black people secured their freedoms after the Civil War. It is a historical fact, Don. Just study it. Only after their Second Amendment rights were secured.
They
That's
were
a
not
fact.
secured their freedoms after the Civil War. That is not, you are discounting Reconstruction. You're discounting a whole host of things that happened after the Civil War when it comes to African Americans, including the whole reason that the Civil Rights Movement happened is because black people did not secure their freedoms after the Civil War, and that things turned around. People tried to change the freedoms that were supposed to
And you know
happen
how they
after the
got
Civil
it?
War
They got their
and
Second Amendment
Reconstruction.
rights, and they actually got the NRA played a big role in that. But today, Don, the
NRA did not play a big role
absolutely,
in
they
that.
trained black Americans how to use firearms.
That's a lie. That's not. The NRA did not play a big role in that.
This is just historical fact.
It's
But Don,
not historical fact.
The part that I
Just
find
because you say it's historical fact.
The part that I
it's not
find
historical
insulting is when you say today black Americans don't have those rights after we have gone through civil rights revolution in this country.
You are sitting here telling an African American about the rights and what you find insulting about the way I live, the skin I live in every day.
Here's where you and I have a different
freedoms
point
that
of view.
black and white that black people don't have in this country, and that black people do have.
Well, here's where you and I have a different point of view. I think we should be able to express our views regardless of the color of our skin. We should have this debate
I'm not saying you
without
shouldn't
me
express your
regarding
views,
you as a
but I
black
think it's
man,
insulting that
but
you're
me
sitting
regarding you
here,
as a fellow citizen.
That you're
That's what I
sitting
think we should
here,
see.
whatever ethnicity you are, explaining to me
Whatever ethnicity
about
I am, I'll
what
tell
it's like to be black.
Whatever
in America.
ethnicity I am, I'll tell
sorry.
you what I am. I'm an Indian American. I'm proud of it. But I think we should have this debate. Black, white, doesn't matter.
I think we should have this
on
debate.
the
but I think
content
you should-
of the
if you're gonna
ideas.
do it, you should do it in an honest way and in a
I
fair
think-
way. And what you're doing is not an honest and fair way. Okay? But we appreciate you coming on.
With
Thank
due
you for
respect,
that.
Don, I look forward to
Thank you very
continuing
much.
that
I appreciate
conversation.
it. We'll
Thank
continue
you.
the conversation.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you, Papa.
We'll talk about China.
Yes, tell us
next
about China.
time you come back.
Oh, thank you. Much to say on declaring independence from China.
Okay,
Something you
can
can
we
add
move on now, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The whole time she was just a nervous wreck.
Oh yeah. That's so they say, and he you know, you could run a list of he was
And
getting where he was easily thrown into a tizzy, and it seemed like they were happening more and more and more. You know, and he became impossible to even discuss anything with. You know, so he is out. Tucker Carlson is out. And we'll unpack what does all this mean going forward. The thing Speedy was saying that he heard it was Clay and Buck that now do the Rush Limbaugh slot.
Yeah.
And they were saying that there were a couple of things that I noticed of people who seem to have information behind the scenes on a number of things. And one of them was what you're talking about, that Tucker Carlson was ready to do his show last night, defending himself against Dominion and the lawsuit that was brought against Fox News for claiming that they manipulated the election. And he was ready to come back and say, I'm going to show you that the things I said had merit and I didn't defame them in any way. And that when the Fox says, look, we've settled this lawsuit, so you're not doing that story, that Tucker and his team said, we are going to do the story. And Fox News says, no, you're not. And that led to the ultimate, well, if this is the way we're going to be, you're out.
Right.
So I don't know that's true. That's just what they're saying. And another one that I think does have merit, though, a lot of people started trying to claim that Fox News fired Glenn Beck. And I saw Stu, who does Stu Does America, who's been his long time.
You may have called Rick on Stu Does
I was
America.
on Stu's. But anyway, he actually put out, I like when people said, hey, I was there.
And I saw the extension. Glenn Beck was offered an extension to stay at Fox.
Right.
Glenn left because that's what he wanted to do.
Right.
He wanted to be more independent. He didn't want to work for a network anymore, or a cable network anymore.
And he'd been at CNN, too.
Yeah, and he said, so don't start comparing Tucker's situation to Glenn's, saying, here they go again. He goes, Glenn was not fired. I sat in the room and saw Fox News slide over the extension to Glenn, which Glenn turned down and said, I think I'd rather go independent.
Yeah. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr., he weighed in yesterday, and he said that Fox fired Tucker 5 days after Tucker crossed the red line by acknowledging that the TV networks pushed a deadly and ineffective vaccine to please their pharma advertisers. Apparently, in a monologue from April 19th, he went on and told the truth about how greedy pharma advertisers controlled TV news content and exposed everybody, and so he's claiming that's the reason. So everybody's got everybody's got their opinion.
There could be several. Fox may have said, look, we're not going to run off our pharma advertisers. We're not going to go back and open up this settlement we've already got because we said we're not going to talk about it. We've signed off on that, so we can't go back and talk about it. And Tucker his agreement may have been that he controlled his own content as to what he wanted to cover. So you had a conflict, and they said, well, we can't have that. So it may be several issues.
Yeah, and I hope, here's what I hope is, and this is what you and I have been talking about for years, even when it comes to, boycotts and all that. And it was funny, I had somebody, and they did come back and go, well, I'm younger. As I get older, maybe they were once again saying, well, I just have to disagree with y'all on it's hard to be consistent with boycotts and all this. And I said, you realize the very thing that you are sending me this message on, you're with one or two companies, and both of them are some of the most liberal, agenda advancing companies in the world they're as woke can be. And basically came out and said, well, that is a good point. I said, you're already inconsistent.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you talking to us about why we made this point, the very thing you sent me the message on, the fact that you bought this product. You say, I mean, I hate to say it, if you're not woke, you're living in a world where every product around you comes from a company that is bending to be woke.
Right.
So which one do you pick? And I think there is places you pick and say that was a line for me. I'm not saying that. But if you go out there every time if you go out there every time somebody says something that's woke and says, well, I don't know why we're not boycotting that product, and the very thing you're calling people to boycott on is also a woke company. I mean, you just have to watch. But what I hope we're not getting, Bubba, and I know this, is that what we do for a living, we're moving into a world that we got to sit down every day and be sure that we don't say anything that may offend any group that might make the people who pay us uncomfortable, to the point they say, watch what you're doing. And I mean, I watch every word, and every other week we're going to meet with you and say, that's another thing you can't say or you're going to be fired.
Right.
I sure hope we're not going into that world. Mm-hmm. We won't fare well there.
No. On the Don Lemon thing, too, they pointed out, and I thought this was pretty crazy in this, the discussion was about post-Civil War history.
Right.
And Don Lemon would not let him talk and would not accept his position because he wasn't black.
And never once did he say, no, I've researched the history, and the history actually says this. He never said that.
No.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's got to be a comedy piece, and it's a good one. I'll give you that.
Do you think it is? Do y'all think this isn't real?
Well, it's so silly that y'all ain't even gotten halfway through it. Y'all need to hurry. Let's go.
Let's just cover it, and then we'll find out, because it's funny either way. Number 10, Messy Backyard.
I don't know.
Have you ever heard of that game?
Never.
I read that. It looks fun, though.
I know. I thought so, too. This is a game I want to play. A misbegotten and mindless creation where students on opposing teams frantically throw objects over a barrier into the other team's court until the whistle is blown. Then the objects are counted and the winner is determined.
That sounds like a blast, doesn't it? It's raining outside. We're doing this. This is fun.
Yeah.
We can do more stuff in your backyard than you threw in ours. Yeah. How's that? Why's that bad?
Another one is Red Rover. We all know about that.
Oh, the great Red Rover.
I'll tell you one thing. When this country was great, we played Red Rover.
Yes,
now look,
sir.
Rick, you would dislocate an elbow
So
every now
what?
and then.
Yeah, you're going to snap
That's
a
only
wrist
when Big
or two.
Mel. When I'd send Big Mel over, she busted so many arms.
Look, if
she
you're
couldn't
holding
run that
tight-
fast. She wouldn't run that fast. We'd get her going downhill, though.
Yeah. What about when the short kids would get clothesline?
Yeah.
Trying to run
Number 12,
I tell you one
Simon
thing,
says.
they got up and made their quota.
Mm-hmm.
Simon says. Number 13, Spud. I've never heard of this.
First cousin of dodgeball.
Yeah.
But did you,
Simon
It's
says
another
it's
human target bombardment game. This is not real, y'all.
Y'all, hey, what I love is that
have we gone this far?
Right like that.
the running theme here, and most of the reasons why you shouldn't play go back to Simon Says. It says it exploits the removal of unskilled and inactive students, singling out participants for ridicule.
Simon Says.
Simon, guys, got late.
Nobody
Got
gets Simon Says right. Nobody.
Listen to me now. I want y'all to listen to me now. Somebody, listen. Something's got to happen. Something's got to happen. I'm gonna explode. Listen, guys. Now we're saying, even though I disagree with it because I think it's ridiculous, you can at least somebody says I don't like games where people get hit with a ball. I disagree with that, but at least I can go,
I like human bombardment.
I don't like games where people, whatever. How in the world can you say we also want to live I want to make sure I can create an environment where there can't be anybody that's going to feel bad about themselves because they stood up and forgot to listen for the person say Simon Says stand up.
Yeah.
Are y'all kidding me?
Rick,
what are we protecting anybody
It
from
doesn't
here?
single you out because the majority of the people
What
are
are we
messing.
talking about? This is to teach you how to follow instructions. And are we preparing anybody for life?
No.
Hey, Mama, why did Daddy leave us? I'll tell you why. It got hard. In his whole life, everybody made sure nothing was hard. And so raising a family got hard, and holding a job got hard. So Daddy left us. I mean, how many?
Rick, somebody's got to tell us if this is real or not. I just don't see how it could be.
This can't be real. Simon Says. Somebody's against Simon Says.
And let me just give you a few more.
You know why, Greg?
Traditional tag is out.
But Bubba, listen.
Tug of war is out.
Don't leave Simon Says. Can I say this one
Yes.
statement? Because it leads to the removal of inattentive students. No, sometimes people just forget to listen for Simon Says. That's not a learning disability. That's not a learning disability.
No.
I mean, good.
Yeah,
Simon Says is hard.
Bubba, one of the reasons for tug of war, children get rope burns on their hands, get dragged on the ground, and get trampled by their teammates.
Tag. Another self-defeating elimination game. You know what they're saying? That's them saying we don't want any of that.
Let me ask you this. They're using the abbreviation HOS, and it was in one of the earlier descriptions.
What is HOS?
What is that?
Is that elimination games of some kind? What does
I'm
HOS
looking
mean?
for earlier
I'll
here
tell you what
somewhere.
FOS means, and that's what this thing is.
I don't
You see what happens when y'all let me go on?
Yeah. Look at the teaching
Somebody
practices.
help me. Somebody tag me out.
I will say this: if this is made up,
This
it's
is
really
not
well
real.
done, and
it's
I
funny.
mean they've if it is, I think it's real actually, just based off my communication yesterday with teachers that actually received this in their inbox.
Well, our phone bank has no
Somebody-
room. Our phone bank has no room.
Somebody has hacked them and sent this.
I was sent the
PDF.
file from
Yeah.
a person who is a teacher that I know.
That's where I
Right,
got it from
right.
too.
That's what
Yeah.
they're looking at, the PDF.
Yeah.
That's what
Oh
they're
my
reading. That's
gosh.
what they're reading from.
So traditional tag is out because it's an elimination game. All elimination games have to be removed. Okay, and
I know, Bubba. I know.
tug of war.
Read the inappropriate teaching practice.
Bubba, do you realize what they call tug of war? Do you see that first sentence?
Yes.
Let's go. 35 minutes past the hour. One of my favorite products that we've ever been allowed to endorse is fieldofgreens.com. And I'm going to tell you, it was interesting because Sherry and I were talking, and I'm still trying to do a little bit better, and this is part of that regiment. And we were discussing, I had to go get some new clothes yesterday because I'm starting to look like I'm wearing Daddy's clothes. And Sherry, as I was taking this, she said, I tell you, I really think that's playing a role. And I said, well, all I can tell you is it's part of what I'm doing, and the health results, they are what they are. Fieldofgreens.com is not junk science. It's what doctors call many of the fruits and vegetable supplements out there. You go tell your doctor you're taking some of these, and they're like, come on. Field of Greens, though, and I did it. I've talked to my doctor about it. I've talked with the people that I know that have degrees in nutrition. They've looked at it, and they hand it back and go, hey, that's good stuff right there. It's extracts, that some of these others, they just use common produce department fruits. But Field of Greens is different. It's not a freeze-dried deal. It's from whole organic fruit and vegetables. It's not watered down, and as I said, not freeze-dried. It's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, kidney health, and, of course, others also support, anybody heard this, immune system. We all need that right now. And blood pressure. Like I say, I just was taking off one of my blood pressure meds by the doctor. It'll help you with your overall health because your body is craving this as fuel, and Field of Greens gives your body the fuel that it's designed to run the best. It's what it's seeking, and sometimes it's hard to do that in your regular diet, so this helps. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba, fieldofgreens.com. With the promo code Bubba, save 15%. I use the one in the green canister. A lot of you asked me that. Also, the link is at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and I'm glad I did it, and I hope you'll do it, and it works for you too. All right, so Bubba, we do have Tucker Carlson, with him being fired. And this one's a little more shocking, and we may find out there's other things behind it. We don't know. But it looks shocking on the first look because you're like, real successful show. I mean, not just there on, the cable channel, but also on their, streaming app. He was very prominent on that, doing, interviews and some interviews that got in some great conversations. And but now he is gone. But there's an interesting audio clip that we have today in video from Adler, where he and Speedy have found Tucker talking on another show about the state of the media, and at one time he said I was part of the problem. So here is Tucker, and he is it's called Full Send is the podcast, and just listen to his comments in his own words. Here we go.
Like, I've spent my whole life in the media. My dad was in the media. Like, that is a big part of the revelation that's changed my life is the media are part of the control apparatus. Like, there's no, I know, because you're younger and smarter and you're like, yeah. But what if you're me and you spent your whole life in that world, and to look around and all of a sudden you're like, oh, wow. Not only are they part of the problem, but I spent most of my life being part of the problem, defending the Iraq War. Like, I actually did that. Can you imagine if you did that?
Well, what do you think? What is one of your biggest regrets in your career?
Oh, defending the Iraq War.
That is it?
Well, I've had a million regrets. Not being more skeptical, calling people names when I should have listened to what they were saying. Look, when someone makes a claim, there's only one question that's important at the very beginning, which is the claim true or not? So I say, you committed murder or you rigged the last election. Before you attack me as a crazy person for saying that, maybe you should explain whether you did it or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And for too long, I participated in the culture where I was like, anyone who thinks outside these pre-prescribed lanes is crazy, is a conspiracy theorist. And I just really regret that. I'm ashamed that I did that. And partly it was age, partly it was the world that I grew up in. So when you look at me and you're like, yeah, of course they're part of the means of control, I'm like, that's obvious to you because you're 28, but I just didn't see it at all. And I'm ashamed of that.
Isn't that what the media tries to do, though?
It's their only purpose.
Right.
They're not here to inform you. Really? Even on the big things that really matter, like the economy and war and COVID and like things that really matter that will affect you. No, their job is not to inform you. They are working for the small group of people who actually run the world. They're their servants. They're their Praetorian Guard. And we should treat them with maximum contempt because they have earned it.
So there you go. Yeah, and it is interesting that he doesn't know he's about to be fired in that interview. Also, 6C, and this was Friday night. He didn't know that his time on Fox was winding down. Interesting that this is one of the last things he was allowed to say. on Fox News on 6C Adler. And
Rick, he is speaking. This is not on
right,
a show.
Right. Yeah. He's at a speaking engagement when he's talking about the truth is contagious.
Yeah.
The truth is contagious. Lying is, but the truth is as well. And the second you decide to tell the truth about something, you are filled with this, I don't want to get supernatural on you, but you are filled with this power from somewhere else. Try it. Tell the truth about something. You feel it every day. The more you tell the truth, the stronger you become. That's completely real. It's measurable in the way that you feel. And of course, the opposite is also true. The more you lie, the weaker and more terrified you become. We all know that feeling. You lie about something, and all of a sudden you're a prisoner of that lie. You are diminished by it. You are weak and afraid. Drug and alcohol use is the same way. It makes you weak and afraid. But you look around and you see these people, and some of them really have paid a heavy price for telling the truth. And they are cast out of their groups, whatever those groups are, but they do it anyway.
Yeah, no doubt. And then I don't know. Do you think 6B?
I think it's.
Or you want to do the? I mean, his last moment. There's nothing profound about it. He's talking about eating pizza with a hero delivery man who stopped a carjacker. But I mean, that's not going to be anything that says, "Oh wow, that was the last thing he said." But I mean, it just historically is the last thing he said. But but 6B.
And that's really him saying that people go along with a narrative they know is not true to like keep their job or whatever, and they don't have a strong enough voice to speak up for what's right. And he's lost a lot of friends that way, and lost a lot of respect for people he knows.
Yeah, and him saying that it's really just sad. So 6B, here's Tucker Carlson, same speech from Friday night, talking about that there will be a cost sometimes to telling the truth, and it's sad when people are willing to go along with the narrative they know is not true just to protect themselves.
You look around and you see so many people break under the strain, under the downward pressure of whatever this is that we're going through, and you look with disdain and sadness as you see people you know become quislings, you see them revealed as cowards, you see them going along with a new thing, which is clearly a poisonous thing, a silly thing, saying things they don't believe because they want to keep their jobs. If there's a single person in this room who hasn't seen that through George Floyd and COVID and the Ukraine war, raise your hand. Oh, nobody? Right. You all know what I'm talking about. And you're so disappointed in people. You are, and you realize that the herd instinct is maybe the strongest instinct. I mean, it may be stronger than the hunger and sex instincts, actually. The instinct, which again is inherent to be like everybody else and not to be cast out of the group, not to be shunned, that's a very strong impulse in all of us from birth. And it takes over, unfortunately, in moments like this, and it's harnessed, in fact, by bad people in moments like this, to produce uniformity. And you see people going along with this, and you lose respect for them. And that certainly happened to me at scale over the past 3 years. I'm not mad at people, I'm just sad, I'm disappointed. How could you go along with this? You know it's not true, but you're saying it anyway? Really? You're putting your pronouns in your email? You're ridiculous.
Yeah, and he is right. There's so many things people are so insincere about, and they're doing it just because they're afraid that suffering. But some of it is so elementary. And like I say, Bubba, you found a young lady talking about a great example of this. Because when you don't have any principles, or if people scare you enough, you'll compromise what you know to be true. You don't even think about, oh no, wait a minute, that's gonna, just like what we're gonna have in this other clip we have, like when you go all in on trans women, even though sincerely you may have some questions about it, you can see now they haven't really thought about the damage they're doing to women. That's because you thought, well, I'm afraid of this topic, and you see it. I've seen it over time with people who make a claim to be followers of Christ, and they're all in until like somebody that they really love or something that somebody they care about makes a stand against Christ, which he warned us about, and then all of a sudden they change their view on it, and you're like, you're like, oh wow, so it really wasn't the truth to you. It was a truth to me as long as it didn't cost me anything, and so those I definitely understand that, and we've been talking about that. Most of the people that look like they're all in on stuff, they're especially the things that are so elementary. They know that this is bizarre, but they're afraid that if they say that, they'll get in trouble. So they just bend. But when you do, then people who are scary can take you anywhere they want you to go. If they get angry, they know you'll change your mind. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tonight, we interviewed a heroic pizza delivery man called Tyler Morrell, and ever conscious of the opportunity to use our job to get free food, we thought we'd like to taste your pizza. Tyler Morrell joins us in studio. He will deliver literally anywhere. Tyler, it is so great to meet you in person.
A couple Coco's pies.
So these are from Coco's, established 1978. Everybody loves Coco's Pizza.
That's right.
Where's Coco's based?
Aston, Pennsylvania, and Delaware County.
Delaware County, best part of the state.
I think we have a
these
special
are cheese pies.
We have a special pie for you here. Here's Tucker's pie.
So I am, as you can likely tell, a pizza aficionado. I was a pizza delivery boy for 2 years.
Is it warm at all?
Yeah, it's totally warm. These warmers are just like one of the great wonders of science. And this is sausage.
That's sausage
and pineapple. And really quick, as a pizza professional, do you look down on this order? Is this?
I do. I think that I consider a criminal.
I knew you did. I used to deliver pizzas and calzones. I considered them immoral, but I delivered them anyway.
It's actually still hot. It's actually still hot. All the way from
It's
Philly.
so good. It's unbelievable. And you are a hero. How's your leg, by the way? Your leg was injured by the the car thief.
It's got a bone bruise on it. Down here.
Oh, damn, I can see it.
Yeah, it's not too bad, though.
Were your family and friends impressed by what you did?
They were. They're actually here with me today.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go, once I've stuffed myself on your pineapple and sausage, and you're right, it is a disgusting order, but I have no shame. I'm going to go meet Oh, there they are! We just thought, what a great way to end a week.
Yeah.
Truly, that was a great segment, and I'm just grateful that you came on, and I'm especially grateful for the pie.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Employee of the week, we're just make it of the year, Tyler Morrell of Coco's Pizza. That's it for us for the week. We'll be back. By the way, the entire episode of Let Them Eat Bugs, not quite as good as pizza, streaming now on Fox Nation. Use the promo code ORIGINALS for 30 days free.
A throwback to our paramilitary roots.
See, that is not real.
Tug of war's a tough one. I mean, you got to get after it.
Right. Well, you remember the time I won tug of war. Big male again.
Yeah.
Tied a rope around her, told her to sit down when they say go.
All right, guys.
We never couldn't move her. Rick, we nearly cut Eric Lewis in half, though.
Yeah, I know.
We had a cinch knot on him instead of a bowling.
I know, great.
They can't
And
have
as
been.
they pulled it, just tightened around him.
I know that was a mistake.
I'm screaming.
Oh, yeah. Wrong kind of
And then he
knot.
laid there.
You know what, though? We worked through it.
Yeah, I feel sorry for the PE teachers because we've gone through all these games, right?
What
can't
you
do any
do?
of them.
What
and
are
and in the
harm-proof games?
inappropriate teaching practices, it says you can't even do roll out the ball, and that's basically that where you just roll out a ball and go, y'all do something, because it says it implies no planning, no teaching skill, no organization, no curriculum, no goals, no objectives, and no value. So what do you want? I tell you what you want. Go sit them down in the bleacher or have them walk around the track on the football field, because that's what PE class is now. So just do away with it.
What about this?
That's what my kids do right now.
I've had two
Bubba.
PE teachers text me in the last 10 minutes and say they still play all of these games and they don't go by this.
Right.
Did
well,
they really
at the,
get it,
At
though?
the
Is
very
it real?
top,
This
it's-
one had he hadn't said that.
At the very top, it says,
This has
it is
gotta be a
highly
joke.
recommended and suggested that the following activities, games, practices not be allowed in physical education programs.
So it's
And
suggested. They don't have to follow it.
Right. Recommended and suggested.
Whoever suggested this, you are an idiot.
Right.
And somebody needs to tell you that. And I know now that's mean you'll probably eliminate calling people an idiot. But before you do, I want to call you one. Because whoever sent this out, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. This is ridiculous. You've lost it. You've lost when you refer to capture the flag as another dinosaur, large-sided, low-participation activity that mostly excludes the slowest and least skilled movers, who then need to wait for the fastest and best players to finish up or rescue the team.
Rick, this is funny. I'm down on the teaching practices. You get
Don't even go to that.
You get to number 14, and it says using physical activity as a punishment, okay? Then number 15 says withholding physical activity as a punishment.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You can't have it
You
both
can't even
ways.
win. You can't.
No, this is a great comedy piece. Who wrote that? We
Hey,
need to
shirts
get
and
them to-
skins are out, too.
Yeah, we need to,
Wow.
we need to get them to write some stuff for us. This is good. There's no way this is
Greg,
real.
you're going to
No
be
way.
upset with this one. Spin the bottles out.
That's not.
No, I'm kidding. It's not in there.
That one, I tried to get that one out.
It's so I guess science fair, it needs to go. Art shows need to go.
Here's spelling bee definitely needs to go.
Spelling bee needs to go. I get because if you walk in your kid's hall and there's these little posters that they drew something that's got a little blue ribbon by it.
Yeah.
I guess that's
out. What if somebody draws better than you? For the Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. We will coming up next hour. We'll get an update. The real Greg Burgess is back. As a matter of fact, he and Lisa now are focused on rescuing all the baby hammerhead sharks that were accidentally birthed by the hammerhead that washed ashore down on the Gulf Coast. All right, so a couple of things you need to know. Dr. Dudney Fix Mama's Mouth. That deadline is approaching May 4th. Have you turned in everything for Mama to be considered? A $17,000 dental makeover for somebody's mama from Dr. Dudney. But you got to follow the instructions. Some of you don't seem to be willing to do that, but and your mama's not going to be considered. So go to rickandbubba.com, the contest button, click on it, and follow along and send us everything that we need. Also, upcoming events, May 6th, I'll be in Phoenix City, Alabama, Somerville Baptist Church, Man Church. I'll be there speaking to those men in that area. Excited to be there May 6th. Find that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. And then Bubba and I head to Montgomery. May the 18th, the Montgomery Biscuits baseball game that night is Rick and Bubba night. We're honored to be there. We'll even play a round of country song or it ain't, and we'll have big fun and do a little grip and grin, be listening to I-92 for your chance to join us and catch some of the game, especially pregame with Rick and Bubba coming up May 18th in the land of I-92 WLWI with the Montgomery Biscuits and I-92. All right, so Bubba, we have Schumer. Chucky Schumer. This is a big day for Chucky. He's been wanting to fire people and get people kicked off the air for a while. We're going to let you hear just weeks ago him calling on Rupert Murdoch to fire Tucker Carlson. So here we go.
5 lies continue tonight. Rupert Murdoch, who has admitted they were lies and said he regretted it, has a special obligation to stop Tucker Carlson from going on tonight now that he's seen how he has perverted and slimed the truth, and from letting him go on again and again and again. Not because their views deserve such opprobrium, but because our democracy depends on it.
Yeah, this is when he didn't like that we found out what was actually going on.
Well, Chuck, again, is the defender of democracy.
Yes.
I don't know if you notice he defends that a lot as long as you agree with him.
Yeah.
Now, here's the one that's really scary. 5B.
Man.
Listen to what he's saying here. And remember, freedom of the press is key to a democracy.
Yeah.
Look, Fox needs to reckon with the lies that it spread, and it may literally have to pay for the lies that it spread. But is it the role of government officials to demand that media organizations say things or tell media organizations what to put on their airwaves?
Well, it's hardly the first time that people have said Channel 4 should have done this, the New York Times should have done that. That's not unusual. But what has happened here is, and John, very unusual. This is not simply telling them what to do. This is telling them, showing them, that they have hurt our democracy probably a way that no other actor, maybe with the exception of Donald Trump, who used them, has done. And so when it's that vital, I think we not only have a right to tell Rupert Murdoch and Fox what to do, but an obligation. And I hope people from one end of the country to the other will call up Fox and say, do what Leader Hakeem Jeffries and I asked for, which is stop the lies, say they were wrong, and report the news. You may have a different way of reporting the news than someone else, fine, but lying is not part of that different way and cannot be.
And just think about that.
The lie is always in the eye of the beholder.
Right. Well,
Keep that in mind.
And just think about the hypocrisy of that. We know that CNN, MSNBC, NBC, ABC, CBS, we know for a fact that throughout the history of their operations, they have said things in newscasts and made accusations that were not true. And
Rick,
they had presented narratives that were not true.
Rick, they push the Russian coercion thing on Donald Trump 6 times what the Dominion voting story ran. No doubt about it, okay?
Yeah.
No repercussion for that. Chuck's not going to bring that up because it doesn't suit his political agenda.
Right.
He's not going to bring up the fact that that everyone was told they couldn't even mention where the COVID-19 may have started in the Wuhan lab.
Right.
Couldn't do that. I mean, it's hypocrisy at the highest level.
Yeah, and
now, should we always shoot for truth? Absolutely,
100%. But all media should, not just Fox.
Yeah.
And what he's saying is, if we are the ruling party and we have a media source that we think damages us,
we'll just tell them what to say.
We have not, Bubba. We not only should we.
That's how they handle it in China.
Yeah. We should be. We have an obligation and a right as politicians, as the government, to go to the media and tell them what they can and can't say.
Well, see what happens. It eventually,
we don't need that, folks.
It eventually will work itself out. If you're pushing a false narrative, it will be exposed.
Yeah.
If you have defamed or libeled somebody, you can take that case to court. And still, even on that, I think Fox should have litigated that. But it's very difficult to prove defamation. You have to prove that they actually hurt you business-wise and that they meant to hurt you business-wise.
Right. And you also have to...
In a lot of this, though, the attorneys for Trump brought this scenario forward. So if you're reporting on it, then, I mean, you can't not say what they're saying if you're reporting the story. Now, did they come up with proof that could be proven in court? No, they didn't. Right. And I think that hurt them.
Well, no question. But then you go back over on the accusations against Trump. Those have been proven to be false, and they're silenced.
Right.
And so
it's just the same story, another page.
Yeah, it's silent. So yeah, this is no good. And Bubba, you pointed out, and I think you need to always remember this. I don't know that you want to make any group the truth police that gave themselves an exemption on truth in advertising to lie about political opponents and political ads with no ability for anybody to have any repercussions. If people gave themselves a license to lie, I wouldn't put them in charge of the truth.
It is funny.
Yeah.
It really is.
If they protected themselves from lying about each other, you want them to be the truth police?
Yeah, and
that doesn't make sense.
And what Rick's talking about, we have laws called truth in advertising.
Yeah.
Okay, you can't just say things blatantly that you know are not correct in your advertisements.
Yeah.
And now, do people use gray areas or
do.
catchphrases? Sure, they do.
And disclaimers at the end.
Right, and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
But then when it comes to political advertising, they can say anything they want to, and they cannot be held liable for it.
And media sources have to run them.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
You can't turn it down.
Can't edit it. Yeah. Can't disclaim it. They get what's called lowest common rate. So, depending on what the rates are for a broadcast outlet, they get the lowest. Depending, and some people who would buy longer contracts and more volume would get a lower rate. And people that don't buy as much wouldn't get as low a rate. I mean, that just is common sense. The more you get, the cheaper it is. But they come in, they can buy as little as they want to and get the very cheapest
They must
rate.
always get the lowest rate. So you have to air it at the lowest rate, and they can say anything they want to in it.
And they're going
to be the truth police?
The reason they've said that is because if people start suing us, we'll never get our message out. They'll just tie us up in court. Well, couldn't that be said about everything?
Right. And they're going to be the truth police. They'll decide.
Yeah, that should tell you a lot.
It does. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
How about this? Every time they made us draw a picture in class, I was mortified because I was terrible.
Right.
And there were people in the class that were fantastic at drawing, and they got the blue ribbons, and I did not. You know why? Because my drawing was terrible.
Guys, y'all are missing the whole
gift
thing.
For that.
If you follow this for the whole school day, you can't give grades.
No.
Well, that's about
Bubba.
We're about there.
You can't tell somebody they're not smart as somebody else.
At the end of it, they have 10 things you have to consider on any game, and at the end it says, if answering to no to one, just one, or more of the above questions, then the game activity should not be used. When in doubt, throw it out. Now, so what I'm hearing from you, Helms, is this is a suggestion from the Alabama State Department of Education, but they're not being forced to do this yet.
Correct.
That's what it says at the top of what you're reading.
The document.
I can't even believe that it came.
The fact that this document exists.
Thank you.
And how anybody would be part of this. Anybody. I can't think of one person that I could go, well, I can understand how they're part of it. I don't care who you are. I don't know how any of you could be part of this. You realize you've carried on for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages on this?
Yeah.
And every bit of it was just stupid? I mean, it just... We'll take your phone calls.
No way it's real, y'all.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We had a very sad, and we knew these things were going on around the country, but it's come to our state, and it broke our heart. We're reading something that was sent out by the Alabama State Department of Education.
Well,
about,
we think it was.
We think it was inappropriate activities.
I can't believe
It was, Bub, I'm telling you.
The phrase is highly recommended and suggested that the following activities, games, practices not be allowed. They have that underline. And physical education programs in Alabama schools. Now, we are being told this is they have not demanded that this happen. They're just highly suggesting that these be removed, and the reasoning behind these are embarrassing and part of the problems of our country and where we're headed. Now, we do have the state superintendent of education is calling to try to hopefully help us to understand what this is and why it's going on. So Eric Mackey joins us now. Eric, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you guys this morning?
Well,
Eric,
I got to tell you, my blood pressure's up. I don't mind telling you that.
Now, Rick, before
you guys used to call me ever so
Yeah,
often.
well,
when I was in Jacksonville, I moved to Montgomery. You quit calling me.
Well, you know what? I've had a lot of people go to Montgomery, and I quit calling them.
Eric, full disclaimer. Full disclaimer.
And with this kind of garbage, I'm not going to call you.
We know Eric. Eric, we used to be in the same Sunday school class once upon a time. So congratulations on your rise up the education ladder.
I appreciate that.
Help
Appreciate
us,
it very
Eric.
much.
Please
Having a
tell
good
me.
time.
Please tell me this isn't true.
Okay. So that is I saw it for the first time last night. That is a very old document that was developed 5 or 6 superintendents ago. It is not official guidance. It's never approved by the state board that I can tell. Now, as I said, I saw it just the first time last night, so I'm trying to track all that down. It was, it got out again on Monday, and I didn't know anything about it. Had never seen it before till last night. So we're tracking all that down. The document's it doesn't even exist anymore. We've taken it down, by the way.
Good.
And
burn it.
We're trying to figure that out from the inside, but you know, it's a good laugh, and I don't know. I will say this. Let me say this though. I think that I can't pretend to know what went into the development of that, because it was many years ago, way before I came here, for sure. But you know, I'm sure there was everything that happens. There was something that precipitates that, and I know that those folks are very committed to make sure children don't get hurt and those kind of things. So I think there probably was a lot of, there was some heartfelt feelings that went into it. But I mean, it's got some. I mean, I read the list too. You can. I mean, it's
the anyway, wording in it is just
what it is.
It's just it's. I mean, look, we all want to protect children, but my goodness, this goes way. I mean, this is going into the problem. Eric, is this, and I think you probably feel the same way, which is why you're trying to do something. Is we expect this kind of stuff from California. We expect it from
New York,
from Connecticut, Boston. We don't expect this to be going on in Alabama, because I do believe this is the stuff, and I'm being really serious here, and I really believe this is creating generations of human beings that cannot function. Is that we're trying to, we're going to try to create a world where nobody gets their feelings hurt, nobody gets disappointed, nobody's ever out, nobody ever wins, nobody ever loses, nobody gets a blue ribbon. And what happens is we send these people out into the world, and they've never experienced disappointment, and then they wig out and can't handle it. They end up in trailers on drugs because the real world disappointed them and all this, and everybody I'm in here protecting myself, trying to create chemically that world that I thought I was supposed to be living in. I walk out on my family because it's hard. I quit my job. People told me I had to make a quota. People told me that I had certain things I had to do or else I'd be fired. and then we have these kids that can't handle disappointment when they lose and they start shooting people. I mean, this is really serious, and we need to be real careful that we got to cull some of this. And I've got a letter right now just to kind of help you from a teacher that said she sent something in about it and got a return from somebody saying, should I say the person is or no?
It was
It was from the Alabama Department of Education, and they received something from someone there, a Mrs. Ray, and she said, hey, these are suggestions that we've given to you. We're not saying that you have to do it, but the email does go on to say we wish you wouldn't do it. These things hurt people's feelings. We don't want to have people kickball becomes inappropriate when people get out there and might miss and get people out. We don't want to embarrass kids. All that is in a letter that just went out from somebody at the Alabama Department of Education today to a teacher. So, it's I understand they're not mandating it. So I guess we all can hope that there's level-headed teachers out there and principals. Everybody, let's go. Rick and Bubba. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. Heard on America's boldest radio stations via the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. If you do not have one of our bold affiliates, you can go to the TuneIn app. It's a free download. You can stream the show wherever you are live, and you get archive shows. You can watch us live on YouTube. Eddie Van Adler handles that. You also can watch us archived on YouTube, and a best of hour on YouTube that also airs on Blaze TV, and some terrestrial TV stations around the country air that during the week. You also can get in archive form the audio archives. You can find those on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. And most weeks, when the weekend gets here, you get Rick and Bubba University, which is a unique podcast that we try to put out, not every week, but most weeks. So there's all kinds of ways to get all the Rick and Bubba you can stand. Find all those at rickandbubba.com. And however you are here, whether it's live or it's archived, we are glad that you are here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey. There he is.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Everybody, let's get ready. 6 to 8 weeks from now, you'll be able to get your very own puppy from Greg and Lisa's House of Puppies. Greg Burgess. Welcome back. I said yesterday, if I had not read the text as I was reading it,
I didn't want to send it.
And all I did was reply, I can't believe what I'm reading. Also, Mom and Dad, and now that they live only 7 minutes from me, it's hard what they're going through right now, and Mom needs all the laughs she can get. And I will tell you what, I saw my mama holding her stomach, bent over, laughing as hard as I've seen her laugh.
Yeah.
I walk in to pick up Dad to take him fishing, and Greg and Mom are on the phone, and Mom is laughing so hard she can't even breathe. Even your own mother loves to hear you when you get like this.
Me and her had been discussing the fact that I had the dog that took up with us was now expecting. And I told her, I hope it's just like 1 or 2,
Yeah.
It wasn't 9.
I think I was on record with the number 8. Look, I'm telling you, these mutts, there's something about them. They're a resilient bunch, and, buddy, they'll crank them out.
I'm going to tell you something.
Now, I didn't expect a mutt to pass out. They usually are pretty,
Well, number 9, it's passed out on 9.
Do you realize, Greg, though, do you realize what that adds to the story?
Yeah.
That you're there and you end up watching over a couple of hours, right?
Oh,
the ongoing,
more than that. It went on for like 6 or 7.
The ongoing birth of 9 puppies, and about the time there's now 9 puppies, the mother is under so much duress and that she passes out, and you think for one moment, I have to have 9 puppies, and the mama's going on.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And
it started off. I came pulling in the driveway. I'd been to Bojangles.
Please look at that House of Puppies.
And we knew she was getting close because she was really big.
She'd been out in the yard
all day. Yeah. And you'd see her walk in the yard and she'd squat. And I said, "Oh no,
here it comes."
So I pulled up. Here comes Lisa around the house. Well, she's had a puppy. I heard her make some kind of holler.
So you
out.
now have your food?
Oh yeah, I'm getting out of the house.
Yeah.
Anyway, Lisa's found one in the garage. and Millie just ran off.
Yeah.
And about that time, I hear something under my truck yelping, and I look, and she's dropped one beside my truck on her way through. That's 2. Anyway, so then we get her in there, and it's, we think, okay, well, she won't have nothing to do with them. So we're like, well, that ain't good.
No, you don't want that.
The vet, and he's like, well, let me come by and get. They were closed, but he said, I got something I got to go up there for anyway. I'll leave you some of that milk powder because you can't just use milk. He said you may have to feed them if she won't. We're like, that's good.
When did that? All right, so let me get there.
How was it when they were just 2?
You've got your drive-through bags of delicious food from Bojangles, right?
Yeah.
All right, you thought it was bow time, okay?
Yeah, I did.
You didn't know it was go time.
No, that's it.
And so you're ready to eat, and you get out to. She's had a puppy in the garage. Then you look down, and one's been dropped near your truck.
Yeah, right by the door.
And now puppies are being dropped by this dog all over your house and yard. Okay.
Yeah.
And now you're in, and she's not having anything to do with them. So the vet now says, "Now, Greg, you may need to feed her."
Yeah, he said, "No, let's hang on. Give her a little while." We jumped the gun on that probably, but you never know. They all have instincts, but some of them go against the grain.
Yeah, they do.
Mm-hmm. Especially, she may be a year old. She's young. She'd never, So then we get her in the garage, and we got the puppies in there. Well, then about every so many minutes, she'd stand up and holler out, and there's another one.
Greg, you watched the entire process?
Oh, yeah. I'd never seen dogs born. I saw 9. Yeah, I got it now.
Hey,
you got it? Yeah.
Rick, he said
I had to help with the last one. Yeah, she fell out.
Yeah, he had to go in and get
but
the
by
last
then,
one.
I'd seen 8.
Right. Wait a minute. She passed out with one not all the way out.
Yeah. Oh, Bubba. Oh, number 9, I like to call it.
Oh, number 9.
Count to 9. That's a lot of them.
Count to 9.
I was prepared, and it's all on me. When the dog took up the house, somebody had let her out. She was skin and bones.
By the way, I told
scared of
Bubba a minute ago,
everybody.
that person, whoever that person is, that did not take the responsibility of their dog, has caused every bit of this.
Yeah. So, and I'm a little bit blamed too because I thought, man, I need to get her fixed. We're gonna let her stay because we fed her and she got back healthy because she looked skinny, but she wouldn't let you touch her for months.
Do you regret the feeding now?
Well, yes.
Okay.
Hindsight. But anyway, all I got to do is take her and get her fixed. And I'm like, I'll do that. Well, I didn't quite
Schedules
get it done.
get busy.
Yeah, and I didn't quite get it done, and it cost me.
Yeah, it did.
Listen, you let a female dog walk near my yard. I don't care if it's one of my neighbors. I'm taking it and getting it fixed.
Right. You'll fix every female dog within a 20-mile radius.
So now we got 8, and I hope. Look, we're going to be giving them away and free to a
Greg
good home.
and Lisa's House of Puppies.
There you go. And I don't know what breed they are. Like you see the picture over there. Who knows what
Speedy,
that is.
go ahead and pick you one out.
And
No.
Speedy's got pick of the litter.
That'd be negative.
Right.
And
well, Adler wants 2 for sure.
but it was
For each kid.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out if we need to put
Get
them on the
Ruby
wheel of
another
meat
puppy.
or if you just bring them in.
There
you
you
know,
go.
Your children were born to adult dogs. They've never had a puppy.
that's a great point, Adler.
Come on, one
My
little
dogs
puppy.
are almost done. I'm almost free. Free
Right.
at last.
But
Sorry.
anyway, so now I got to deal with them as they and look right now. I mean, Oh, and when she passed out, so we called the vet, and it's late at night. I had to call the emergency line. Anyway, he said, well, and I'll give him this. He called it. He said her sugar level has dropped. He said, get you some syrup, and I'm like, what?
Do you have syrup?
Get some syrup. No, I didn't. I had to go to Chandler's and get some. And Pete lives right down the road. And
Maple syrup?
Imagine that call.
any syrup with sugar in it.
Hate to
That
bother
was
you.
pleasant too.
And listen, stuck a spoon in her mouth, stuck it in there again, but she came right back. And she's back in action.
Same thing happens to me.
Yes, it
Same
does.
thing happened.
See, this is the beauty of having a
Put
good
syrup
old.
in my mouth, I wake wide.
Right. Of course, Dr. Barry was tired of us calling him.
As a
that.
matter of fact, Greg, the same thing happened to me, and here I am, and you're 30. I fed Bub, and he wouldn't leave. So anyway,
Can't get rid of him.
Right, but here's the thing. That's why it's good to have a rural veterinarian. He knows all the truth.
All the truth. I called Dr. Barry. He got tired of hearing from us that
He
day.
did. He
And,
wished that the people wouldn't leave dogs out, and people would get them fixed.
Did you start the call with, hey, look?
Yeah. But no,
He has to
Lisa
call.
actually called.
Yeah.
And but
I want to know
but
if you
the
were.
syrup worked, and she got back, and believe it or not, she's doing okay. Letting them.
But was there a
feed.
moment that you were
Let them
attempting to
nurse.
bottle feed new puppies? Yes or no?
Yes, I had to because he said now when she comes back, she's going to be weak, and they're taking a lot from her. So Because I done talked to him earlier that day and got the supplement. He said, use that I gave you.
You bottle-fed puppies.
I did, but no, they weren't. They didn't want to cooperate. They would rather.
But
some of them.
that
did.
was your world for a while. You had a bottle and puppies, and you were trying to get them.
Yeah,
to take
still
it.
do sometimes to hurry it up because she's got 9, and there's a lot of times there's not enough spouts there for all 9 spouts. And, they're fighting over it. So you'll grab one. Yeah, I do that too. I've done that. We've left like half over here and.
I know that Marty, one of Greg's other strays. I know Marty pretended he didn't want anything to do with her. Didn't these puppies look like Marty?
No, he's cut.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah, he left. I haven't seen him since she showed up. He didn't like her. And
how's Mr. Buddy dealing with?
Let's see. Here's the deal.
I bet
we
Mr.
haven't
Buddy-
introduced Mr. Buddy. We've kept him outside. We've kept her locked in
Greg,
the
you
garage.
better be careful.
And we're gonna have to. No, she's gonna jump him because she yells. She barks at him all the time anyway.
Well, I'd be
before
careful
this.
about his response.
Oh, I know, but I don't know. We're gonna have to watch.
Yeah,
but she. You're
right.
But she'll run him out.
That the local chicken snake.
Mm-hmm.
Because she's mean to him anyway.
Okay.
So she'll run him.
Oh,
out.
she'll be real mean now.
Yeah. So he's been. He likes to sleep in the garage at night, but he's been locked out.
Has he ever said to her, "Hey, this is my house"?
Oh, I mean, he'd been there for years.
Yeah.
Well,
Guys,
she took over.
I've done some DNA matching, and I think I figure out who the father is. Spuds McKenzie.
But anyway, hey, I'd like anybody in the market for a free puppy with all its shots, and I'm gonna they'll be extremely healthy.
Yes.
And please claim them.
Hey, there's no better. I mean, think about being one of Greg's minions. Say, I got one of his dogs.
Yes,
That's right.
and look, they're all kinds of colors. I mean, you got all kinds of colors to pick from.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That say, hey, thanks for the suggestion, but I think we can handle it. I just hope this never becomes something that is mandated.
Well, you don't have to worry about that, friend. It will not become mandated. There you
go.
There's no move. I promise you that. I mean, this is, and it's a big department. And as you know, I've been here a little less than half a year still.
Right.
I'm working 15-hour days on your behalf. So,
Well, let me tell you,
Eric, we
we're
appreciate
doing the
good work, but
let me tell you how bad it is. We've sent somebody from Calhoun County there to fix it.
yeah, buddy. So, but it takes a little time. Give us a little time.
It does.
But,
hey, Eric,
I can assure you that's not going to happen. Principals ought to be running their schools,
right?
And I couldn't agree with you more. That
brought the cookie dough. Is that you two right here? So did you see? One of y'all come here. What is this thing on the cookie dough? One of y'all come here, because we went back there and there was a cooler.
We're just eating.
And it had cookie dough in it. And then what is and are you guys doing some cookie dough business?
Yes.
So you have a business that is nothing but cookie dough?
Yes. Well, we haven't opened yet, but our
Okay.
building is under construction.
You're pulling a dairy barrier right now, but go ahead. I'll tell you what that means in a minute, but go ahead.
It's under construction now, but we should be open in about hopefully 8 to 9 weeks.
So
what's the name of it?
Cookie Dough Magic. It'll be in Avondale.
Okay, so cookie dough. That used to be people say people started eating cookie dough, and I thought it was dangerous. I didn't understand.
People would
it.
tell you that.
Yeah,
But this is not because it doesn't have eggs in it, right?
It does have eggs, but it has pasteurized eggs, which takes all of the bacteria out. And then we also use heat-treated flour, which takes all the bacteria out of the flour.
Look out.
So you're saying if you could, it used to be just kind
So
of.
I can eat it all day long.
Yeah, well, apparently so.
Yeah, but I hope so, or you're in trouble.
Apparently so. But what I'm saying is, most time people did that with chocolate chip cookie, and now you're saying we're going to do multiple flavors of cookie doughs?
Yeah. My husband actually makes most of the cookie dough.
Look at you, you cookie dough maker.
Cookie dough maker.
Never heard of Sylvia's mother, but you eat cookie dough.
Yeah, he makes most of it. But yeah, we will have 10 flavors on display once our shop opens at all times.
Well, that's a good idea. Different kinds of cookies. All right. Well, thanks for
It's
bringing
really
it today.
good.
It's delicious.
Thanks for bringing it to us today. Appreciate that.
I'm gonna get another spoonful.
Pulling a dairy is offering up something that's
They
not
were
yet
telling
available.
me they're going to treat it almost like ice cream. You come in and get a scoop of this, scoop
Understood.
of that.
Yeah,
I mean, that's.
Well, here's what I was going to say about a dairy.
I believe it.
Can I tell you
What
what's
if I
funny?
put a little whipped cream on it?
Can I tell you what's funny about pulling a dairyberry?
Can't take it anymore.
And you look at the Rick and Bubba dictionary, and Jim, the crazy sound man, who's outside now, looks over the dictionary.
What is he carrying around?
It's like he's lost his show enough good sign. He's just got a piece of paper now. It's like he can't. It's like he's lost all his
He
good
keeps that
signs.
one hid over in the utility building.
Is that yes?
It's a standby.
Jim's signs today, it's a little thrown together, but it's kind of like Jim, kind of like you see it in its rawest form.
Yes.
This is like this is old school Jim.
Yeah.
But anyway, on the dictionary, you see that a dairyberry is when you offer something to people that they're excited about, but they can't get it. Well, Dairyberry himself pulled a dairyberry on himself involving the Rick and Bubba Expo. I was going to tell the story during the expo, but I was kind of scolded by talking about that all the booths were sold out because then people think that I guess people are just so stupid now. You have to be careful of anything you say because I was told by the promoters of the expo, stop saying the expo no longer has booths available. There's no more exhibitors available because they're all sold out because people then think the whole expo is sold out and they won't come to the expo because they think there's no tickets. I think people can work through that, but apparently more I read headlines, maybe not. But so Dairyberry calls me on Tuesday of the expo and wants a booth. And I said, you realize what you're doing. You're getting Dairyberry. You've got excited about something, and you're trying to have something that is not available, and so I'm going to have to tell you, I'm going to have to Dairyberry. I said they're not available anymore. That was it. He had some clay shooting thing he wanted to promote or whatever, and he missed out. I said, next year you're going to have to get out ahead of that. You know what he said? Nah, I just love Jesus. It's fine.
No, Rick, I do love you. I love you, but I love Jesus more.
Did you say clay shooting?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
doing
he's
that.
got
I've
a
seen
clay
that.
shoot.
You know how he does the golf tournament? Now he's
I've
doing
seen it
that.
on social media.
He's doing both.
Oh, I thought he had like a product.
No.
Yeah, I've seen 2 or 3 clay shoots out there this year. That's kind of the new golf
You
tournament.
ain't never heard of the Dairyberry 20 gauge?
Come on, I thought
Greg.
he developed a new sporting clay. 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. All right, so we've talked a little bit about the Greg situation. We have some callers standing by, and we want to get to one of those. And let's see. Oh, look at here. Look who's calling right now. Looks like Gerald Cates is on the phone. I see what's coming.
Yeah, Gerald, how you doing, buddy?
Boys, I'm gonna tell you, I just got back into the real world. I've been down to Quebec for almost a week. Got back. I've been out of the loop for several days, and I got a phone call from Adele last night, and she said, "Ooh, remember, Daddy Greg don't want to talk to you."
Adele called him. Rumor has it.
Listen, are you? And I tried to call Greg. He hi-hatted me, of course. He wouldn't answer
call
the
me.
phone. That's what he does sometimes. Unless he want me to fix something, he won't talk to me.
Good point. Well, I would have thought that's what you were calling about, so I would have answered. I didn't know. I didn't say it.
Well, listen, Greg, my son, I get back and I'm hearing all sorts of things that you didn't call me. I said, well, the best thing to do is just call the show. He can't lie and telling them boys the whole time what's going on. So, Greg, my thing is you've had to take a day yesterday to feed several puppies you had going
Well,
down
that's
to your
not
house.
exactly how you put it, but I was awake, still awake at the time I normally leave to go to work, so I figured, well, I'm probably not going to make it. So
You mean I've been trying to think if another person in the whole wide world's ever had to take a day off work to bottle feed some babies.
Okay, you're right. Yeah, I wouldn't really.
Look, I get it. Listen, I do get it. I do get it. The humane thing to do is let's get these puppies. Let's raise them. They're thoroughbreds.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
They're 100% bona fide. Just as thorough as you could ever want a dog to be. And let's get them things reared up. I tell you what you ought to do: put them in a box, bring them to me. I got a boy that'll take them.
Oh, okay. All right, deal. I've heard about you and getting rid of dogs. But.
Hey, Gerald, why don't y'all set up a box with Greg? He's got to be there outside the firehouse, and I want you to write with a Sharpie on a piece of cardboard. Free.
It's as simple. Listen, it's as simple as this. Greg Burgess and his name in the Rick and Bubba heritage he has. He can sit down here at Walmart this afternoon, and they'll go like hotcakes. They'll go. Listen, I'll ride down there and spend a little time with you.
Yep.
Greg, what in the world are you going to do?
Well, good news, Gerald. Since we're buddies, I've already given you pick of the litter. You get the first pick. And I don't know, buddy. I don't know.
Gerald, please tell me, because this was my day yesterday. How many times yesterday when you were feeling a little down, the day, you're a fireman, you see some sad things. You'd been out at Talladega in the infield. Good gracious, I can't imagine how traumatizing that was. Yeah. And you're sitting there, and your days, you're just feeling a little down. Did all you have to do is just think of Greg in the middle of the night sitting in the floor of a garage with a bottle trying to feed a stray dog's puppies.
Yeah, they're hard. They don't
take
to that bottle.
The only thing that would have been better if we'd have had some inclement weather, Greg would have been sitting at the storm shelter with them.
That's a good one. I forgot about that.
You think, Greg, if he don't get that door out there fixed, he ain't gonna be able to keep him. Anybody can go kick that door in. He's got fixed out there. How that is out there. But I will tell you what's the truth.
Oh.
It never ceases to amaze me. It's stuff that happens to that boy. I'm gonna tell you that. But I couldn't get over it. I could not get over the rumor Dale told me was spreading around.
Well, it ain't exactly. That's not exactly right. But.
He didn't want to hear.
What do you mean?
No,
what do you mean?
I was away. I hadn't been to sleep. I hadn't been to bed.
Because of puppies.
I was in there delivering. Old number 9 didn't show up till about 10:30, 11 o'clock.
Casey had to deliver one.
Listen, what was you thinking when old Millie went out? When, bless her heart, she had all she could take.
She did. I thought, I'm stuck with them.
She faded. And then from what I understand, you've had to give her something real sugary. She said her blood pressure just blowed out the roof, and she has some sugar issues, and she fainted. And you had to give her some syrup.
Yeah. Hey, and it worked.
He had to give Golden Eagle.
Yeah. And look, I didn't have none. I had to run down the street to my daughter's to get some. How about that?
You better be glad you didn't say ain't your mama, boy. You'd have been in a pile.
Oh, buddy. Yeah, I'd have been yanked right off the air.
Oh, goodness.
Well.
Oh, that's good. Well, I'm glad to get the gist of the story. It's always good to talk to them. I don't get to talk to you boys much, saying how all I do is work, but it's always a pleasure.
Tell me about Bojangles.
You don't let miss that part, Gerald.
Oh,
he pulled up, had him a bag of Bojangles.
Yeah, it kind of ruined my Bojangles lunch.
He thought he was going to get to eat.
Yeah.
You went to Bojangles?
Yeah, I pulled up, and when I pulled up, there's puppies dropping everywhere.
What was Lisa doing?
Oh boy, she was in go mode. She was. We got to get these babies taken care of.
Gerald,
still getting it, my God. And I get to look forward to at least 6 or 8 more weeks of it.
Oh gosh.
Seriously, you won't pick up the litter.
I couldn't think of anything any better than going home every day when I get off from OSD, coming home and bottle feeding 9 purebred puppies.
Well, she's back. She's back doing most.
Gerald,
of it,
sing Greg one little song before we go about his puppies.
This will be it, and I'll let you boys go. Somebody got to get back at it this morning. I don't ever get no break. But listen, this is a song I thought very good for Greg this morning, and Greg will love this tune. Greg lives back in the woods, you see. A woman and the kids and 9 puppies indeed.
Thank you, Gerald. That was good, buddy.
I love all you boys out there. Greg, call me. We'll get together and get it took care of. I'll help you with them puppies.
All right, buddy. He needs one out there on the farm.
He does.
Golly.
Burgess, Greg Burgess.
I'll never hear the end of that.
Mona Lisa, men have named you.
He's talking about the door going in my garage. I locked myself out one day and I kicked it open and I busted the door. So we got to put another one in.
Oh, his stories of repairs at your place.
Oh, Greg.
Him being involved.
Yeah. Greg.
Greg, he laughed so hard he couldn't even breathe because he didn't know. He said, "I've been to track. What happened?" And when I told him,
thanks, man.
What about he said that Dale has rumor has it Greg don't want to hear from me? He should come up with something like that.
He's one of a kind.
Your phone calls are next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Getting word back from the Golden Ticket Seats, you can order online, just not in the store, but it's open now. CookieDoughMagicBham.com.
Say it again.
CookieDoughMagicBham.com. And I just went there.
Look at
and it
Bubba
says,
writing that down.
And it has a little box, get dough here. Boy,
I
you
hope
click
it's not
on
a dare, but you think that guy's made enough for this? He hadn't made enough yet.
Y'all about to get shut down.
Yeah, I'm putting it in show notes right now. Look out.
Yeah, y'all better hustle on back and fire up the whatever you make it with.
Trust me.
Get the dough machine
Let me
going.
say that, Speedy.
Uh-huh.
Coming up, football season, of course, has begun. The Thursday night games will roll out tonight for college. NFL will get underway next week. If we'll finally put aside all this preseason stuff that we've been watching. High school football for a lot of you underway already, but it certainly for others will begin this Friday. Hard to there's so many different schedules now out there. It's kind of hard to do an official. It starts right now. But for the Rick and Bubba show, we go. It starts right now. Beginning today, as we will have the Briarwood Christian High School Marching Band playing on location here at the Plaza today. And to keep the football churning, for you to get more spoonfuls, the most successful, of course, college football program in the country is the University of Alabama. I mean, hey, Roll Tide. And we will talk to the new color commentator and former quarterback for Alabama and also former NFL quarterback, John Parker Wilson. And guess what we're going to ask him about? Who's playing quarterback Saturday?
I bet he's been asked a few times.
He won't be as annoyed by it as Saban, so that'll be fun. You know us, we're so funny. If we were sitting at the press conference for Coach Saban, I mean, I just would wait, and we'd just be giggling. All right, guys, so that's kind of how it looks for Louisville. Any questions? Hey, Coach, so which one you going to do, Saban?
Who's starting?
The guy would do that so fast and just watch him just go berserk.
Sit in the back of the room and wait for it to happen.
I will say this, they both can't play at the same time. That is a fact.
Yeah.
That's against the rules.
There is no offensive set that I'm aware of that requires two quarterbacks.
Right. Now, if
you can have two tight ends.
Yeah.
You can have two running backs in the backfield.
Right.
You can, you'd have two wide receivers or more.
Right.
Even though it's technically split in, but it's just I don't know. Maybe there is. Maybe you line two up. I mean, is there a Notre Dame box kind of thing where
Notre
you
Dame
can have
box
two
featured,
quarterbacks?
Really, but the Notre Dame box featured.
But somebody's got to say hut, right?
Yeah, there's one.
In all fairness, the Notre Dame box
not hut, but hut.
Featured four running backs. They didn't have a quarterback.
right. But you can even have a set with no quarterback.
Right.
We have Wildcats and all that, but there's not more than one.
Well, I guess you could put them both back there doing like this, but one of them's got to go to the slot. One of them's got to go in motion.
Somebody's got to say hut.
Somebody's got to take the snap and give it to the other one or throw it to the other one or something. So anyway, the Alabama,
that may be something we need to think about and get the old whiteboard out on and come up with a new offensive scheme that has two quarterbacks.
Well, Alabama needs it.
I mean, wouldn't that be something?
I would say this, another thing too. I certainly understand, and we'll talk with John Parker Wilson about this. I certainly understand that the young man that came in and had the great second half and the national championship game. None of us can pronounce his last name, so that's why everybody calls him Tua. But I will say that this man, no doubt, is a great player. I'm not so sure he should be the number one Heisman candidate right now. He's only played a half of football. Okay, I mean, now he is a good player, and he may show us.
May end up holding it up, but it's just a little early.
Seems a little early. Somebody said, I tell you, he was going to win the Heisman. That kid had played one half last year.
Yeah.
And I know he played some other games when they were blowouts and all that, but still.
But
usually that's not. You don't come back and be the number one. Candidate for the Heisman after playing one half of football.
Rick, I think the biggest question for John Parker, and I know this is the burning question a lot of people are thinking about, and they've emailed me about too.
We're back.
An oldie but a goodie.
An oldie but a dandy. To the phones we go. Phone troll. If anybody wants one of Greg's puppies, Greg at rickandbubba.com. He'll take care of them, get the shots for them. 6 to 8 weeks from now, it'll be yours. So Greg at rickandbubba.com. But right now we're talking about anything on your mind, including that, whatever. You can bring them in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. The real Greg Burgess, smelling like puppy breath, is ready to take your phone calls now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And you can comment, and if you'll move right now, you can get in. Lines are ready, all 10 made available to you. And because we're doing the phone troll format, we'll move through those phones quickly, and you won't have to stand in line very long. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Did you know right now that the wonderful MyPillow 2.0 is seeing amazing deals? No wonder. When something is great and you go, I think I can make it greater, that really fires you up. And Lindell said, look, the reason why it took so long for us to make an improvement on it, we didn't think it needed improvement. We thought it was already pillow perfection. But now with the new temperature regulating technology keeping you comfortable throughout the night, MyPillow 2.0 was born. And you can get one right now, buy one, get one free at MyPillow.com/Bubba, or you can go to rickandbubba.com and find that link right there under the sponsors button. All right, to the phones we go. We'll get started with Dennis in Alabama. Dennis, you have 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba show. Go right ahead.
Yes, Greg was talking about giving the dog some sugar or syrup or something.
Correct.
I saw a vet mix up a concoction with syrup and sugar to a cow, just walked in the stall with a down cow, and the cow never touched the syrup and got plumb up off the ground, brother. It never touched it.
Did you follow that at all? Did anybody follow that?
I think he was giving the same example, but said that it never actually tasted the syrup, just being in the stall.
It's just the fact that it was there.
I guess.
Okay.
Sure.
I don't know. Let's go to Alabama, where Brett is standing by. Brett, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Rick, next time y'all have a topic like the transgender or something of that nature, you can always play that caption of the song by Shania Twain where she says, "Man, I feel like a woman." And I've got to go with Bubba on the definition. When you do talk about those people, I'm always going to say that.
I was gonna get Brett to try to sing Shania Twain because he almost sang it the first time because he couldn't help himself, and he never gave me a chance to jump in, but I was gonna go for that. Erica, standing by in Sweet Home, Alabama. Erica, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I was gonna say, just to make things more interesting with Greg having them for the next 6 to 8 weeks, has he thought of any names for them?
You got to be careful.
Leave it at that.
You got to be careful naming them too fast. I don't mean to be.
He's named one of them.
Is it Django?
Yeah.
The Django
I
guy?
know that if it's females, people are requesting Peggy and Nikki.
Oh,
it's two of the names.
Well, Greg says he hasn't. He's not going to assign gender to the puppies. He wants them to be able to do that on their own. So
at the appropriate time.
Right, at the appropriate time. Let's go to Florida. Brandon standing by. Brandon, how you doing?
I'm all right. Greg, I was just wondering if you would rather see Bono without his shirt or Millie Eater puppies.
And I think you mean Chaz, because Bono's actually the lead singer for U2. But
yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, I knew what you meant, Chaz Bono. I got it. We continue. I'm like, what brought U2 into this?
Yeah.
Let's go to
Things are getting weird in Pleasant Valley.
Jamie in Kentucky. Jamie, go ahead.
Hey, Rick Bubba Show. First time calling.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the AI processors are going to take over the future.
I'm out, Rick.
You know, the future AI processors are going to make technology leaps and bounds in 10 years.
Is he talking about AI?
AI technology.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had a hard time
Reality
understanding.
goggles with heads-up displays. And technology is going to advance so fast in the next 10 years we'll never recognize America.
Yeah, well, I don't recognize it now.
Yeah.
You know, it just,
right, but who does? But
yeah, who does? Yeah, it's. I think that was.
Rick,
was that
I gave him a timeout.
You did.
You cut him off.
No, he went on for 45
Oh,
seconds.
okay.
Yeah, he got 15 extra minutes.
Seconds to me.
Yeah, I heard.
So is that what it's
felt
like?
It felt like minutes to me. Why I said that.
Is that what it's like listening to Scott Gorosky?
I think it is. I think it is. You know, and you know, because it's
so deep. His voice was so deep.
That's it. John. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Thanks, guys. Hey, heard here in 6 weeks, Hendrick Chevrolet's going to have a new promotion. Buy a new vehicle, get a new puppy.
Yeah. We thought when Greg, you know, he does about every other week. He's there during lunchtime, and one of the guys on the show said puppies and pizza.
Yep, great combination.
Yeah, puppies and pizza. Yeah, test drive a Ram today and get a free puppy. That's a good one. Let's go to Angie in Pell City. Angie, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Angie.
Hey, just wanted to get your thought on the firing of Tucker Carlson.
You must not have heard last hour. We did it quite a bit of time on that last hour. You know, one of the things you got to be careful of. I certainly don't want to do this. I don't know the details of what happened, but you know, if you just look at it on the surface, we'll say that it's concerning because you know when you hear Chuck Schumer calling for his firing. And you have the lawsuit that was brought against Fox, and like you said, Bubba, Fox caved to it and never even forced their hand to prove that they had actually been defamed.
Right.
The Dominion voting machines. I don't know if that's what it was. You know, but it. Anytime you do what we do for a living, and we do talk about you know pretty much whatever we want to talk about on the show and express our views and let you express your views. Anytime someone who has what appears to be a very successful show, now if you're unsuccessful, that's different.
Right.
But it appears to go to the people that demand, in order for you to be able to do your show the way you want to do it, you got to have ratings and revenue. And a host appears to have accomplished that,
right? And
they get fired anyway. That's always concerning.
Yeah, it is. And that time slot has been a lightning rod for Fox all along.
It has. So let's go to Jason. Jason, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I was wondering if y'all was going to give Mama's boy a paid maternity leave for yesterday.
That is great, Jason. That is a good one. And I've jotted it down, and that's the rest of his day for me. Yeah, thank you for giving me that. I didn't have that one yesterday. That's a new weapon.
Greg and Pete Buttigieg.
Oh, there you go, Greg.
That's good.
Right. Careful.
Greg gets puppy maternity leave. Barry Gadsden, Z93. Barry, go ahead.
Hey, I just wondering when we're going to go to Hendricks Hoover Auto Mall and have some hot dogs and toast and have puppy giveaway day.
Yeah, well, we just talked about that.
6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah, 6 to 8 weeks. It'll probably be pizzas and puppies because it sounds good together.
Yeah, see us about June.
Yeah, that's right. That seems so far away, too, doesn't it?
I know.
If you've got puppies. I mean, if you've got something else happening in June, it seems like it won't be long at all.
Right, but if you're going to be sitting up each night, you know, being the wet nurse, that's a long time.
Boy, I'm telling you. Yeah. So is there some indication the dog has finally taken on the role of mom, and they're not going to have to help as much?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. But there's so many, he says, they have to almost separate them because there's just not enough for them.
Isn't it interesting that Greg, of all people, would have a stray dog that also had sugar problems?
Oh, wow.
Look at his face there.
I know.
But he realizes, just like we all do, when something like this happens and this is where you work, you almost just have to. You know how you'll take yourself and cover yourself up in a ball to lessen the blow? Yeah. Or as you said, Bubba, you go to work, then you go to the woods and sit by yourself.
Yeah.
There's not a lot you can do. I mean, we got you right now, and you just have to endure it.
Yeah.
And that's a tough feeling, tough place to be. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Some sports stories today of interest. We'll look into those when we come back. Have you shopped the Rick and Bubba store lately? Mother's Day just around the corner. It's going to be here before you know it. Some really cool things for Mama. If she's a Rick and Bubba fan, they're at rickandbubba.com under the store. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Know you was my phone not ringing when Eli needed a backup?
I did
when
think
he
about
needed
that.
a partner.
I did think about that. Eli Gold. There's never been a person that holds us at arm's length so obviously than Eli Gold. Eli Gold knows he needs to be with us every now and then, but he doesn't want to be associated with it.
No, he's too professional, Rick.
It's a professional stiff arm, Rick.
Yeah, it really is.
And you know what?
And you know what? Probably wise.
Oh, it's warranted.
More people probably should take from that.
Look, Beth Mowens is on and we're not.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We got much to do today. Got updates on stories. Let's get this one. Here's an update.
News update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
You know, Rick, we had the story, very eerie video from the doorbell camera of the woman who was going around the neighborhood in Texas ringing the doorbells.
Yeah.
3 a.m. in the morning.
Man, that was good.
She looked like she was scared. She looked like she had been broke loose from a restraint. Part of that still on her hand.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
You okay, buddy?
Choked up thinking about it. So now we have an update on this. Other neighbors said that she came to their door too.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't just this one house. And now, as police have found out who she is, and we knew that there'd be more and more coming out on this, they actually closed in to try to find her boyfriend who lived a street over. And as police were approaching the house, he shot himself. So, I mean, to me, this even makes it even more strange, the whole thing. Do we know the full story
Well,
yet?
here's the thing I wanted, because, first of all, I remember yesterday when we did the story. Was it yesterday? I can't remember.
No, it's been a
couple
day
days
before
ago.
yesterday.
Yeah, is that I heard the first time it was ever reported that she was ringing multiple doorbells, but then when we did the story, it's almost like that wasn't in there anymore, and I thought, well, maybe that wasn't true, but now we see it is.
I guess they were the only ones that actually had video.
Correct, yeah, but I remember them saying a woman who was ringing doorbells throughout a neighborhood, here she is caught on one of the cameras. But the story that was sent to me yesterday, and I'm looking, it says this is the one. It talked about the suicide.
Correct.
It talked about the boyfriend. It never explained why she had some sort of restraint handcuff-looking thing on.
Right,
No,
and in the story, her identity nor her boyfriend's had been released, and it still hasn't, to my knowledge. It could be, but the stories we have, it doesn't say that, and it just says that it's still under investigation as to what in the world what she was doing, why she was, looked like she had been shackled, and why, there was a white van in the neighborhood, and why she was ringing doorbells. And they said she wasn't just ringing it; she would ring it 25 times at each house, and by the time they got to the door, she wasn't there. But they got a call that there was some type of suicide attempt at a house, and when the cops got there, they were too late. They were knocking on the door, nobody would come to the door, so they busted the door open, and when they got in there, they realized that her boyfriend had shot himself.
But we think he shot himself just at some point. No,
yeah, it doesn't say.
They didn't hear him shoot himself as they were coming in.
No, it just says in the story. It says
already,
they approached the door and tried to get a response. Nobody would come to the door, and when they opened the door, they saw that he had a gunshot to the head.
So, and they never.
Well, that's a little different from the story I heard yesterday. So I'm not denying that, but the one
I know,
but it was the one I heard yesterday said that he shot while they were approaching the
Well,
house.
and to your defense, Bubba, when I came in and was talking to Helmsy and Greg off air, I mentioned that, and then I started reading the story, and it says something a little different. So, because I kind of heard the same thing you did yesterday.
Trying to get stories now. I read
this story is strange anyway, and it just seems to keep getting stranger. You keep going, well, we need one more page to this story. Now, it says that she was not identified initially because she was a family violence victim.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, that even is another strange part.
Well,
of it.
what it is, and this happens, guys, I'm so sorry, but it happens so much. We get these stories, and it looks like somebody takes pieces of puzzles and throws them on the floor, and then your job as somebody who is trying to report it to you is you pick up the pieces, and you're supposed to put the puzzle together.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see the people who write these stories go ahead and put it together and say, here's what happened. You know, I heard one time, like I say, the first time I heard a story, she was ringing multiple doorbells. Another story said one doorbell, or it didn't say multiples. This says, you know, that he was shot and he was killed when they came in. One says he shot himself while they were approaching. I mean, and you're trying to figure all this up. And then I will tell you what this one says, and I guess they'll tell us, is they say that, you know, obviously that the woman, you know, is seen, as you can clearly see on the surveillance camera. She has some sort of restraint on her wrist. Says she is not wearing any pants or shoes. So if this is some sort of cuffing restraint, is it possible? As we make our way back. Yeah, too much fun. Too much fun. Greg, we're having a ball, buddy.
Yeah, y'all are. I'm just sitting here taking it.
Doesn't it feel good when you were on our side of it?
Oh, yeah. Which mostly I am.
Yeah, but every now and then we all end up over there.
Yeah, y'all owe me a few.
Yes.
Helms done stepped up and said he's taking one.
Yeah.
Maddie texted me in the break, my 10-year-old. She said, tell Greg we want to adopt one.
There you go. There you go, Maddie.
And I had to shut that down
See,
real
they
quick.
got them
Remind
fancy
her
dogs.
we had 2 dogs already.
They need the old common dog.
Yeah, you got your fancy dogs. Get old Mutt. Ain't nothing better than Mutt, by the way.
Hey, I agree with that. If I didn't have any, maybe.
Right.
But I got 2.
All right, so Greg at rickandbubba.com to go ahead and be standing by for your puppy.
They're already wildly trained.
Well, yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
Greg, are you going to have a day where you just pull up and go, whoever I've organized this with, y'all show up at this location at this time, and then
central area.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because if not, you're going to be taking puppies all over the place.
And they called it.
I'll be pretty flexible, to be honest, just to get it done.
Right, just to get it done. Be careful, Greg. Listeners everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, I had nothing to this degree, but you remember I had a cat that dropped some kittens, and the audience took every one of those.
How about that?
Yeah.
Of course, I only had about 4.
Yeah.
Didn't have 9.
That is a big difference.
In the sports world, and we were talking about, this is actually do y'all find it odd that Aaron Rodgers comes in as the backup to Brett Favre, becomes the starter after Brett Favre moves to the Jets, on to the Vikings, and now Aaron Rodgers, when he leaves the Packers, he's going to the Jets.
It is
I just find that
weird.
strange. Bubba, this means you've got him coming to the Vikings.
Yeah, for the second time in 15 years, the Green Bay Packers are trading an aging icon to the New York Jets.
That's interesting, yeah.
And this is a pretty big deal. The Jets will get Aaron Rodgers, a number 15 pick, and a number 170 pick. The Packers will get a number 13 pick, 42 pick, 207 pick, and a 2024 second-round pick. Could become a first-round pick if Aaron Rodgers plays 65% of the snaps for the Jets.
Which, you know, if he stays healthy, he likely will. But now I know that Brett got himself into some trouble with the allegations of lewd text when he was at the Jets. But did he play well at the Jets until all that happened?
They were the top team in the NFL till about midway through the season, and they fell apart toward the end of the year.
Did he get hurt or get to in that season?
I think they may have lost some linemen or something.
He was distracted over what was happening.
Careful, Greg's injured. He's feeding.
I know
lines.
He's injured.
Yeah.
Careful.
I got a lot of good jokes on that.
I did think it was interesting. No one has wore the number 12 that legendary quarterback Joe Namath has worn.
Is it retired?
And Joe Namath has given permission for them to give 12 to him.
So it was retired.
I guess it would. I don't know if they officially retired it or they just wasn't using it. You know, one or the other. But Aaron Rodgers says he wants to wear his college number 8.
So he does. He's not going to. That's probably, if I was going to the Jets, I probably wouldn't want to wear 12 because of the Namath icon, almost as a respect to him.
Right.
So to go back to 8 from college, that'd be kind of cool. Unless you're the person who wears 8 at the Jets, now you're like, hey, thanks.
Now, this has been big news, this deal, and there's a lot of money tied to it and all that. But one of the things here, and I see this as a footnote. Rodgers still has to have a physical given by the Jets, and he hasn't had that yet. So.
I hope it's not.
Hope all the mushrooms are
I was
cleared
about to say,
out.
I hope they have no test for peyote. I don't know how this will go. What I mean, I will say this: when you get some of these wily old veterans that are really, really good, and at a time maybe the best when they're in their era, or at least the top 3, when they feel like that the team that they've devoted themselves to doesn't appreciate them anymore, they'll usually find a team to give them at least one more good season. It really focuses them, and they want to prove something.
Right.
Of course, you wish they'd have done that when you were still playing. You still had them playing for you. But sometimes that'll result in a team at least getting one good season out of them.
Right.
So this marks the end of an era for the Packers, Rick. Rodgers, who is 39, was a 4-time NFL MVP, led them to 11 playoff appearances and 1 Super Bowl championship in his 15 years as a starter. And unlike Favre, who wanted to return to the Packers after he was unretired, Rodgers apparently wanted out, even last summer when he said he definitely wanted to finish his career with the Packers, but that seemed to change in the last few weeks.
So there you go. So Rodgers to the Jets, just like Favre went to the Jets, which is odd. Of all the teams that they both took, the aging Green Bay Packer quarterbacks.
So the Packers had 2 who will be Hall of Fame quarterbacks when it's all said and done. Which one do you think was more successful, Favre or Rodgers?
So Favre went to the Super Bowl.
How many did he go?
I know he went twice. He won 1 and got beat by the Broncos in another one. Is that the only 2?
I feel like he went more than that.
No, I think he only went to 2.
Yeah, I think only 2. And Rodgers has been to how many? He's only won 1 too, right?
It says he won 1.
Yeah,
but it doesn't say how many they went to.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. It gets down to sometimes who is the both of them have won 1, but how many times has Rodgers been, Adler?
It says he's played in 1 Super Bowl game in his career, from what I
can see.
Which one, Aaron or Brad?
No, Brad played in 2.
Yeah,
I know
Aaron
Brad played in 1.
Aaron Rodgers went in 2010.
Yeah. Of the 2, if I was, now you got to be careful with our gunslinger friend, but if you were in a bind and I was out there battling, I always felt like as a football player that I identified in football and the football attitude with Favre more than Rodgers.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. If the barn is up for grabs,
right,
okay,
yeah.
The barn is depending on it,
Mm-hmm.
and you had to get down the field to score. I had to pick one or the other. I believe I'd pick Favre.
Aaron Rodgers to me was like a thoroughbred that was a little too moody.
Yeah.
Where Favre was a guy who says, "Yeah, I'm all in. Let's just do it. Let's just do whatever." Now sometimes his "let's do whatever we got to do to win," as you know, Bubba, as a Viking fan, means he'll throw it across his body over the defense.
Well, he was a gunslinger.
Yeah, he
was a gunslinger, no doubt.
Yeah.
But seeing Favre, I guess too, because we have memories of Favre in college too, and saw what he did. And I remember seeing the game where they beat Florida State, thinking, "Hey, something's up here. This is a real deal."
Yeah.
And then they went on to win a lot of games, and so both of them were great quarterbacks.
And I will say this because I'm, got gray in my beard and in my hair, and I'm 58 years old, so I get a little grumpy about, attitude of the Aaron Rodgers of the world. But I will say this. Aaron Rodgers is a fantastic quarterback.
Yeah.
And his accuracy of throwing is at times incredible. So he is an elite player. Mm-hmm. He really is. When he was in his prime, I don't know how he is now. But I think if you said
he won MVP last year,
right.
Not last year, but the year before.
Yeah, I mean he's a fantastic player.
Yeah, he's still probably.
But I think that if you said, Rick, you're now going to coach, and it's going to be Packers. And your team's going to have Brett Favre at quarterback in his prime, and the other team's going to have Aaron Rodgers in his prime. I think I beat that team. I think I'll beat Aaron Rodgers' team with Brett Favre.
Yeah,
I don't think you can make an argument. I mean, either way, he's fine.
Not that I think Brett
Yeah.
Favre's a more skilled quarterback than Aaron Rodgers. I think Aaron Rodgers missed a little something that Favre had that just made him gritty and a leader.
I don't know. I want to know what they do next. Is this Jordan Love the answer, or are they going to draft somebody else?
I think they're going with Jordan Love. He's been a backup for like 3 years. He was a first-round pick, so they're going to have to give him a shot, I think.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes. I'm really,
I'm amazed at these teams that can have back-to-back Hall of Fame quarterbacks like San Francisco did, like the Packers have done. There's other teams that never have one. I won't call any out.
Right. There you go again.
But when you look and you think about it, I may be more interested in how the Jets are going to do than how the Packers are going to do. Just because anytime somebody gets this kind of opportunity, of course, what in the world does he have around him at the Jets? Have they built a little better team?
They were a pretty good team last year. The quarterback spot is what hurt them.
Yeah.
I asked that earlier. I don't know.
Did you just say you could be more interested in the Jets than the Packers?
Yeah, well, just how it's going to go. The person who killed himself, and it says she was a victim of a family violence,
right?
That he was abusive and maybe had her restrained and was wanting to do whatever, we don't know, but that she got away from him, and when she escaped, he knows, here I am going to get in trouble again about abusing her in some way, shape, or form. I'm done with it. I'm killing myself.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's just me taking pieces of puzzle, laying around the ground, and saying I'm trying to get you a narrative here.
Mm-hmm.
So the bottom line is they wanted you to know the woman is safe. They now know who she is, where she came from. The boyfriend's killed himself, and now we're trying to, and we don't know why she has handcuffs on. We're trying to unpack all of it, right?
And the boyfriend was 49. She's 32.
Wow.
Big difference there. I'm not saying that that's part of why something happened, but there is
just
a big
an interesting
difference.
thing.
Another part of this story that was in this that we didn't have originally, or I didn't pick up on, was that neighbors say that there was a van driving around while she was ringing the doorbell. And I don't remember that in the first story.
Yep.
And they're saying that did belong to the boyfriend.
Right.
So they've matched that to him. So
maybe she was fleeing because he was pursuing her, trying to get somebody to come to the door to help her. And then when somehow she got away and he couldn't find her, he went back to the house and killed himself.
That would be a logical stream of events here, but there's, like you say, there's so many pieces.
It does seem pretty common sense here. If and we don't know, hey, guess what? She's out. They found her.
Mm-hmm.
What's been going on around here is about to come out, and why you never know why.
We're gonna hear. I mean, guys, she's got cuffs of some kind on. We're gonna hear some really kind of.
And they say they won't release details, and it's weird here too because they say because we only have one side of the story, which is strange.
Well, we're not gonna get his side.
No, we're not.
You're right. So unless there's a family member that says I talk to him all the time, this was his point of view.
You definitely want her to be protected and safe, but it would help, I think, for them to come out and clear this story up for everybody.
Yeah.
So, and this is also I got to let you know a story before it's complete, just because I got to let you know.
Yeah.
And people want to know what's going on. I mean, you could imagine the curiosity factor is high even for us here. Can you imagine if you're living in that neighborhood?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we had a guy who lives there, and he says, we had this woman going around at 3:30 in the morning, and now I've never seen anything like this in all the time that I've lived here. So for them, they're saying this was a very bizarre story. But all we can tell you today with confidence is he's dead, she's okay. The rest of it, somebody's going to have to put together for us. And it appears she obviously was fleeing. I don't need a journalist to tell me that because she's ringing doorbells, wanting help. She has some kind of restraint on her. The van, which belonged to the man who's now dead, her boyfriend, who looks like has some history of being abusive, okay, that he's driving the van around trying to find her. She doesn't want to be found. He doesn't find her. He kills himself, and now we're talking to her.
And just another example of that, and another update we've got today on Aretha Franklin's casket. Did you see that? They've come back and said, no, it's not solid gold.
Well, it couldn't be.
After they put out, it's solid gold.
Look, I mean, the Rick and Bubba show saw that in the story and screamed, that can't be.
That just cannot be.
It can't be.
Also, she has an outfit change. Have you seen that?
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
we now go to Aretha Franklin. You know, for some of these people that now, if they could just take Aretha Franklin and John McCain and put them on display at the same place, you realize how convenient that would be for some of these people that need to go to both? But yesterday, and we called it when it was, of course, erroneously reported that, we just journalism now. It's just absolutely terrible. When they threw out that Aretha Franklin was being buried in a solid gold casket, we all began to say that is not possible. No one could pick it up. I mean, there's no way that is a solid gold casket. And we said probably gold-plated might be a little more accurate. We do have an update on two things: Aretha's actual casket and what it's actually made of, and an outfit change, right?
Yeah, I don't know that we've heard of that. Let's take the casket first.
Okay.
As you said, it was reported to be solid gold. We knew that just could not be. The company and the people who made the statement have come back now to say, no, there was some miscommunication here.
Yeah.
We hear that a lot.
Bubba, can I say this again, though? And look, you and I are just a couple of good ones. And
Yeah.
Speedy's a good one, Helmsy's a good one, Greg's a good one, Adler's a good one. I can't say that Graveyard's a good one. I don't know him that well, but
I'm going to take a stab. He's part good.
right. So, because we know his dad's a good one. But here's the thing. I really don't need anybody to correct me. If I'm a journalist and somebody says Aretha Franklin's casket is solid gold, I immediately go, you sure about that? I don't think it can be solid gold, or we're going to have some sort of piece of equipment to move it. You're not going to be able to have pallbearers and the expense of a solid gold. You realize how big caskets are?
Oh, yeah.
Made of I mean, she's not a pharaoh. We're not burying Solomon of the Queen of Sheba. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like, and did no one say, I don't know about that? So now we've got to clarify it.
Yeah, they said it's actually made of 48-ounce polished bronze and has a 14-karat gold-plated hardware.
Mm-hmm. As we assume. Yeah.
Now, the company says it is their top-end model.
Of course.
And it is referred to as the gold standard.
Nope. 6 minutes now past the hour from the broadcast location. I almost said broadcast plaza again. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. It is a brand new hour, and we're thankful that you are here. As you heard, the gang is all here, and we'll finish our conversation from the last segment. We did get from friend Ryan Brown. He confirmed sports is his area, and he said you guys are correct. Brett Favre actually was injured and missed the last 5 games when he played for the Jets because he tore his shoulder up. And as Bubba and I Bubba was informing me, look back, the Jets were doing great that season with Favre at the helm until he got hurt, and then it kind of fell apart.
Yeah, 8-3.
Yeah,
bad
with
part
wins
of it.
over the Patriots and the Titans on their home field.
And the worst part, it was his texting shoulder.
Right, Greg. Thank you. I know you're injured. I got that. We know you're injured.
That go
I don't know why Brett's paying a price. He had nothing to do with the puppies.
Brett, if you're listening, I'm sorry. Brett.
Right. Let me go back to this. We got a story on Brett too, so Greg will love joining in on this. Greg, here's an incredible idea. If you've got golden ticket seats, whenever they go and make available, and say 8 weeks from now you're here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. On that Friday, everybody goes home with one of Greg's puppies.
There you go.
As a golden ticket seat gift.
And we got one left over, one spare.
Or we're going
put
to
it on
add
the wheel.
somebody.
And we'll
put somebody in the spillover seat.
We'll put it on the wheel of meat.
Okay.
And really confuse people.
All right. I'm good.
All right. So there we go.
Petey Miller's got about 3 of them.
Yeah. I want them walking all over this counter.
Well, speaking of Favre, we were going to put that in the story because of the Aaron Rodgers story, but it looks like Favre's attempt to get out of the Mississippi civil lawsuit about welfare abuse, he will remain a defendant, right?
Yes, NFL retired quarterback Brett Favre will remain as a defendant in a civil lawsuit that seeks to recover millions of dollars of misspent welfare money that was supposed to help some of the neediest people in the U.S., according to a Mississippi judge. Now, this is not a criminal case. This is a civil case. Brett Favre's lawyer said he is disappointed in the court's ruling. His legal team is exploring their options.
Well, I guess their argument, I haven't read the details, is, look, we're not in charge on, I mean, these are government people that release these funds. I mean, it's not our job to decide, whether I can give them to them or not. It's kind of on them.
Well, this is the case. The Department of Human Services lawsuit says that money from the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program was improperly spent, including on projects Favre supported, $5 million for a volleyball arena at the University of Southern Mississippi where his daughter played, and a $1.7 million grant toward the development of a concussion treatment drug. Favre's attorneys have argued that the department is suing Favre, a Mississippi and national celebrity, to deflect from its own role in allowing fraud, and they filed multiple sets of papers seeking to have him dismissed from the suit.
They're the ones that released the money.
I'd like to say, I'd make the case that we don't know the state of the Southern Mississippi volleyball program. Maybe they were needy.
Define needy.
Right.
We can always do that.
If I don't have facilities, am I not
Well,
needy?
again, it doesn't say that Brett stole the money. It doesn't say that it said he supported the project.
And Brett doesn't get to decide what money from the government spent on what. Whether he asked for it or not, he still doesn't decide whether it gets spent.
I think what's damaging to him is back to these text messages and the communication back and forth. That's where everybody's landing. Yeah.
But
we'll see.
I don't know.
But you're right. I mean,
somebody get Favre's phone. And let's disable texting.
Speaking of that, when's the last time you've reached out to him, Rick?
It's been a while.
So you try it again.
Do you realize
Probably not after today.
the bridges?
I'm gonna give us some time.
That Rick has burned. That we have key phone numbers.
It's I try.
Yeah,
so
I'm not sharing any more numbers.
Well, you know what I am.
Well, I mean, you can't be.
You know what I am. I will love it and I will hold memory.
yeah.
And I squeeze. No offense, Greg. I squeezed the puppy too hard.
You did. I loved it right out.
I'm coming from a good place.
Yeah.
It's all devotion and love. I'm just, as Sherry says, I'm just a little bit of a bull in the china shop.
Yeah. Beaumont.
And
you are the Beaumont.
And I acknowledge that. You can't start healing if you don't acknowledge your problem. You know it.
I think the worst. I mean, others I'll give you a pass on, but during Sean Hannity's radio show, sending him text messages saying that you could probably take him, I think that's
well. See, that's what I do with my real buddies, and I thought he was my real buddy.
Okay.
I give you an example of that from yesterday. So anyway, but the way we look, let's face it, friendships with us are hard. People think they want to be our friends until they are, and then they're like, "Oh my goodness."
Yeah.
I'll
real up in here.
I will tell you, some of my friends early on, when the show was in its early stages, they're like, "We didn't know we were getting into."
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, people start asking me stuff at work, and I'm like, "Where did you hear that?" And they said, "Well, they're talking about it on the show." You know what I mean? And they didn't know what they were. You come in here. There's 5 hours every day,
right?
Begging for content.
The head coach at UAB men's tennis got a little dose of this yesterday at the Cheesecake Factory.
See, exactly
evidently the Cheesecake Factory loves the show. They're huge fans, not just the waitress and the
whole
person,
operation.
The whole operation.
Well, if you're a Cheesecake Factory, don't you love this show?
And Coach DeSanto was in there yesterday with a couple of the guys, and he handed her our card that says clearly on to pay UAB men's tennis. And she said, "Oh, you're Helmsy from the Rick and Bubba
That's
show."
So good.
And he said, "No, I'm the more unpopular head coach."
That's funny.
And she said, "Well, make sure they all know we were listening today and talking." And she said, not just me, everybody here loves the show." And I thought, well, how about that?
Well,
Didn't know that was going on.
Well, this is a lesson. You have been an assistant. Bubba, you've been an assistant. I've been an assistant. And every time the people that are the head coach are like, so everybody thinks you are the head coach. But because
it wears a little thin on them,
does.
I think.
It does.
Time.
It does.
Especially since y'all were saying that on the air.
Right. Well,
I think we've gone very easy on UAB.
Well, you have, by the way.
Can I tell you why? Honestly, you caught me sleeping. I look back now and go,
Speedy has tried. He's tried to pull y'all in on it, and I've ignored it, and y'all have too, thankfully.
Right.
I tried to yesterday.
You know what I am? I'm the line that they threw a piece of meat in there, and I didn't know where it was. It must have fell under something. I couldn't see it good, and I never smelt it. Because you're right. I've had a lot to go with it. I've been going.
I know.
I've been derelict.
Yeah.
He might be.
It's under the mat.
How about maybe I don't know. Maybe I've I don't know what's happening to me. Like Bubba said, I think I'm getting more gentle, but it's not fully there. There's a lot I could have done with you, AB Dennis, and I'd have been more than willing to do.
And I'm thankful you didn't, because
Right.
it could. I mean, this is my future. Y'all messing with. That's fine.
Yeah. So anyway, all right. So we'll come back when we come back. Speaking of, you have to acknowledge you have a problem in order to address it.
Yeah.
Biden has announced he's going to run for president again, and we've got some diddlies on audio and video that we can share with you.
Now, this comes out as 70% of the U.S. population, which in this poll, 51% were Democrats, are saying you don't need to run.
I want you to think about this.
Age being the number one issue.
Can you imagine? Can you? And this shows you that he has no control of his cognitive skills. If somebody sat down right now with you and you wanted to be something, whatever it is, say you wanted to be the coach, you wanted to be the mayor, you wanted to be a councilman, and somebody said, "Hey, just so you know, over 70% of the people don't want you to do that, including a large number of people that should vote for you just by the party you've chosen. Yeah. Nobody wants you to do this." Wouldn't some people go, "Gosh, I guess I better not"? I mean,
maybe I don't need to run.
Right? Yeah,
70 is a big number.
Not in Washington D.C. It doesn't happen that way.
All right, we'll come back and we'll talk about it. Biden says he is going to run, and unfortunately, he's told somebody else to stand up that he shouldn't have again.
Rick.
And he's got. It's just
stand up.
I mean, there's a side of me for the show that doesn't want to see him go, but for the country, he needs to. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Looking for peace. They said the Queen of Souls in a cheap casket.
Yeah.
Nobody said that.
No. Because it's a gold finish.
But it's not solid gold.
The company also said it takes up to 150 hours of labor to construct, customize, and hand polish the casket to achieve its unique mirror finish.
And it's beautiful.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It's a little gaudy, but it's beautiful.
Mm-hmm. They said, too, and I don't think I've ever heard of this, that her outfit was going to be changed for the second day of viewing.
Yeah.
What
she has?
How would you like to have that gig,
Rick?
Well, because she can't do it,
Rick.
I mean, it's.
Well, I mean, they have people that do that.
Understood, but
the first time.
To your point, though, it takes a lot of work to get your loved one, dressed and appropriate for a viewing. And
it's really not set up to be changed.
Thank you. That's
is that a good way of putting it?
That's what I was going to say. Thank you. Well,
because most of that is done for permanent, long term.
And some of it is a little more of an illusion than actually what you're seeing because of what you just said.
Right. Also,
because the person whose body it is, they really don't care. This is for the living.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of a change of dress on the second. Have y'all? I mean, from anybody?
One time there was a guy that had a nose that went on for a minute, then it was taken off. But I had to
bring that up.
Yeah, well, I hate to bring that up again, but that did happen.
Well, it wasn't when you say nose, it's like I immediately thought somebody put on a nose to look like a nose because they didn't have a nose.
No.
We're talking about the foam nose.
We are. We're talking about.
I'm gonna tell you that.
We're talking about a clown nose that was on for a minute, then removed. That did happen. That did happen.
It did.
That did happen. It's not a full outfit change, but still.
I'm gonna tell you that may be one of the greatest send-offs ever. I will have to give
that was a
School
doozy.
Clothes and Tony props on that.
That was
one
a doozy.
Day.
That was a doozy.
And the reasoning was so logical.
It really was.
Loved it.
Yeah.
Also
tomorrow if you're listening Thursday, Friday's funeral is going to be a tribute to her hit "Freeway of Love." They're going to have 130 pink Cadillacs that will line up in procession. And be part of the funeral.
Have you seen all the people who are singing? And the church has 4,000 seats, I think, and they're saying it will be wall to wall. I mean, it is a who's who of celebrities right now.
Freeway of Love. This is very similar when the former lead singer of AC/DC died, Bon Scott, when everyone did a Highway to Hell. But anyway,
that's good.
In tribute,
a little different.
A little tribute. That's not the tribute you're looking for on that day.
No.
But anyway,
also as we stay in the under the funeral heading today, story out today that Sarah Palin was not invited to the John McCain funeral.
Now, you certainly understand the whole Donald Trump thing. We saw that publicly, and matter of fact, he was told he wasn't coming to the funeral before John McCain even passed. But Sarah Palin, who you ran for president,
you
together
asked to be your vice presidential.
I mean, I know,
candidate.
I know they didn't get along, in any great fashion or establish some long-lasting friendship. But I don't see her being exempt from coming to the funeral. It didn't seem like anything like that ever happened.
I thought Sarah Palin's statement that she put out after he passed was very good, and I don't have it in front of me, but it was something to the fact of that I have very fond memories of John and our time together. So she obviously could have said more, I'm sure, but
it is strange that now him and Biden go way back with their relationship, but Biden will be speaking, and I believe President Obama will be speaking, but you don't invite Sarah Palin, who you ran with.
Well,
I don't know. Maybe that's a bad memory
everything
for
you
him.
say now. You have to. It is like walking on eggshells, and I understand that, and I certainly want to be respectful. But when you get a person, you get a reputation for certain things, and everybody says that's not fair,
right?
And then you look at your speakers at your funeral, and maybe somebody comes back to the person that said you never really were a full-blown Republican, and somebody may go back after the speaker lineup and the people who won't be speaking and the people who will. There's somebody in office today that says, hey, by the way, I owe you an apology for that.
Right.
Obviously,
right.
I misread John a little bit on that. Apparently he was quite chummy with some very, very far-left people. But it does seem interesting that you would have what should have been at times political opponents speak, but you don't have somebody who is your vice presidential candidate even be there. Let's go. 20 minutes past the hour. So we said going into the break that Biden.
Hey, Chuck. Stand up, Chuck. Let him see you. Oh, God love you. What am I talking about? Chuck Graham, state senator's here. Chuck, stand up, Chuck. Let him see you.
Where did he go?
Hey, where did he go?
Where'd he go?
He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know?
Hey!
Basement Joe.
Well,
Basement Joe.
Bubba, he's announcing. We wondered if he was going to run again, and he says he is going to run for president again in 2024. And he and Harris officially announced the re-election campaign. Can't believe what I'm hearing, but we have some of the clips today involving Biden. Now, do we want to? Can we go to 1B, Adler, since he's done another stand-up? Here he appears to confuse a congresswoman for a man in the Teacher of the Year speech, because he's asking for somebody named Jonah to stand up, but Jonah's not the Teacher of the Year, right? It's actually a female who's won Teacher of the Year, correct?
It is, and her name it starts with the same letters.
Yeah,
Let's see, what is
but her
name
name is
here?
not Jonah. So let's see what happens here.
Thank you for the members of Congress who are here today, including two outstanding educating Congresswomen, Jonah, and by the way, Jonah Hayes is Jonah. Where are you? There you are, Jonah, right in front of me. Stand up, Jonah. Jonah happens to be a teacher, happens to be the 2016 National Teacher of the Year.
And nobody knew what to do because her name was not Jonah, but so
he said it a lot.
Yeah,
he did. Really made a big deal.
And she's a congresswoman, not Teacher of the Year.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Confuses everything.
Yeah,
Wait a minute. So
he's got it all.
Not the Teacher of the Year.
Oh, that's just even worse. This is
mess.
Her name is Johanna Hayes. So number one,
he's not even close.
So he's referring to her not only as Jonah, but he's also calling her Teacher of the Year when she's not.
Yes.
Okay.
I said first he said Congress Teacher of the Year.
Yeah, he said educators, congresswomen
that are
educators. Maybe she was a former teacher,
She is a Democratic representative from Connecticut.
Yeah, her
Johanna
name
Hayes.
Johanna Hayes. He calls her Jonah, and tells everybody to clap for her as Teacher of the Year.
Can we watch that again?
Yeah. Now with all
Stand
that,
up, Jonah.
yeah. Can we see that again?
Thank you for the members of Congress who are here today, including two outstanding educating Congresswomen, Jonah, and by the way, Jonah Hayes is, Jonah, where are you?
Oh,
there you are,
my
Jonah,
goodness.
right in front of me. Stand up, Jonah. Jonah happens to be the 2016 National Teacher of the Year.
Stand up, Jonah.
Was she?
Was
she maybe
of the
then
year?
she was
2016. So.
Was she then?
I'm a
Let's find
Congress
out.
that
I
used to be a teacher. Is that what?
Maybe
he,
she
so we don't know
was.
what he's trying
We
to say.
would- How about
up,
this?
Jonah.
We know her name's not Jonah. That we know. Okay. And maybe and he acted like he was saying currently Teacher of the Year, but then he threw 2016 in there. What he should have said is, if he was coherent, what he should have said is, you know, we have a Connecticut representative, Johanna Hayes here. You know, in 2016, she was actually named Teacher of the Year. So
Former educator.
and she's a former educator. So it's good to know that our representatives are made up of former teachers, including a former Teacher of the Year, Johanna Hayes, who was Teacher of the Year in 2016. Johanna, stand up. I mean, just so glad to have you serving our country and helping educators. Right?
Right. Yeah. Not Jonah.
Sounds
That's
good to
not-
me, Rick.
It's not her
Right,
name.
I mean, it's stand up. Chuck.
What am I thinking?
What am I talking about? So he is going to run. So we've got more. We also have in 1A. This is
Ooh, I don't like this.
what?
I don't like this kind of speech from.
No.
From
No.
Well,
no.
we've already had
It's all our
creepy-
kids, that kind of thing.
Bubba pointed out earlier. Creepy Chuck Schumer told us that the federal government should be allowed to go to any media source they don't like and tell them what they can and can't say.
Because they're a threat to democracy.
Right. Yep. And,
in their opinion.
Yeah. Now Joe Biden is going to let you know that none of us have our own children. All right. So here we go.
Rebecca put a teacher's creed into words when she said, "There's no such thing as someone else's child. No such thing as someone else's child. Our nation's children are all our children."
No.
I know what he's trying to say. That we all need to care about all children.
I got it.
You know.
Children are the future.
Yeah.
You
Of
know.
course, if he would
Teach
only,
them well.
but he really should have said, "Now I'm representing."
Show them the way.
I'm representing the current modern progressive party, so I want to be clear. I'm not talking about children in the womb. I'm only talking about those of you that can escape the womb and get out here on the outside. Then we, as the Democratic Party, will pretend to care about you. But you don't like when the federal government says that nobody really owns their own children.
No.
Well, this
Who
is
wants that?
Yeah.
This is going back to what you're seeing in schools now, where people want them to be able to reassign their gender without their parents even knowing about it.
The sad part is the federal government is showing, on Bubba's example, what we really mean is we'll allow you to raise your own children unless you're raising them in a way that we don't agree with.
Right. Yeah. Unless we get to indoctrinate them.
Right.
Do you guys want Biden's official announcement?
Yes,
video?
I guess.
Okay. All right. January 6th. It starts with January 6th.
Of course it does.
Wow.
Freedom.
Oh, my goodness.
Good night.
Personal freedom is fundamental to who we are as Americans.
Apparently not.
Nothing more important, nothing more sacred. That's been the work of my first term, to fight for our democracy.
No.
A red revolution. To protect our rights, to make sure that everyone in this country is treated equally and that everyone is given a fair shot at making it.
Wow.
But you know, around the country, MAGA extremists are lining up
We
to
can't even
take
say
out our
MAGA.
bedrock freedoms, cutting Social Security that you paid for your entire life while cutting
They always
taxes
bring
for
that
the
up,
very
don't they?
wealthy, dictating what
Same
healthcare
stuff.
decisions women
Same
can
garbage.
make, banning books, and telling people who they can love, all while making it more difficult for you to be able to vote.
More difficult to cheat.
Right. Yeah.
But here comes Kamala Harris and Joe Biden hugging people.
When I ran for president 4 years ago, I said we're in a battle for the soul of America, and we still are.
Yeah, you're right about
the question we're facing is whether in the years ahead we have more freedom or less freedom.
More, please.
More rights or fewer. I know what I want the answer to be, and I think you do too.
No, we know
this
what you
is
want.
not a time to be complacent.
You're right.
That's why I'm running for re-election.
Is complacent living in Delaware?
Thank you.
I know we're good and decent people.
Apparently
I
not.
know we're still a country that believes in honesty and respect.
Connecticut,
We
where
treat each
apparently
other with dignity. That we're a nation where we give hate no safe harbor. We believe that everyone is equal, that everyone should be given a fair shot to
Not
succeed
really.
in this country.
Preferred people.
Somebody needs to work on his impersonation.
Every generation in America has faced a moment when they have to defend democracy. Stand up for our personal freedom. Stand up for the right to vote and our civil rights.
Fireworks.
And this is our moment.
There he goes running. There he goes running. Oh, boy. He did that running thing.
And I'm proud of my son.
Yeah, right.
I'm running again.
I can't even watch that. Can you imagine?
Don't try to fix something that's broken.
Can you imagine being the person that had to sit down and your assignment was find me some motivating quotes from President Biden? What did you say? I want coherent, motivating comments from the president that inspire people. And that's your assignment. Put me something together. Can you imagine? Wow. And all they do is just go back to old playbooks, say the same old things. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm not saying she should speak, but I mean, not even be there. That does seem odd.
Or at least be invited. Maybe
Right.
she couldn't make it.
Right.
You know?
But isn't it a little bit odd? I understand the Trump thing. Y'all never really, I don't know, y'all probably didn't have any kind of relationship of any kind, and you didn't like him, and he didn't like you, and you know, there's a certain respect that he's been pretty good about not putting out anything, which I think that's the right thing to do. And he's not coming to the wedding to be the funeral to be some big distraction. I think all that's good. The Sarah Palin thing is a little harder to understand. But maybe I don't know.
Well, here's the thing too. He put in May when he had his book that come out. It was entitled "Restless Wave." He wrote that he regretted choosing Palin as his running mate instead of his close friend, U.S. Senator Joe Lieberman of Connecticut.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, I think kind of making the point.
Well, going back to this again, there he was going against Obama after Obama had already, clearly shown that that he had a vision of America, which he'd always laid out. In all fairness to Obama told you who he was, told you what his views were, and you could agree or disagree with him. And then when he got his opportunity to try to implement them, he got some of it done. Some of the others he didn't get done. But he tried to implement what he thought was America's role in the world, and something I would disagree with on just about every single point. But if you think you're going to beat that by bringing in Lieberman, so now we're going to have a moderate Republican and an independent who used to be a Democrat, and they're going to beat a far left candidate. I just you talk about taking the air out of the room of enthusiasm. If you're a Republican, so
George W. Bush has also been asked to speak. So he and President George W. Bush and President Obama will both be speaking.
Well, that's, W. Bush and McCain probably had one thing in common: their disdain for Donald Trump.
Now they do.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So which that's fine. I mean, his life's over. Like I said, there's not a whole lot to say now. His life here is over. John McCain's. I'll tell you who's going to assess John McCain's life, and that is the great I Am.
Yep.
And I certainly don't know what that assessment is. And hopefully it is under the righteousness of Jesus Christ, and then because of his perfection, he will be accepted. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, we mentioned John Parker Wilson. For those of you that listen to the University of Alabama football across the country via radio or streaming, the play-by-play action, Eli Gold, now color commentator, John Parker Wilson in his debut season, and he joins us now. Welcome to the show, buddy.
Appreciate it, guys. Huge fans. Thank y'all for having me. This is awesome.
Congratulations to you. What a great gig to have.
Pretty excited about it, I grew up listening to you guys, but also grew up listening to Alabama football on the radio with my dad, my brother. So pretty cool to be able to now keep being around the program now that I've been done playing for, it's been over 10 years now. So to be able to continue that, it's a pretty cool gig. So looking forward to it.
You had a great high school career, great college career. You played in the pros for a while with the Falcons, Jaguars, Steelers. So you've been around the game. Is this something you wanted to do, or you thought you might do later, or is it just kind of come out of the blue?
It kind of came out of the blue. There's not a lot of opportunities to stay around football after you get done playing.
Right.
Coaching's one.
Yeah. That's a brutal sport. It
is. That's pretty brutal. So I knew I didn't want to be in coaching, and this is just another opportunity. And when it came up, when Coach Saban and the athletic director Greg Byrne called me and gave me this chance, it's tough to say no to, and really appreciate them letting me do it. So we're starting off here for the first time in a few days, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, you got a few things to talk about. Speedy played you a little something to break. I want you to listen to this first, and you were looking at it because when you're the premier program in college football, modern day, that you don't make a lot of friends. You make a lot of enemies, which can be a compliment too. But listen to this comment. Now, who's doing this comment?
Tim Brando.
Tim Brando. Okay, that doesn't surprise me.
Nobody talks about how easy Alabama's got it. But that is one pathetic schedule they're trotting out there, saying hello to the Citadel, Ooh La La, and Arkansas State non-conference. You got to be kidding me. And no one, I repeat, no one. I didn't see that in Roll Tide on ESPN the other night.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, simplysafebubba.com. Simplysafebubba.com. Right now, if you're doing some spring cleaning, dusting those hard-to-reach places, cleaning out that closet, you know the one. Here's advice. Clean your house and then protect every inch of it with simplysafebubba.com. Designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. In an emergency, agents use their Fast Protect technology, which is an industry exclusive, to capture critical evidence so you can get priority police dispatch. Now, what we really love about the 24/7 professional monitoring that's available, it costs under $1 a day, and that's about half the price, or actually less than half the price of what other security systems want to charge you. You can lock your doors at home, or your small business, access cameras from anywhere. Customize your perfect system in just a few minutes. You'll install it yourself. SimplySafeBubba.com. Go and claim a free indoor security camera, and we'll also get you 20% off your order with the interactive monitoring. So go to simplysafebubba.com. There's also the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There is no safe like simplysafebubba.com. All right, so let's get into a quick You're America right now, because this was sometimes You're America. Here we go. So sometimes somebody just has to take the time to gather all the information in one presentation, and you hope it's a wake-up call, because the way things, Casting Crowns wrote the song Slow Fade. You've heard the analogy, if you put a frog in the hot water, he'll jump right out, but if you put him in there and ease the heat up, he'll sit there and let himself boil. We've all heard these things, and it's true. It's 100% true. So every now and then, someone has to go, hey, guys, do y'all realize what we're doing here? And they put together a presentation like this young lady. I don't know who this is. Bubba, you saw it today and sent it to us. Looks like she's on some sort of podcast or a show or something. She's talking about, and we talked about it earlier, and we've been trying to talk about this, that, sometimes you can be forced into a narrative so quick that you don't pause and go, now, wait a minute, if we go down this road, that means we're going to compromise this other thing that we tried to accomplish. And she is a woman saying that this new allowing biological men who just say they identify as women. I mean, we're talking about some no surgery, no anything, some taking maybe a hormone pill here or there, but we're allowing them to do whatever they want to do and declare them as women on the spot just because they say so. Do we have any idea what this is doing to women, especially women at one time? We're all in on feminism. and the women's movement. So listen to her run this list, and it really clarifies where we are.
Let me just get this straight. In the last few years, a biological male has been named Woman of the Year on several magazine covers. A biological male is referenced as a top-ranking female in our White House. A biological male was named the NCAA Women's Swimmer of the Year. A biological male is making tens of thousands of dollars being the face of womanhood for Nike, for Tampax, for Bud Light, for Kate Spade, and countless other companies. A biological male took home the award for Best Actress at the Golden Globes. Are we really still trying to make the case that feminism supports women when the feminists are completely silent and or cheering on biological men taking over the space of women? Somebody spell this out for me.
Well, and see how logical and common sense that is, and we've said it, in our own Rick and Bubba way. Does it bother women at all that now men are saying that they can even be women better than you? Yeah. So it's
yeah, and where is that very active and vocal feminist movement that we had in this country? They have gone quiet.
Well, I
Can't
think
find them.
I think what's happened, Bubba, in the playoff. You and I are big on the playoff format.
Yeah, oh yeah.
In the playoff, and I don't know any other way to say it, is you are watching trans. Really, it seems like women more than trans men, but trans women have now come into the playoff and they have defeated feminism. Now, if biological women want their voices heard, but trans women are shouting, we tell the biological women, stand by, we must hear from them. Mm-hmm. If they get upset, we're going to cater to them, not if you get upset. Right. Because if you want to protect Title IX, all of the so-called people that one time said they stood up for women, they will go silent and they will cater to the trans women. That's what you're seeing. You've lost the playoff.
You have, yep.
It is funny. It's almost like they're more concerned with staying Democrat and supporting the liberal agenda than they are actually taking care of females, and that was what their whole cause was.
Mm-hmm. I think they sit in meetings. Somebody says, all right, let's talk now.
But let's admit
who do we need to cater to?
The,
Somebody says, I think we need to go to the trans.
The feminist movement, I think they lost a lot of credibility way back when they supported Bill Clinton.
Of course.
Because he went against everything they stood for, but they supported him because of the platform.
Correct.
And they didn't want evil Republicans. So I think they lost and sold their soul a long time ago. So I'm really not shocked now.
Well, right now, the Democrats, and they're in a lot of power right now, and they're wanting to stay in power and even increase their power. They also are catering and falling all over themselves at the detriment of our country and our economy to the eco-green movement. They've bowed down to that throne, and whatever the green bunch want, they get, even if it destroys your job, even if it makes everything cost more, even if it some of the things they're catering to there, they don't even make sense.
Well, listen, this is what's even crazier. You're talking about there's no logic here. They're about to roll out new restrictions on power plants. Mm-hmm. That's going to cut back what power plants can do now. It's going to limit what power plants will be built. And they're pushing everybody to get a car that's going to need power plants to run them.
I know. Well, yesterday.
Explain that one.
This happened yesterday.
They're consulting right now, the White House, they're working on this policy. They're consulting all these far left green movements how they need to package this and what they want to accomplish. Not scientists, not people from the power industry, but these people who are just activists that really have no expertise when it really comes to where the rubber meets the road.
This is minor, but the way it sounded was so, to your point, Bubba, on the bigger things that you just mentioned. Happened yesterday. So we have at our house some lighting fixtures that require a certain bulb. It's the bulb that works with these fixtures, okay?
Right.
And so Sherry said when they went out in the past, she simply went to the home improvement store and replaced them. So she goes to the home improvement stores yesterday. They don't have them. Go to another one. I don't have them. Go downtown to a business that all they do is light fixtures and bulbs. And she said, and then I heard it. I'm sorry, Mrs. Burgess, but the Biden administration has taken that bulb from you.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, what? She says, we're not allowed, the government has said we cannot sell these anymore. And Sherry says, but is there a government-approved version of light bulb that fits in these fixtures? And she said, no, not yet. So the government has told us what light bulb we can use.
Right.
And so back to cost again. So if I have these light fixtures, which were not inexpensive, they now become useless, or they'll give me a government-improved light bulb that will what? Cost more. And so price of everything goes up. Sherry said it was so odd to be an American and go into a store and be told the Biden administration says I can't use the bulb I've been using for years in these fixtures.
Yeah. Well, they pushed us to the compact fluorescent to begin with, and it has some really nasty chemicals in it. I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah,
it's a biohazard. When you
Now
break
they tried to run from those.
Right, right. And it's kind of like the paper bag, plastic bag. Then they wanted you to wash the bag. Oh, wait, that's using water. Now we're back to paper again. But we could have solved all that and just stayed with paper.
But let me tell you what it means, and keep in mind this is still unproven. It's still a hypothesis on its worst day, a theory on its best day. Keep in mind that when you hear that something's being done to save Earth, I promise you it will be less efficient and it'll cost more. And it won't do the job as well, and it will cost more.
Yeah,
it's facts. So then,
and look,
but keep in mind, this same party is going to tell you that they care about people who live paycheck to paycheck.
Right.
But you do realize they're running up the cost on everybody, including you,
and putting people out of job who made these to begin with.
Right.
Look, I love LED bulbs.
I do
love
too.
them because
I do too.
Not because I was forced to get them. I like them because I don't have to change them as much.
Absolutely.
And that should be the driving force,
but
not the government.
But when you get in situations like that, Sherry says, well, there is no government-approved light bulb that fits these fixtures. Are these fixtures going to be now, I've got to replace them, and they're of no use, and there's nothing wrong with them. They look practically brand new. They weren't put in that long ago on the big picture. But see, that's the thing. And these government people, they do a shoot, ready, aim. They'll pull something off the market before they have anything to replace it.
Right.
And cause chaos. They just don't think things through because their whole worldview is based on emotions and feelings. And
it is ever changing.
Yeah.
It's hard to zero in, because they can't ever get there.
Right.
You know why? Because they recycle things, policies, and ideas that have failed in the past.
Yep. We'll be back. Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Your time to talk. What's on your mind? We'll ask you, and you can comment when we come back on anything you want to.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I didn't see anything about that really tough schedule he's preparing those guys for, but it's out there.
So there's Timmy Brando saying that Alabama has a pathetic schedule that is way too easy, non-conference, playing Arkansas State, playing Louisiana, and playing the Citadel.
I know. Well,
what do you think about that, John Parker Wilson?
I think that's the way college football is now, and the way the scheduling is. So it's easy to take a shot at Alabama, but everybody plays these 3 non-conference games, and would we love to go see them play more SEC and add another SEC game? I think so, but the gauntlet that is the SEC West, it is kind of nice to have a breather every now and then, and you almost got to put these games in as tough as the season is for these kids because we've got 12 games on the season, but you forget about the 4 or 5 weeks that are training camp. So it's a long football season for these kids.
Well, and a lot of these non-conference games are scheduled way in advance. And like with Louisville, you don't know if it's going to be an up or down time. I know Auburn they're kicking off also on Saturday with Washington. I mean, you don't know when that's scheduled. Are they going to be a top 10 opponent, or are they going to be a weak sister? You just don't know.
Yeah, exactly, because Louisville's been the top offense in the country for the past 2 years.
Right.
Heisman Trophy winner Lamar Jackson leaves, and things are a little bit different, but they still have a lot of good guys. 3 receivers coming back that are probably 3 of the best trio in the country. So it's going to be a test. And I like playing these tougher games early in the season. Now, the other 3 are a little bit different, but Louisville is a good ball club. Auburn's got a little bit harder hand with Washington because they could be a playoff team at the end of the year.
Well, and and Alabama's got a lot of youth on defense to play Louisville that quick because, this defense Alabama has, some of these people probably won't be drafted till late in the first round. It'll be extremely difficult.
They got to prove themselves, Rick.
But anyway, and another thing, too,
I heard that was a good question to talk about the defense.
Yeah, I did, but that was funny. But anyway, the yes, they are made in advance, but Alabama's been winning now under Saban for so long. It's been such a giant body of work. It's not like he just got there. So even though these were scheduled in advance, they weren't scheduled also so far in advance that they weren't aware of how successful Alabama's program is currently. And I'm telling you, seeing, I know what it's like to be part or coaching and hearing coaches talk about when you have a program that wins most of their games, when you call up people outside the conference and say, do you want to play us, not many people say yes. And the ones who say yes say, we know we're going to get drilled, but we'll take the check. You can't get anybody that says, well, our whole national championship run could be ruined by playing Alabama in a non-conference game. Who really wants to play Alabama other than somebody that's going to get a check?
They don't. And they're not going to until the rules change and the conferences agree that, hey, we're gonna start playing more of these non-conference games. And I would love to see it. I think the fans would love to see it.
Yeah.
If we could go to a Ohio State and play up there, or go to a Wisconsin and play. It'd be great for the fans, but
the
just
Michigans,
right now,
all of those, the cross-country matches that you normally don't get to see in your stadium, I think people love.
100%. But right now, it's not in the cards anytime soon.
But I will say that going to the playoff format makes that more likely now. You saw last year. Alabama loses the rival game, but because of the playoff system, they're able to get right back in and have a shot to go back and redeem themselves. And certainly they did because of the teams they had to beat to win it. But see, there was a time under the old system where that one loss would have been the end of the season.
Devastating. But now the better resume you have, the better chance you have to get in the playoffs. So a team like Notre Dame that can schedule whoever they want, they could put together a better resume and have a couple losses and still get in.
I want to get back to a couple of broadcasting questions, but before we do that, talk about coaches. You've played for some legendary coaches from high school all the way into the pros. Coach Saban, what is it that's magical about him? What does he do that everybody else is missing?
He never turns it off is one thing, and I think the way that he adapts is unbelievable because he's been doing this for a long time now and has done it a lot of different ways and done it with a lot of different people. So if you think about, y'all have been here for a long time, he's got new coaches, new players coming in the door every 2 or 3 years. Like you said, guys are leaving early to go to the draft. Well, coaches are leaving and going to get head jobs.
Yeah.
You look around the SEC, how many coaches that used to coach for him. So to be able to work with new people and change his coaching style, I think is why he's stayed at the top for so long.
It's amazing that he can switch coordinators. He's got it again this year.
But the team won't look different on the field.
Because the team still reflects his vision of how, I know this word process with him gets thrown around a lot, but it's true. He's got a system. He's got the way he runs a team. And as both of you just said, it seems like you can even take pieces of the puzzle and remove them, but as Here we go to the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG and finding out what is on your mind today. Ron is in India. Ron, thank you for the call. What's on your mind today, Ron?
Listen, I called a couple weeks ago about the, what we need is term limits, but we also need tort reform like they did loser pay clause there in England. Worked fantastic for them. And also, the biggest thing on all of it is what you call flat or consumption tax. About every country we've freed up since, the 1914, 1915, have all went to a flat or consumption tax after we get through. But we have not enough common sense ourselves to do it our own way.
Yeah, Ron, that's all sweet thoughts, all good stuff, never going to happen. Because then the politicians lose the power to pit us against each other with a very simplistic taxation. That'll never happen. Term limits, they're never going to put term limits on themselves. And loser pay, the lawyers and their lobby will never let that happen. So those are all wonderful thoughts, and they're all good ideas.
And
none of them have a chance.
If you go to a consumption or national sales tax, if you don't buy anything, you don't pay.
Right.
And so then government has to actually be pro-business and encourage business and encourage people to spend their money so they get tax dollars.
Yep.
But see, that would go against the trend here in the country now that corporations and businesses are evil and everybody ought to just have something for nothing.
Our founders never intended us to give the government much power at all because they can't handle it. What we've done is we've just handed it over, and now we whine and tell them to give it back. That ain't going to happen.
Yeah, good luck.
Let's go to Gordon in Florida. Gordon, go ahead.
Rick and Bubba.
Yes,
I
sir.
want to give you and the crew a high five.
Let's get our hands up, guys.
Eighth grade education that I have, I can understand you and the common sense you're trying to educate the United States people.
Thank you, Gordon. And that's our goal. We give hope to see students everywhere. Thank you, Gordon. Very kind of you to call. Jimmy in Tennessee. Jimmy, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Just wanted to let y'all know I called to get y'all's input. I was a member of the Methodist Church and had called and talked to y'all about us separating from the United Methodist Church, and just wanted to thank y'all for your input on it and to let you know that the vote passed 100%.
Yeah, I bet you didn't have many opposing if you've got a church that has this odd concept of adhering to God's word as inerrant. So, Jimmy, you guys did the right thing. You don't want to be part of that. Like I say, you made the right decision, and wish you and the church you're part of, guidance from God on what you'll do next. But that decision was absolutely the right one. I'm glad it was 100%.
Now, let me ask you this. The churches that have broken away, what are they referred to now? Because the ones that are still there are United Methodist,
Yeah,
is that right?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think most of them are just what Jimmy just saying, Methodist Church, not really affiliated with
But
any.
aren't they coming up with a term? Aren't
I
they
think you're
calling
right,
themselves something else?
and I don't know what it is. Jimmy, do you know?
They're asking people. I mean, they're when you separate, they pretty much. I mean, you can name your own. You can name the church anything that you want to, but we're sticking with the Methodist. We're sticking with the Methodist denomination, but we're just going with the Harris Methodist. Well, dadgum. Harris Methodist.
Yeah.
Shoot.
Shoot. Jimmy, don't complicate it. Just call it Harris Methodist Church. I mean, just.
But there's another term
Yeah.
I heard some of them were going.
I thought
to,
I did too, but I like what he said. Just drop United and keep the rest of it.
Some churches are going by the newly formed Global Methodist Church, which has declared it will never marry or ordain LGBTQ
Maybe that's what it
people.
was.
Global. Maybe that's the one you're looking for.
Global
That makes
Methodist
sense,
Church.
yeah. Thank you. Let's continue. Let's go to Karen in Alabama. Karen, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I wanted to let you know who you were. That video is by a lady named Isabel Brown, and she is one of the few people in Generation Z who has a brain in her skull. And she is really great follow. But I also, as women, I mean, this new misogyny in stilettos is infuriating, but we have got to stand up for it. And there is an organization called The Battle Cry _US. If you go to their thing, these are women who are organizing against this craziness. And they have a biblical worldview. They are they're standing up for churches that are not standing up for this stuff. They are trying to get a grassroots effort for true women to stand up against misogyny in stilettos.
Well, y'all got a good term. That's a good one. That is a good one. Yep. Let's go to Craig, Alex City. Craig, go ahead.
Green Acres, guys.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Hey, hi. What's up?
Congratulations to Greg. Have to get him a box of cigars. I just want to
a big box.
I just want to. Yeah, big box. I was just wanting to see what Nope's input was on all the puppies. Would he be adopted?
I was about to say, would it kill Greg to take on Nope?
That's a good one.
That's a good point. Let's go to Daniel, Alabama. Daniel, go ahead.
Morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Rick, you said that you felt really good about your chances if you were coaching Brett Favre in his prime against Aaron Rodgers in his prime, right?
Yes.
So how would you feel about your chances if the opposing coach was, in his prime, Coach Burgess?
I'd have no chance. We'd be beat like a drum. We really would, because he'd have a team on the field that was ready to go nuts. And my team,
Rick, I'd have to ask this question: how good would Aaron Rodgers run the wishbone?
Very good. He'd run it. I'll tell you that.
Tough.
Hey,
you got to worry about
Jordan
him.
Love would be out there.
Yeah, he would. How about this? Aaron would run it or stand on the sideline, and then Jordan Love beat our brains out.
Because you remember Brett Favre's dad did him the same way in high school. He did. That's why he didn't go to huge college. They never threw. He was a running guy. He was an option guy. And he made Brett run the option.
That is funny. You're right about that. Let's go to Josh in Alabama. Josh, go ahead.
I was going to clear up the Methodist question for Bubba. I actually pastor a former United Methodist church that moved to another movement. So you can, as long as you go to another Methodist movement, you're free to do so. And once you disaffiliate, according to their guidelines.
Yeah.
And a lot of churches are just going independent to begin with, but there is a new movement called the Global Methodist Church.
Yeah.
That a lot of the larger former United Methodists are looking at heavily. We ourselves went to the Congregational Methodist Church based out of Florence, Mississippi.
Okay. So really, as long as it's your choice, and there's some options out there. So thanks, Josh. Appreciate that. And thanks for your leadership on leaving the United Methodist Church. Top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba for some of you. Others, you may be wrapping the day up. If so, thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As he's there, it's still going to look almost like the same team year after year after year.
Right. The infrastructure is staying the same. His philosophy is staying the same. And it's tough to do. Look, culture is the hardest thing in any organization to have. If when it's good, it's great. And when it's not good, it's hard to turn it around. And the culture that he has of the older guys helping out the younger guys and kind of teaching them the Alabama way, it's pretty special to watch, to be able to do it for over a decade now.
Well, you have all these things. You don't know whether they're true or they're just things that become legend. But one thing that Bubba and I have talked about for years is it's not like Alabama is the only school that goes out looking for the 4- and 5-star guys. And then, of course, you get the magic every now and then of the walk-on who turns out to be something everybody missed. But the difference is Alabama doesn't seem to miss on thinking somebody is a 5-star or a 4-star, and they're not what the internet and the high school experts said they were.
You see that at other schools.
Yeah,
where somebody never lives up to their potential, but you just don't see that with Nick Saban teams much.
If he passes on a 5-star, you probably need to pass on him too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I've heard that he has on the staff people who have come from a background that all they do is come in and tell him, we've evaluated this guy. We think he's everything they say he is, or, hey, this is a lot of hype, but we don't see it.
Yeah.
Somewhere he's vetting these players out because he rarely has a miss.
And it's so important not to have that miss because you only get 25 scholarships, and they're so valuable. And if you do miss on that one kid, then it's pretty bad. So he does, and I think he understands that how important recruiting is for college football because it is the lifeblood of the program, and you've got to go get these now sophomores in high school that they're offering, and you've got to vet them early. So having the staff that he does goes a long way. But at the end of the day, it's having these veteran guys evaluating talent.
We'll come back. There's one topic. I don't know if you heard about it. We don't know who the quarterback's going to be Saturday. We'll come back. John Parker Wilson's with us. He'll be your color commentator for the 2018 season with Eli Gold. And we're talking with him about, of course, what he's experienced as a player. And now is going to be trying to bring you through the color commentating on what's going on the field. We'll talk to him next. Hang in.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
John Parker Wilson is our guest. He'll be the new color commentator for the University of Alabama Football Radio Network alongside Eli Gold, replacing, who is now retired, Phil Savage, doing the color commentating. And so we've known the family for a while. As a matter of fact, I'm sure your dad still talks about when I was his defensive coordinator over in the youth football league for the Falcons. That's when you were playing the Falcons, so your little brother was on the team, so we were the Falcons as well. We were the mini Falcons.
The mini Falcons.
Yep.
Fierce defense, though.
We had a fierce defense, and your little brother Peyton was our quarterback, and, it was people act like it wasn't as serious as your dad and I took it, and we reminded them. I have these boys are in the 4th grade. Okay, it's time to start playing. To the highest.
You got to
level.
become a man.
It's time to become a man.
If you're wearing full pads, it's full go now.
That's right.
It's not flag football out here.
We got several questions to work through.
Well, let's get in the big one.
Let's finish with that one.
I
wanted to ask you about in training days, and I mentioned to you in the break. You see these huge notebooks behind Coach Saban on the wall, and this is not what one of them said, but they would say things like Vanderbilt 2014, and it's a huge notebook. And I assume they're keeping notes from the game, their prep, and all that stuff. But what all do they keep in those notebooks?
It's a good question, and they are 2 or 3 inch binders that you get every week. We come in, so that's the game plan for the entire week. And when we get in there on Sunday after the game, they've got them ready to go, and we'll fill them in. But everything that you could possibly think about, say we're playing Louisville, everything you could think about Louisville is in there, from third downs to red zones to what blitzes they like to do. There's pictures of them. Every play that we could possibly run is diagrammed, the different scenarios. So everything that could be possibly in that game is in that book, and you're supposed to know it.
Well, so it is literally a playbook.
It is the playbook. It's the game plan.
For that game.
For that game. And you update it throughout the week, and that's why we spend so much time practicing and meeting is getting familiarized with that and just trying to be ready for any scenario.
I saw him be interviewed too, and he keeps them because he said tendencies like he has, like they're playing Louisville. Well, he's got everywhere Petrino's ever coached because he's going to go back and see everything he did with every team he ever coached because everybody has tendencies.
He'll go back and look at the Arkansas from whenever Petrino was there, because the first couple games are really tough as a player because we have no film on the other team. You got to go back and look at where they've been, what they've done in the past.
And every year's different in college because you have such turnover. I mean, they're totally different teams.
Yeah, it is. And, now that Louisville has a new quarterback, so they can have a new offense, and obviously they're not going to do things that Lamar Jackson did, and you just try to plan for everything. So there's so much time spent, and now it's been 5 weeks getting ready for this one game.
But Petrino has tendencies no matter where he's been and no matter who his quarterback is, and Saban wants to know every one of them.
Exactly.
He loves to do this on 3rd and 7. He loves to do this on 4th and 1. He'll usually go for it in this situation. He won't here. And those tendencies, you can't stop them. Coaches can change, but they don't change a lot.
And so you ask, why does a guy like Butch Jones, that was the head coach at Tennessee, come and be an analyst? Or why does Coach Saban want him to be an analyst? That's a perfect example why.
Intel.
Going back and trying to get as much information as you can.
So let's talk about, because we're going to run out of time if we don't, let's talk about the quarterback situation Saturday. Obviously, there's never been a team that has ever really won on any large degree. Six minutes past the hour. No Name Studio, bleeding edge of technology. From sweet home Alabama to the world. Put your hands together and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
Do what we do. Now, Bubba, you said that there's an interesting survey. Is that what it is?
The Wall Street Journal has done a big study. On happiness in the United States.
Okay.
And they have many categories that you could fall into.
Okay.
We're going to focus on the very happiest people, and they are referred to as very happy in this survey.
Okay. Now, what's their category?
Very happy.
Okay. So we're
They're
keeping
the
it simple.
cheeriest part of our society, which is only 12%, by the way.
I believe that.
Guess what?
Greg was in a different category too just a few days ago.
Guess what issues?
Yeah. I've joined another one.
Guess what issues are not in play with the people who are the most happiness?
Well, I know what one of them is because I've used it and it's helped me. They don't watch the news.
Well,
they don't have any pets.
It has nothing to do with money.
Right.
Okay. Poor, medium, upper middle income, or rich has nothing to do with this.
Right.
Politics has nothing to do with this.
Wow.
They even joke Democrats and Republicans are about as happy or glum as each other.
Okay.
All up and down the.
I believe that.
The happiest Americans are older.
Mm-hmm.
They are religious. They're more likely to be female, and they believe in God.
Yep. Yeah.
They also like and put a high value on their social connections. In other words, they're friends.
Well, and what we said the other day when we had the meeting after the show yesterday, one of the comments was what the pandemic did to us. We are social creatures, and we are not designed to do this alone. And when we all got isolated off to ourselves, I got to tell you what, it was I struggled. I didn't. I didn't. It was dark. It felt dark. It felt depressing.
Yeah.
They say overwhelmingly the happiest Americans value strong relationships. This is family. This is friends. This is people they associate with during the week, sporting events, socially, whatever. More than 2/3 say marriage is very important, even those who have not tied the knot, compared to 43% of overall respondents. They also tend to be more spiritual. 2/3 say they are very or moderately religious, compared to with less than half of adults overall. The happiest Americans, as we said, are keen on being involved in their communities. They don't attach a lot of importance to money. Same for politics. A little difference in the scores between Republicans and Democrats.
Mm-hmm. So when you say that, does that mean their political affiliation is not the center of their universe? I mean, they might vote a certain way, but they don't spend much time on it. It doesn't. It's not part of their identity.
When you look at their answers throughout this poll, you don't see a big difference in Democrat and Republican. They seem to kind of even out. In other words, you don't see the Republicans a lot more happy and the Democrats a lot more sad, or vice versa.
I guess the way that they want that interpreted is your political affiliation doesn't have much bearing on it.
It does not in this survey.
Right.
And they go on. They have all kind of numbers in this, and they look at other things too in it. It's an interesting read, though. You can find it today. The Wall Street Journal did it. It's in dailymail.com.
Yeah, and so does any of that surprise you?
No, not really. They were talking about in the story, and this was interesting. They said you would think with older people who know they are closer to death that they would not be as happy as maybe some of the younger people, and not having some of the health issues that the younger people don't have to deal with. But it's actually right opposite.
Well, I think the reason why, because I was thinking about that too, I think the reason why is I'm 58 years old now, which will lead to a funny thing I'll tell you here in a minute too. And I think I still have a lot to learn. As a matter of fact, I think I've said this on the air before, but if there's also a survey that was done on men, and it found that unless you've got some horrible, debilitating mental or physical challenge with your health, but if you still have your health in your mind, that the most productive decade of a man's life is his 60s to his 70s. The second is 70 to 80. And the reason why is you've figured out a lot of things that you didn't have figured out when you were younger.
Right.
And you've kind of learned what's important and what's not.
And maybe what you're good at, what you're not,
so you don't,
where your passions are, whether or not.
And you probably, like a lot of us, because none of us get through this unscathed, you've gone through difficulty and you've gone through suffering, which really gives you another perspective on life, on what's important and what's not. You probably, back to the spiritual part, have become more heaven-focused than you thought when you thought you were going to live forever.
Right.
So you've probably started addressing some things in your life because you're about to, because it says they did have a religious conviction.
Right.
So you're about to stand before whatever you believe in.
Yeah.
And you probably find that to be closer than it was.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, today you're closer to that than you've ever been. Okay.
Absolutely. By the numbers.
Right, by the numbers. And, I'm just speaking for myself. I can see, I would use the word joyful, but I know what they mean by happiness, so I don't want to be, too nitpicky about that. But I am more joyful at this period of my life than I've ever been.
Yeah.
And I haven't, none of us have. That doesn't mean I've had an easy life, and it doesn't mean that my life's easy now. I just know what's important and what's not. I know who I am. I know why I'm here.
I think you're more comfortable in your own skin.
And I know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Right. And I can't say that when I was younger. I didn't know all those things. And so I don't have any desire to go back to that stupidity of youth.
No.
Right. Yeah.
I like the things that I like, and and sometimes I still do things that make me question, do you have any wisdom? But I can say that I'm wiser now than I was, and mainly because I learned to fear God, which is where all wisdom starts.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have that, then your claim to wisdom is unfounded. And you see the results of that. So I think that survey, that's not really that surprising. Even just speaking of ourselves.
Yeah. I can see where that came out, where that played out for sure.
Mm-hmm. I don't, and I'm excited about what's ahead. And I know some of it, what's ahead, if I live long enough, will be very difficult. But, the opportunities is what I mean, not so much the difficulties.
Yep.
Because it can be a very, very productive and joyful time of life if you listen to what they're saying.
Joy, joy, joy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't say easy. I just said joyful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because as we opened the show with today, life ain't easy, and nobody ever said it would be.
That's right.
No. The question is not whether it's going to be easy or not. The question is, are you ready for it or not?
Yeah.
And I feel more prepared to take on things now than I did when I didn't really know what was going on.
That's right.
And you know what's important and what's not, and you don't sweat the little things anymore. That's why it looks that way. And you remember feeling like that everything was
everything.
Yeah, I mean
everything.
Right. And it's almost bizarre. Even things that bothered me at one time don't really bother me anymore.
Yeah.
And I've also learned to get to the point, where you would push forward before. This is relatively new, of being able to look at a situation and say, I can honestly say I'm doing all I can do.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if that still doesn't feel like enough, I know that I've given it all I can.
Yeah.
And so I'm not going to let that weigh on me today. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Had co-quarterbacks throughout the season. There just is no evidence that has ever worked to any championship degree. So they're not going to play two quarterbacks. You certainly will try to play a quarterback if the other one's not doing well, but you can't do one comes in one series, one comes in the next. Any team who's ever tried that, it just didn't work. What do you think is going to happen Saturday? And I know it's just your opinion. He probably hasn't told you.
He definitely hasn't told me. I don't think he's told anybody what he's thinking. But look, I think we've got two really good guys that have played. Jalen Hurts is 26-2 as a starter, has won a lot of football games and done a lot for that offense. And then we saw what Tua did in the second half against Georgia. He can throw it, move the team, threw 3 touchdowns in the second half. I think Coach Saban's going to have a decision to make, but I don't think it has to be week 1. We kind of talked about the schedule earlier. You can take those 2 or 3 or 4 games into the season to see who you want your guy to be. And one of the things that Coach Saban has always said is the team picks the quarterback for me. So whoever the guys rally behind, I think is going to be the quarterback at the end of the day.
And we know with the new rule, which, gosh, if only that had been available to some coaches or just jumping, that you can now play someone in as much as 4 games and they still can be redshirted.
Yeah.
I mean, that's life-changing.
That's half a year. I mean, it's half the season.
I understand the reason for the rule, and that's try to develop the young guys, but it's going to be used for exactly what you're talking about.
It is.
Yes,
and
it is.
Transferring at the end of the year.
Sure
so
it is.
It'll be interesting to see how that works, but I think Coach Saban's in a good spot because both guys, whoever it's going to be really successful.
Is there a psychological thing to this, who's going to walk out there during the first series, though? Is it going to be – I mean, I know Saban says that, but is it going to be degrading to Hurt if he doesn't get to go out there? Is it going to be – how will the fans react if he goes out versus Tua? You know, how does it – because you've been in that – not to that degree, but you've been in competition with Brody and you've been in competition with Greg McElroy before to walk out there. How does it feel right now at this time of the year?
I think it's more important for the fans. You know, we're talking about it because Jalen and Tua right now in practice, they're switching out reps. They're changing. And if you look back a few years ago, Blake Barnett started against USC. Well, That was the only game he ever started, and Jalen took it over from there. So the start is important, but it's more about when you get your chance, you got to go out and play, and you don't get the many chances to go play.
Nobody knows what he's going to do because he's not going to tell anybody other than. But people, there's a lot of people that think that scenario you just presented, what brought Jalen Hurts to Alabama football and to the fans, the same thing is going to happen with Tua. Jalen Hurts is going to start, and then all of a sudden there's going to come a time when Tua comes out there and you won't see Jalen again.
Yeah. I know one thing, that Coach Saban is going to play who he thinks gives them the best chance to win. Doesn't matter if it's a true freshman or if it's a fifth-year senior or you're a walk-on guy. Whoever's got the hot hand's going to play.
Tua, very talented, no doubt. He performs under the lights at the most important part. But is the hype going to hurt him? No pun intended.
It's not a big body of work.
People are listing him as the favorite to win the Heisman. He's played one significant half. And it varies week to week, day to day almost in some cases.
You're also
is that too much pressure?
You're not a
for him?
surprise anymore to these defenses either.
Right. Yeah, and he's going to throw the ball a little bit more than probably Jalen did, so there's going to be more opportunity for interceptions. And now you throw 2
sacks,
picks,
strips,
3 interceptions, and then you start hearing the fans that you think is supposed to be the Heisman. Look, it's tough. It's tough, and it's something that you got to deal with, and it's just that's part of the position is dealing with that pressure.
I can't imagine being a defensive coordinator getting ready to play Alabama and you don't know which quarterback you got to get ready for.
I tell you what you don't.
That's a weapon because you don't know.
I tell you what you don't do is listen to the fans. They're gonna love Tua until Tua doesn't get it done. Then they're gonna scream for Jalen. They're gonna love Jalen until Jalen struggles. And they're gonna scream for Tua.
Yeah. Well, you've been there.
Exactly right.
You've been there. The fans love the guy who's holding the clipboard, who has not proven he can make a mistake here.
Unknown, he can do it all.
I love it.
Thanks for being with us, man.
Good luck to you.
Thank you, guys.
Looking forward to hearing you this year.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us today for another edition of Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up a little bit later on in the hour, making you aware of a few things. Fix Mama's Mouth. The deadline is approaching, May 4th. Go to rickandbubba.com under contest. And if you have not entered Mama and followed those directions, please do so. All of that at the contest button, and your mama could get that $17,000 dental makeover from our friend Dr. Dudney and the gang there. Dudney, so do that if you haven't. May 4th, the cutoff. Also, looking ahead, May 6th, I'll be at Somerville Baptist Church, Phoenix City, Alabama. Man Church, I'll be there speaking to the men in that area. Can't wait. On May the 6th, and then Bubba and I will be down to the Montgomery Biscuits baseball game with WLWI I-92 for Rick and Bubba night, and looking forward to being with all of you on May the 18th. Catch that also by going to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. So I was injured in the break, so I'm reeling from an injury. We have, when we moved here, we moved into some of the areas were much smaller. And so we had to come up with a way in our little break room because it's much tinier than the full kitchen we had at the old place. And so, and it works fine, if you're not like me, an idiot. We have the drink machine that Coca-Cola provides, waters and soft drinks and things like that. Well, the microwave now sits on top of it. So at my height, the microwave oven is about my forehead, okay? And so when you're looking down to get a drink out of the cooler, you're not really looking up. Well, apparently, Helmsley says it might have been him. Somebody heated something up in the microwave, and when they went to shut it, Either they slammed the door and it popped back out, or they didn't remember to shut it. However it happened. Now the door is a sword sticking straight out, ready to slice my forehead. And so I come down there to get a drink, and I went wham, and that thing hit me right over the eye. And I
looks like you were too close to the scope when you shot.
Yeah, it's what it looks like. So unfortunately, I spoke in tongues and no one was there to translate. So at one moment, in a brief moment, but see, this is what I'm talking right before we went to break. I'm a different person now.
Right.
But in a brief moment, I wanted to with my hands physically kill whoever did it.
Just for a brief moment.
Yeah,
I think it was me.
Yeah, we just got bullet head back.
I think it was me. And I always use the microwave.
But it's fine.
I cook
but
eggs
now I don't
in
want
it,
to. But now I don't want to.
Warm up my coffee.
Yeah.
And a lot of times that door, when you shut it, it does not shut all the way because it was built.
It's ultimately
back in
my
85.
fault for not looking up.
Well,
but
Adler said he can't relate. He said that's physically impossible.
Okay.
Who's in danger?
Who's in danger? Well, one time.
Close the drawer. That's where I'm in danger.
One time Adler got hit by.
Sorry.
Close the drawer.
Well, Adler one time got hit by the drinks that are on the top shelf. Inside the cooler.
Yeah. Well, you can't notice it, Rick. It's just a big red spot.
Nah, it looks good.
You hardly notice.
It bled for a brief moment.
Rick, not so much here, but maybe more here.
And as my wife would have said, and as my wife said, looks like you might need a stitch. But I'm good.
Lilo and
It's
Stitch.
fine. I'm just, but and see that's the difference now. By the time I've sat down or whatever and stopped the bleeding, I felt fine.
Yeah, wrapped your head in that.
Yeah, but in that brief moment,
Give you a headache.
you know what it is? It's like when somebody thumps you on the back of the neck, and in that moment, if you could get your hand around your throat, you would strangle them. You would literally break their necks and take away their breath.
We have
We
have a best of bit. We were talking about Speedy pinching everybody. And we were all like,
Pinching's another one.
For just a second.
I don't like to be
Like I
pinched.
told him if I was holding a gun, he did it, I would shoot him, and I'd feel bad later.
Right.
But off the cuff, it would pow.
A pinch, I get so infuriated when somebody pinches me. I'm talking
he's
about.
good at it, too.
I'm talking about literally. If I had a blowtorch, I would burn everything down.
How about I have made sure
You
the
haven't.
new studio, I haven't pinched here.
You haven't. That's true.
It's been
That's a
over a
good point.
year and some change.
Yeah.
So
Bruised
no
me a couple
Like
times.
I'm moving forward.
You
no
know-
pinching, no barking.
That's
No, we
right.
got some.
No bark zones right here.
Well,
Yeah. Well, don't you think you've done enough damage?
All right, so this is on
a legal
Never
team
mind, I don't
told us
know
no
if I need-
barking.
Say it.
I don't even need to tell it.
Go ahead.
Speedy, you can't just start that.
All right, so
He's done something.
no, well, I don't know. Well, it has to do with barking. And I don't know
He's
what it is.
barking
I don't know
again.
what it
He's
is about
barking again.
barking
Or
in
your
our
dog?
family. I have no idea. It's handed down.
But
and
there's
they
a
did-
sign
right
right
here
here
because
because
of
Don't say barking around Greg.
Right.
Yeah, thanks,
and
bud.
they get it honest. But so Tyler and Mabry and Little River met us all for dinner. What was it? A couple of Saturdays ago, and we got to have JC and Reese. It was the entire family.
That's awesome.
Yep.
And we're sitting there and we're eating, and I don't know how, without me asking, JC starts teaching River how to bark.
Well, yeah, he's old enough now.
And I mean, they're really getting into
How old
it.
is River now? 2?
2, yeah.
Oh, yeah. He can bark with
And
the best
so that was a Saturday. Well, the next Sunday, Tyler and Mabry go to church, and they were picking up River from his little class, and the teacher says, well, River's got the whole room barking. And
Did you act like
trying
you didn't
to-
know where it came from?
Trying to
What?
give them the correct way to bark.
Well, that's
And you got to cup your hands, and I mean, you
Right,
got to
right,
really
right,
get
right,
into
right.
it.
Well, I think that's a
and
great
it came with a
skill.
lot of detail. He would let them know if they're doing it wrong, if they're doing it
No.
right.
So y'all
and so
trained
for
him
the
well.
last hour, I've been hearing barking. And
Okay.
and they thought that was kind
You're-
of funny,
That's a
but it
badge
just
of
I
honor.
guess my family gets it honest.
That's a
I
badge of
didn't
honor.
start that. That was
Buddy.
all my boys, and
Yeah, but it
I'm-
handed
now my
down
grandson
from you.
does.
How
that.
is his bark pretty good?
It's a really good bark. It's a
Okay.
really good bark.
You
Does
did
he-
bark
does-
at your
yeah.
latest son's graduation, so I think we're on record. that
Yeah,
you will
right,
inappropriately
Yeah.
bark.
Well, I told him there's moments to bark. Like if we're out and he's hitting his little plastic golf ball and he hits a good drive. I was like, now that's a good bark. He's like,
There you go.
There's
Should,
a-
but should
It's
he,
like a little
you
puppy.
but don't you like the increase? Don't you
yeah,
like-
yeah. Well, there's different
Build it
barks.
up.
There's
Okay.
the
Build
there's
it
the
up.
quick one, and then there's
Rick, yeah. And don't forget, there's always the bark with the drawback. That's what the
you got that.
drawback at the end.
yeah, right.
That's just for real special occasions.
Now, is that got to be a big one?
Oh yeah, it's
That's
got to be
good.
something big.
And like he'll do something funny, and I'll go, hey, how about that? He goes, yes, sir, I did that. I go, what do you say? He goes, whoa. Okay, that's it. That's all on his own.
He rushes a
it's
little
on
bit.
his own.
Right.
Yeah, well.
So we get
you gotta pass the
everybody gets it
tradition.
honest, I
Yeah,
guess.
that's it.
But we have a no bark zone.
Ain't hurting nobody.
Yeah.
Now, well, look, actually, we have one case.
Hey,
just one case.
Hey, 9 puppies. No reason for that.
I'm leaving details out.
Greg, right now you can't weigh in on anything.
No,
everybody's going to throw 9 puppies back so fast at you.
You know what's at home waiting on you.
Yeah, I can't wait.
You had any text during the show on how it's going?
No.
How they sound?
Boy, they'll squeal.
Now, let me ask you a
9.
question. Be honest. Do you baby talk to them?
Not at this point.
Well, how'd you commute?
See,
Do you do
there's
that a little
such
bit?
chaos right now, and I'm just trying to make them eat stuff. And
I'm just
Eat
trying to
stuff.
make them eat stuff.
She can only accommodate so many, so they're fighting because there's so many of them trying to get
How
in
do
there.
you
and get out.
separate them?
I just grab them by the little back and pull them off there.
You know,
Two shifts.
Yeah.
And then get another. Get you another one, throw it in there.
Yeah. I have. You know what?
And then there's the bottle.
God has been good to me. God has been good to me, but it only allowed me to see you with a bottle trying to feed a puppy of a stray dog.
I wish you'd see that. All 9 of them, and they're just going nuts, and it's just like a rumbling sea in front of me. They're falling everywhere, and they're
Every
squealing.
kind of color you can think of.
Oh, it's a multitude.
Nobody wants to be the last one at the table.
No.
That's right.
No.
Now, they are a very diverse group, I'll say that. we represent all colors.
Yeah.
Well, and the good news
Good,
is,
Greg, thank you.
And the good news is, Greg, your rainbow puppies are going to be they're going to be sought after.
That's right.
Yeah. I hope there's a line waiting on them.
Greg
you gonna
at
let them-
rickandbubba.com. Go ahead and get yours 8 weeks
Already
from
have
today.
one.
Do you already have one?
Yes, sir.
You need more than that, Greg. That means 8's left.
That's 8.
Hey, Rick, this one right here in 7 weeks is going to be looking back for emails. Hey, where's that email?
I know.
Somebody wanted
I'm
it.
going to make a folder.
Greg, why don't you print them out?
No.
Oh, that's good.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy here. When I was doing it, you had plenty of time to talk because the teams would go get in the huddle, stand there and talk a minute. But, man, trying to do color commentating when everybody's hurrying their offense to the line, I don't know. I mean, that's tough.
Yeah,
Probably shouldn't have told him that. He was already nervous.
Well,
Because you're
and
trying to,
I think
get through it and get it back.
according to what he was telling us, they have been practicing some at practice, so it won't be cold turkey start. But
Did
it
you-
is a dance between host and commentator going back, or between color guy and color guy bouncing back and forth.
Do know that I actually did color with Eli Go before?
Yeah, you did it at it was
Seventh
at Cahaba
grade.
Heights Junior High. something, wasn't
7th
it?
grade and 8th grade football. He had a daughter that went to the same high school that my son went to. My son was playing on the 7th grade team, and they asked him, and then they asked me if we would do play-by-play of that game on a recording they could give to the kids. So I will tell you, working with Eli though is going to be the biggest step in the right direction because he'll make it easy.
He's such a pro.
He's been doing it a long time.
Hey, real quick, 2 things. I'm getting a lot of email on. Lou Holtz will join us tomorrow.
Right.
He is coming back. Yeah. And note to self, we have parents that have an anniversary tomorrow. I have printed out the poem my dad wrote, poem, and Greg will read it tomorrow.
Okay,
I got it.
Okay, that's a big day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Hope I remember all of it.
I'm going to give you a little teaser,
Yeah.
Rick. I'm going to give you a little teaser. It was just yesterday, wasn't it?
Oh, Greg.
That's a little teaser.
Wow.
Get ready.
Greg, you were very good.
Thank you.
Now,
what he said? What was that text?
Hey, can I tell you, I talked to him about that and about his typo on poem. And
yeah, that was
he
a
was
big
like
miss.
he was so sorry about that, and I'm like, Dad, I just gotta say on behalf of the show, don't be sorry.
No, thank you.
And you don't hold the corner market
my
on
day.
typos in text. I can tell you that.
I do.
The spell correct is a little out of control right now. It seems like it's too aggressive. Do y'all agree?
I do agree.
I mean, it takes things
I
I
do
really
agree.
want to say and the way I really want to spell it and changes it to something else.
It really is. It's trying to tell me what I think.
I don't know if there's a level
high
control on it, but if they click it back maybe 1 click and a half, it'd be about right.
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
It's like it goes, you don't mean that. This is what you mean.
No, I'm like, no, that is what I mean. Would you let me?
no,
And how about sometimes I want to send my friends stuff that is slang. Stop it. Let me write it the way I want to.
Right.
Yeah.
And
and the talking in the little microphone too, especially with me.
You ever tried to type
the other day? I
jackass in
messed
there?
up something
I know, yeah.
big time.
Heck.
I was trying to say I said the word before, and I said don't be there until before so and so time, and what came out in the text was WHORE.
Oh,
so basically, I
So
was
it'll give you
calling
that word.
I was calling him that.
Oh.
I guess it sounded like instead of saying before, I said that.
Oh.
And sometimes it'll change
Yeah,
it
it's
to
a
a
bad
word
miss.
that makes no sense. I mean,
Oh,
it
yeah.
doesn't even apply. You go, well, why did you go to that?
Yeah. I always try to over pronunciate when
I do
I'm
too.
talking because I feel like I have lazy mouth
I
or
just don't even
something.
try it.
Like I'm going to the grocery
I do
store.
the same
You know,
thing.
I'll be home in a minute.
I pause a lot too.
You know.
No, you're right. As a matter of fact, I thought I loved the technology. I thought, well, this is handy dandy.
Yeah.
Until I realized that every time I would talk into it, I had to go back and correct everything.
Yes.
I thought I might
Yes.
as well just stop it the first time.
Yeah.
Good that you corrected
Right.
though.
Yes.
Like me, who
Before you-
called that person that.
Before you talking about before
Luckily, it was a male that I said it.
Before you send it right on?
It wouldn't have been a good text for the wife.
Do you use that voice you use? Have you ever heard of Helms when he's on the phone being official?
Oh, yes.
495.
Yeah, he has an official I'm on the phone voice.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, it's the same voice. You have to use it when you're talking to
Greg, at this particular moment, I'm representing the company I work for, so I'm going to be a little more professional.
Yes.
Right.
359.
5 and 9
999er.
can sound the same if you don't pronounce it.
I learned this in college.
5.
I am flipping on my professional switch,
Yeah. Right.
and it really stands out if you flip it on here.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
it's,
Well, I
It
really
does.
think, especially with the voice recognition, like you were talking about,
The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. And we love the combination when it comes to termite protection. And also, look, we've been using Cook's at our homes and property for a long time now and love them. You will too. CooksPest.com. CooksPest.com. Go there for a free, thorough inspection and evaluation of your home or business. No obligation to use them, but you'll want to. They're the best in the business. So why don't you contact them today? Because as the weather warms and we start heading into summer, I mean, this is the time that the bugs and the pests, they just love it. They can't get enough of it, a nest of it. So go to cookspest.com and put them to work for you, and you can sing with us. Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control. So we were just documenting and talking about, you know, as we're living out and aging here right before your very eyes and ears. And so Sherry and I are starting to pick up on a trend. And so it started just at a gathering at church. And we were at church, and we were with a bunch of people there, and it was a meeting that we were having. And so we were approached by Charles, who is, fine, powerful man of God who's on the staff there at our church. And he said, hey, I'd like to talk to you and Sherry about, and he talked to Sherry about it first. He said about speaking at Legacy. I didn't know what he was talking about. And so I was like, oh, okay. And then, Sherry starts talking to he and his wife and all this. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then he goes, and I said, Legacy. He said, yeah, the Legacy ministry here at our church. And I said, what is that? He said, you don't know what that is? And I said, I don't know what that is. He goes, that's the seasoned citizens. That's the that's
seasoned.
That's your
you're being invited.
That's your 65 and plus.
Oh no.
And I said, oh, okay. So that's okay. And I thought, oh, that would be a great honor, whatever. Then all of a sudden, not making this up, not a week later. Hey, Bubba, you and I you remember this? He at one time did young business leaders, Phil Reddick.
Mm-hmm.
Phil reaches out to me. He said, "Hey, I'd like to have lunch with you." And I said, "Okay." So we're talking. He said, "I'd love for you to come speak to my group." And I said, "Okay." He goes, "Second half." And I said, "Second half." And he said, "That's what I'm doing now." And I said, "So you've literally left the word young." And he said, "Well, we're not young anymore."
Second half.
And he said, "I'm now trying to disciple older men in an organization we call Second Half." And I start thinking, I'm turning into Art Linklater. am I now going to be the guy? I went from youth, that was how it started, into men's ministry. Am I now going to be the sought after speaker for seniors?
Rick, you're still relevant. Rick, you look at it this way, you're still relevant.
Is that where I'm headed?
If they could be eating while you're talking to them, that'd be great.
Oh.
Good night.
I didn't know that TV4 would feature Brad Ryan. I didn't. But anyway,
really wish we could hear what's going on.
Yeah, right. But anyway, so
thick beard.
Rick, let's go champions.
Champions
tour, yeah.
Let's go champions.
But
use that word.
But you know how you start thinking at first, the first reaction, and Mom warned me about this. You know, who's 81. Of course, Greg keeps saying she's 82, and she really takes issue with that.
Yeah, well,
but anyway,
because there's such a big difference.
My mother said, she said, you know, if you've got all your cognitive skills and everything, the person that when you first became aware of who you are, which would be our soul, and you know your right hand from your left. She said, I know this sounds odd. Now, your body's going to feel different, but your soul really feels the same way your whole life, okay, that you're inside looking out. And she goes, so I'm sitting here at 81, and I still, not the way my physically feel, but the way my soul feel is the same when I was 12 years old, 13 years old. And so people start talking to you, and at first you're going, well, I'm not the speaker for the seniors. I mean, the champions, the second half, the legacy.
There you go.
And then all of a sudden you realize, you look at your birth certificate, you go, but I guess I am. So I mean, you know how you have these wake up calls where you're like, so that's going to be because I was cognitive, and this is not going to go well. I was cognitive. I can't say that word. Cognitive. Say not cognitive. Say cognitive. I was aware. I had enough self awareness that, and I did make this decision that I stopped teaching youth at our church because I was self-aware enough that I now was becoming too old for that. Even though I know we have wisdom,
and you're still kind of cool.
Yeah, and you can come in for stuff like that. And I'm about as hip as old people come.
Yeah.
But I'm still too old, and now, especially, they don't really want you to try to be them, which I've never done that. They want you to actually to impart wisdom on them that they don't have. And I find this generation actually wanting you to shoot them straighter than maybe some of them before. But I did acknowledge this probably isn't where God is going to use me the most now. But I must admit, I wasn't ready for the step into the senior ministry to now be
you and Art.
Yeah, me and Art. Is that? I mean, I remember when Dawson them wanted to do something for seniors, they'd always go with Art. How you say his last name?
Linkletter.
Linkletter. Yeah. And I thought, is that will I get that Dawson call now instead of hey, we got Strength to Stand, the youth conference? We're doing a breakfast for old people because that's all you do, old people's breakfast. You can't do anything much later.
Well, they feel good.
You know it.
Maybe a lunch.
They're up early.
Right.
And they're at their best in the morning.
Oh yeah.
With the legacy breakfast.
Right.
Strength to Stand. I mean, you can still use the name.
Well, you really could. I don't have the strength to stand. That is a great one. So anyway, matter of fact, today I'm going to speak to the second half today.
Are you really?
Yeah, I'm going to that lunch today.
Second half.
Did you know Art was the pitch man for USA Next, which was an alternative to AARP?
Okay.
Thanks, bud. That helped.
Get all them organizations.
I was hoping you'd go back to when he did things when he wasn't part of the old. The older.
He was friends with Walt Disney.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah,
and he was.
Is this where I'll start referring to myself
Ronald
as
Reagan?
a seasoned citizen because I don't want to be called a senior citizen?
Seasoned.
How quick do you think somebody's going to come up to you and go, "What happened to your forehead?"
Yeah, that's quick. Well, no, they won't.
You must have
I think at our church they used to call them keenagers.
Keenage?
I think that was the name.
I'd rather maybe
that may be the worst one I've ever heard.
That's pretty bad.
I mean, that
That's
is
bad.
I like Legacy. I like Second Half.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. That was mean Rick Burgess that said that.
Well, no. Of all the names,
And
that is
mean
the
Greg Burgess.
of all. Well, no, Greg's not mean. He's raising stray puppies. But the king, that one of those I just selected, I would pick that one last.
Yeah, teenagers. Don't you love when they say somebody's 85 years young?
Yeah.
No, he's old.
Yeah, right.
No, incorrect, according to the dictionary.
But isn't it interesting? Only our society would take something that at one time you were supposed to elevate to be of a certain age was actually quite an honor. It meant that you should have the room and people should listen to you. Now we do every way in the world not to, like these people. Hey, you don't call me sir. I'm like, yes, please make them call you sir.
Yeah.
They should call you sir. You're 35 years older than them. They should call you sir.
That's a lost art there.
Boy,
So what's the setting in today's meeting?
It's
are we eating lunch or
I think there's lunch.
So we're eating.
We're gonna maybe give some tips on how to get
You
your
would have
medication
second
in.
hand at second half.
Yeah, well,
true.
and that can be an issue for me.
I know that's what I know.
And so I don't
Good
know.
night.
I may get there post meal. That
may be wise.
And so.
Remind me in the break to ask you a question about that. I need some clarification on something.
Okay.
Don't want to do it on the air though.
Is this, Are you motivating them or are we?
Here's what I think. Here's what I think we're doing today. And I know, and I've already picked the scripture. I know which one I'm going to do.
Okay.
And I asked.
Get it right.
And
They'll correct you.
I know you are correct. Yeah, I'm staying very general.
That's why they're called champions.
But what I think is happening here is which I like, and I think it may work. Is there's with what we're doing with the manchurch.com, what Phil is doing, who's doing this, say, is there some way that second half could use this same strategy, use even some of your materials in some of the small groups we're forming, but also maybe if churches need a like you said, I tell you what, here's how we do with the men. Somebody would say, here's what you do with the youth, here's what you do with the adult classes. Oh, by the way, for the older men, let me introduce you to second half. Y'all might want to get a chapter of second half started at your church,
Old Man Church.
So I'm gonna talk about kind of what we do strategically with them, and then at the same time give them a little bit of a
that's good
a
Rick,
message.
That's
Rick,
good.
are you going to talk to them about reverse mortgages?
I hadn't thought of that, but that's probably a good idea.
So Rick, springtime gardening.
All right, raise your hand if you've had your Metamucil today. Get your hand up.
That's good.
Yeah.
You almost got it out.
I can't say words today.
Great
It's not
reverse
good.
mortgage.
I picked art, link letter, cognitively, and Metamucil. Is that how you say it?
Metamucil.
Yeah,
There you go.
nailed all of them.
You notice you opened your mouth on all
Yeah,
that.
if I open my mouth, I speak quite well. The problem is I just don't do that much. Got a tiny little mouth for a big old fella. I can't quite get it opened up to talk.
Oh, that's so good.
All right, so we'll come back. We'll do phone calls and any headlines or anything we might have missed. Wrapping it up. So anyway, I do look forward to speaking with those men today. But all kidding aside, it really is a great idea.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll take phone calls, look at headlines when we continue.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To have like a southern feature to that.
Yeah.
I
so
agree.
you can, because it does not get our slang. No way.
Boy, it doesn't.
No way at all.
St. Ern, it will never get.
It can't
No.
spell at air.
Nuh-uh.
No.
At air is going.
No, you're right. Yeah, it can't do it.
Or not. You ought not done that. It doesn't get that right
You
either.
can't get it to do that, and it just in the tenses and the way we say things, really, it just doesn't work.
No.
It's convenient, but like you say, a lot of times you end up having to correct so much. You just go, hey, cancel.
Well, I'm getting
Be done with it.
I'm getting to that point now. It's like I think I am almost. I can't. It's almost like because our minds are starting to struggle. We call it early onset.
What do you mean?
It's like I can't quite get typed what I'm really thinking. There used to be a time if I typed an email or typed a text, I might have to go back and fix one word.
Mm-hmm.
Now I look up there and I'm like, Rick, that's not even close, buddy. I mean, you got stuff thrown in there that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You're not even close to getting these words right. What's happening? How did you type it that way? So I have to go back and now no longer can I used to just send things thinking, well, that's good enough, and I'll go back and look. I've left words out, changed words, flipped them. It's like I can't type as quick as I can think it. So does that mean my brain is okay, or because that's more of a fine motor skill thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because my brain's still thinking it right.
Yeah, just hitting those keys right.
It's the fine motor skills, isn't it? I can't find them anymore.
Yeah.
I always hit the comma because it's by the space bar.
I'll
have commas.
Boy, you'll do that in
I know,
a second.
and I'm
You
now
will.
to the point I just quit going back and correcting it.
Yeah.
And I go, they know that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
But I'll comma you to death.
I'll try to proofread my text messages, but sometimes I'll send one and I'll look at it and I'm like, good gosh, that doesn't make any sense.
Right.
And then you follow 3 or 4. Have you ever followed up a typo in a text message and had a typo in the makeup? And you can't get it right.
Oh, you're trying to correct it.
Yes,
and do it
and you
again
can't.
wrong.
Well, Bubba and I do that all the time.
Yeah.
We'll text back and forth, and you'll look, and we'll have to put. I do it too. Have to put that 4 3. Hey, this is what I meant. No, well, dang, it's not either. I meant this one.
And then you correct the word, and it fixes it again.
I know.
And I'm like,
my correction is not correct. Here's my correction to my correction of the correction.
I had one yesterday. I had about 4 tries to get one word to top out. Right.
I finally just wanted to scream back to you. I think I know what you mean.
Yeah. Got it.
Roy out of Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Roy, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I hate to tell y'all this, but in that last segment, when y'all were doing this proper talking, y'all sounded just like Beth Mowler.
When we're doing what?
when you were talking about how Helmsy tries to be professional,
Oh,
you
yes.
did sound a little bit like Beth.
That is what she's doing. You're right. It's the same deal.
Yeah.
She wants you to know how professional in yards she is.
Yeah.
There's a time you can just overpronounce words, you know.
Yeah, the defensive tackler. And now I've got to go through. You know, I feel like now that she started doing play-by-play, I'm doing a play-by-play obstacle course.
Yeah.
I go over and start looking at games. I go, is she here? Is she here? Is she here? Oh, gosh, I got to get around it. I can't listen to it. I can't. I mean, if you said, Rick, you must. I can't. No. You could say that my dad was coaching and my sons were all on the team and I couldn't watch it. I'd have to turn it down. Let's go to Sophie, also out of Birmingham. Sophie, go ahead.
Hey.
Hey.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, how about you?
I was just going to tell you, I was going to make sure y'all knew this, that there's a feature when you're using Siri to voice text. Like if I'm texting my husband, and my phone is Daddy-O. So I'll say, text Daddy-O, and she'll say, what do you want to say? And I'll say, I'm going by the grocery store before I come home. And she'll say, are you ready to send it? And I will say, read it to me.
Oh, okay. Didn't know that feature was out there.
Read it to me.
Well, now, I'm wanting to say in the CarPlay app that I've got, when you do that, it will read it to you and ask if you want to send it. It reads it back automatically.
It does?
Yeah,
Okay.
the one I've got does. I don't know if it's a setting or whatever.
It's got to be a setting because I don't.
Yeah.
Just regular on Siri, it may not do it, but it does on CarPlay.
Okay. I'm not familiar with that one. Carol out of Mississippi. Carol, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
I was voice texting a former coworker whose nickname happened to be Bubba, and it came out, "Hey, baby." So I quickly had to correct that.
Yeah.
That I'd become a new grandmother this past Monday.
Well, congratulations. But be sure you're sending that to Bubba, not baby. We continue. Sam. Calls are roaring in at 866. We Be Big is the number. Bum ba da bum ba da bum ba da bum. And we'll take your phone calls. Let's get started. Let's go to Cameron out of Selma, Alabama. Cameron, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Fired up and ready?
Oh my gosh, I'm so glad I got in. I've been trying to call all morning.
Good. I'm glad you made it.
I was just calling to see if y'all could sing my mom happy birthday. She's turning 50 today.
What's your mom's name?
Christy Baggett.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Chrissy. Happy birthday to you. There you go.
Oh my gosh, thank y'all so much. She's a huge fan of the show. I've been listening basically my entire life because of her.
Well, you see there, your mama raised you right, and the payoff was or one of the payoffs was today.
Mm-hmm.
So, Cameron, thank you, and I know that you make your mama proud, and I hope she has
thank you.
Yeah, I hope she has a great day. Let's go to Jason in Alabama. Jason, go ahead.
Good morning, Biggins. How are y'all?
Good.
Hey, I've got a quick suggestion. Whenever Greg gives us an update on the puppies, I think y'all should play Puppy Love or Who Let the Dogs Out. The second is, Greg, I've got some stray kittens. I'd like to trade a kitten for a puppy.
Greg, you want to trade?
That's not helping me.
No trade?
I currently don't have a kitten at the house, but
it'll happen, Greg. Satch, go ahead.
I have a puppy name for Greg.
Okay.
For the cutest aggressive female, call her Beth, as in Beth Dutton.
Oh yeah, she'll have a filthy mouth. Beth's rough.
Did you see that somebody? I think it was Scott Dawson. They put it out. I didn't realize she played the mom in Heaven Is for Real.
Yes.
Boy, you talk about a transition. She's quite the actress.
What an actress she is.
I wonder which one took the most acting.
I know.
We continue. Let's go to Dennis, Oxford, Alabama. Dennis, go ahead.
All right, I need you to do me a favor. I want you to close your eyes and use your imagination. I'm an amateur photographer. We've got Greg laying in the grass, and Greg Jr., and Greg Jr. all gathered around him with his head cocked back, his eyes closed. He's got this big smile on his face and nothing but licking going on. I think we need that picture right there.
Oh, my goodness.
Can I open my eyes?
You're a sick man.
Open your eyes quick.
Stop. Let's go to Eddie, East Aboga. Eddie, go ahead.
Hey, is this the swap shop? I need the number for that fella that's got the puppies for sale. Plus, I've got a chainsaw and a push mower I'd like to trade for a dog kennel, or $150 for the pair. Thank you.
That's somebody that listens to Swap Shop right there.
Swap shopper.
Oh,
Speedy knows.
Speedy knows.
Do I?
Coleman, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. Mike, go ahead.
The lawsuit that Dominion had with Fox News, that trial would have been held in Delaware. I wonder if that trial had been held in Alabama, would Fox have settled that the way they did?
Probably not. Yeah, if they could have got it moved to Bama, they probably said, "Let's go for it. Let's see how it turns out." I doubt that very serious. That's a good point. 866 We Be Big. If you want to get in, lines are being made available as we roll through the calls. Mike, where it all began, Gadsden, Alabama, Z93. Mike, go ahead.
Hi, Rick. I'm going next week to speak to our church group of the Archbishop. If you could bring us a garbage bag of tennis balls.
That's really
Phone
good.
cut out, but I think we got it.
We got it. Yeah.
Rick, you better get up to date on the weather, what it's going to be like this week. That conversation's going to come up.
About
the elderly, they love to talk about the weather.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I better know the weather forecast is.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
Yeah. That's good small talk.
I'll tell you what I'll do. Well, I'll tell you, what about that rain coming in Thursday?
That's it.
Is that what I say?
Right there.
Yeah.
Well, you know why it makes your joints hurt.
It does.
You know,
It does. Yeah.
Trust me, I know about that.
And if you go in a rural area where there's older folk, they're going to tell you what kind of winter we're going to have by the signs.
Oh,
Well, the corn shucks are a little thick. It's going to be cold this winter.
You know what? You're right. I got to be ready.
I used to get that a lot.
Ready. You gotta be ready.
Y'all realize the pictures of grandkids I'm about to see today?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I remember this time of year, I'd get out of my truck at somebody's house. I go, I tell you what, seen the hornet's nest building close to the ground. You better look out. This winter's going to be rough.
It's going to be rough.
I said, yes, sir.
Let's go to, if I reference Reagan, that's big today, too.
Yeah. Well, look, there's Greg there. Good night. How did you get
good?
That's crazy.
Hey, that looks about right.
That does look like you, Greg. That's about the color of all your dogs. Too many. Yours are a little more variety.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Let's go to Brenda in Pell City. Brenda, go ahead.
Hey,
I was just wondering if y'all knew if that was Beth Moen at the race Sunday commentating.
Was it really?
I don't know. I didn't hear it. Was it you talking about it on TV or the PA announcer?
No, at the actual race, it sounded just like her.
Oh, on the PA.
Yeah, boogity.
Oh no.
Okay, yeah.
Look, y'all don't be messing with NASCAR. We got enough problems.
I know. Is there a woman doing the PA?
I
at the track?
don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Does she mean on the television, or does she mean on?
She said at the track.
At the track.
Can you
Okay.
say ladies and gentlemen anymore if you're hosting an event?
It's all according to where you are.
Gentlemen, look back. Yeah, I bet you can. Well, it just depends.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as there's people there that think they're ladies that aren't, but they'll answer to it. So
I
yeah.
doubt that's a big group there.
Probably not.
No.
I'm with you. When you go in demographics,
Yeah.
or, you know, when you're put it this way, they wouldn't have made the call. Bud Light did. So you know, they know their audience.
Did I see where it's gotten so bad on that they have made changes? They said in the marketing department that person may not be there. anymore?
I heard that Friday she had been on administrative leave. You know, still paid, but
found somewhere else.
There's a few others, I think, in that department too.
Mhm.
Right. That have,
Yeah, and the people that you see all the celebrities on it's just beer. They don't even understand the point.
Yeah.
The product's irrelevant.
Yeah.
What we're talking about is this particular product and that particular base of fan.
Right.
Somebody being dumb enough for that product to pick this marketing plan.
That's it. Yeah.
Can y'all not walk that out? Do y'all not
Makes no
understand that?
sense.
Yeah, you don't understand.
And obviously,
it's not. It's stupid. No matter.
Yeah.
We'd be all saying the same thing if it was Ram trucks or something.
Yeah.
It would be like, well, that just probably isn't the best campaign. It's just trucks. Well, no, that's not the point. The point is the stupidity of the marketing plan.
Really, the question is why go there?
Right.
Why go there? Why push that envelope that you didn't need to push?
Yeah, it didn't make any. Well, it's once again being, I think, delusional, just because something's loud that somehow that represents this sea of people.
Yeah, loud doesn't necessarily make it correct.
And then they came out with that like super pro America
Yeah.
patriotic video. We're like, we saw the other thing.
Right.
We saw that too.
Right. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't